for 20. Sustain palm fruit. You may start off by buying palm fruit, but ultimately your vision should be that 5 years from now, you're not just buying palm fruit, you are planting palm fruit. That is how you sustain the ability. If you are not planting palm fruit, you are supporting farmers to plant palm fruit. I told you that in AB InBev I was working with almost 20,000 farmers across Africa. Why? Because beer comes from barley, comes from hops, comes from either rice or cassava or maize. And so, two things. Number one, beer is in competition with your food. The cassava that you use to eat at Gary can be used to make beer. So if there is food scarcity, your product, absolutely. Beer is in competition with rice. So if there is food scarcity and there is no rice, then you are using the rice that people should eat for survival to make beer. So when you understand and you find, oh, so company sponsoring farmers, it's because they understand that for their business to thrive, the farmers must be able to produce. And the farmers must be able to produce more than enough. Yes, as a company, we used to have issues whereby you will give farmers, or in one of our countries, there was a drought. Let me even be very open and transparent. In Zambia, Zambia went through a drought last year. What was the impact of the drought? 3 things. Number one, Zambia water supply went down. The ripple effect was that Zambia was primarily a hydro-powered economy. So by water going down, electricity went down. They went from having almost 24 hours power to having 6 hours a day. Now when electricity goes down, what happens? Productivity, excellent. Production was affected. Then price of fuels started going up, all your alternatives. Then because there was no water, there was also no food. So food, cash crops, food started failing. Farmers' produce was failing. So when you have a drought and you've given a farmer seeds to plant maize and cassava for you to make beer, then the farmer refuses to release because suddenly the entire ecosystem is in competition, and food for human existence has to take priority. Or let's talk about even your waste. You just throw your waste anywhere, and in a country like Nigeria where we don't even have good waste management systems. And now waste, environmentally, landfills are collapsing. I was building a sustainability strategy, and from 10 countries I could identify at least 3 to 4 companies where their landfills had collapsed and killed people. This is the reality of doing business in Africa. It's very different from doing it in more mature economies. So when we say protect your ecosystem, doing the right thing is good business. We spoke about values earlier. So anchor the values of what you stand for. Link the values to what is important to you as a person. Because sometimes people go and pick up textbook values. You go and say, oh, everybody likes to write integrity, even when they don't have personal integrity. The reality is that if integrity is not a personal value for you, it may not be your most important value even when you're doing business. What is something that even when they put a knife to your neck, it is hard for you to compromise on? So if quality of whatever you put your name to is very important to you, that once they say, oh, Ayo did this, it must be good, let quality be one of your values. You can put integrity as aspirational, but ensure that at least some of the values that your company holds are values that are dear to you personally. One of the values that I'm now experimenting with, and it's aspirational for me, but we spoke about design, so I want to be intentional about it, is a value called excellence. And in Nigeria, it is as if the spirit of excellence did not pass. When she was passing, it's as if she avoided us. And it comes from the smallest things. If I want to pick apart this room, I will show you flaws on the tiling. I will show you flaws on the paint. I will show you flaws on the installation of the ACs. And this is a premium location in the heart of Ikoyi. Imagine if we go to Agege, Moshalashi, Makoko, my 12, bless your beautiful hearts. The spirit of excellence. So I leave you with the words of Khalil Gibran in the book The Prophet, when he was asked by the people of Orpheus to tell them about work. They said to him, speak to us about work. And some of the characteristics of work that he described, he said, if you were a cloth maker, it is to weave the threads with strings from your heart, as if your beloved were going to wear the cloth. And if you were a builder, it is to lay the building blocks with love, as if your beloved were going to dwell in that home. It is to fashion everything that you do with the spirit and essence of love. And he finalized by saying, work is love made manifest. We work for money. And ladies and gentlemen, today I say to you, if you're going to build a company that will live longer than you, the driving force has to be greater than money. Choose to build something that will be worthy to leave behind for the future generations. Because, as Mother Teresa said, if there must be war, let it be in our time, so that our children may know peace. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I pass the mic to the next speaker with gratitude for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ma, for that wonderful speech. I really learned a lot, and I hope all of us keep to what she has said. So I remain easy to our roots, and I'll be speaking about the investigative techniques. What are we talking about? Just like how the NSCDS said about security aspects, and she said that this security investigation does not really matter for the officers alone. It's not a must that it must be them that will carry out these opportunities, or this investigation is meant for every individual. As far as you're a human being staying in Nigeria, you have the capacity of in being carrying out investigations. Very, very important. Investigations matters a lot in our daily activities. Comes to our workplaces, our homes, the society, the community. Investigation matters a lot, and I'm going to be telling you investigation techniques. How can you carry out an investigation? How can you be an officer of your own? And the number one said evidence collection and documentation. You will learn how to properly collect physical and digital evidences. And you know that effective investigation depends on the use of your proper method skills. It depends on how you carried out your investigation. It depends on how proper your skills is to carry out an investigations. And this collection of evidence matters a lot. You are meant to have evidence. If you should go to station to report a case, they will ask you, where is your evidence? Without your evidence, they will be like, you don't really know what you are doing, or probably they don't even know where to start from, because they will start from your evidence. They want to know what do you have against this person that you are reporting to. They would love to know what you and this person has done. So they will show you, where is your evidence? If you don't have evidence, there's nothing we can do. So you have to go and search for evidence, look for materials before coming to police station for them to help you the one or two things. So how can you have a proper investigation, so that if you are investing a case, you're able to give a proper and good investigation, that if you should carry this evidence to the court, you're able to know how to defend yourself. That is why we are meant to know how to carry an proper investigation. Then we need to know the techniques of investigations. So we talked about the collection and documentation. Learn how to properly collect in physical and digital evidences, such as if you know any cases that you want to investigate. I know it's something that you don't really have idea of. You are meant to have a digital evidence. What are the digital evidence we are talking about? We are talking about making use of probably phones or probably records. All these things are part of it. Very, very important. Talk about the phone. If you see something that is very, very bad, at that opportunity, at that time, you have to make a record of that thing immediately. Make a record. That's why we have phones. Our phone is not just for be pressing, playing games, doing businesses and other things. There are many things that we can make use of our phone with. If you see something that is not okay, you have the opportunity to make video of that thing. You video that immediately, so that when this thing wants to becomes a big issue, you'll be able to bring out, okay, this is how what happened though. This is the video. This is how the thing went. So you're able to present it to the officers that want to carry out the case, to show how videoing matters a lot. Like I said the other time, that content creators nowadays, them posting things that are going wrong in the society within them, their camera is always on. Their camera is always that. Any slides, they'll just face the camera on them, to show that our investigation matters a lot in our daily lives. Someone can lie against you on something and you don't have evidence about these things. People that are in prison now, they're in prison not because they committed crime. They're in prison because people were able to lie against them for them to be in that situation. They don't have their evidence. They were not properly investigated at the beginning. That is why you are seeing them in that situation. Innocent people that are out there in the prison wasting their lives, 5 years, 10 years, nobody to come to their rescue. Do you think all those people don't have future, just like the way you are? Because of they were not able to carry that enough evidence to prove their innocence, to show that we actually know, we are meant to know how to carry evidence. We are meant to know the techniques. That's why I'm emphasizing more on that video making, because it's just like it's life. It's not something that you can edit, or it's real life. This is you. Do you want to deny it? Once you be able to give them the videos and everything, they don't even mad. Even the person that is the person that you guys are arguing with don't even have how to say anything, because you feel that you already have the evidence already. This is his person's face. It's not AI. It's not editing. They can even check whether it's AI safe. To shows that digital matters a lot. Or is it a situation whereby someone is saying something unexpected? Did you know that you can record person without the person knowing that you recorded the person? It's part of collection of evidence. You find that this person, you actually know, okay, I know that this person is going to mess up at the end. How will I gain evidence to prove this person wrong? Or probably if the case is something that you want to carry it out to the institution or the manager or anyhow, you can able to have an evidence. How can I do this thing? But if the person should notice they are videoing you, there's no how you can play evidence. You are not being wise in that aspect. That most people, if you want to get evidence, you see they place their phone on their in the table there. These ones they will know they are trying to record it. But if it's something that you can start it from before you even enter the place, just start the records, put it in your bag. You can even put it on top of your lap. There is no how the person is going to know. Even how smart the person is cannot get you. No matter how smart the person is, he will not be able to get you. That is how you can carry all this evidence. Proper collection of evidence matters a lot. Is it something that you will do? You will not able to get the main source of what you want to get, and you take it to the officer and they say, what is this one? This is not what we are looking for. That's why you have to have a proper investigation, so that at the end you can defend yourself. You might record, you might have evidence, fine and good, but they are not seeing what they are looking for. You are trying to tell this person that this person did this thing, and the video you are showing us is not what they are saying. It's not what you are describing the person for. You'll be like, ah God, oh, how am I going to do this thing again? I've actually fooled myself in that aspect. And you know that you don't really have another opportunity to get evidence for this, because the person already noticed. If the person has got the information that you're already in court reporting to this person, there's no how you can be close to that person again. You have failed that case. So if that person wants to carry you to court, now you definitely carry it to court, and the person might win. Forgetting the fact that you're the one that reported the case. You reported the case, fine and good, but you don't have the main evidence. You don't have the main thing you're looking for. So for you reporting the case to the person, you have reported that person to the officer already. The person, if the person should have money, the person will continue that case. And if care is not taken, that person that reported that case will end up in cell or in prison. They'll say you are trying to force witness against this person. It's also a crime too. To show that you are made to carry a proper investigation, that you don't put yourself in trouble, or you put yourself in regretting why did I went to the officer to report this thing when I know that I don't even have a proper evidence. Proper evidence matters a lot. Talk about the recording aspects. You know, there are many ways of recording someone without the person knowing. Many ways. If you even go to station where they are trying to bring out word from person, probably they'll sanction you and they'll like you have to confess. I don't know what that table is called, but I called it confess table. That they will threaten you. They will say many things to threaten you, or probably they will promise you, they will give you promises that they will be able to do this thing to you, your life will be safe, you will not go to prison. Just tell us. Just want nothing but the truth. You find that they are putting the record already. It's capturing the person's voice, and there's a camera placed already. These are proper evidence. You see how most officers do carry their investigations. Matters a lot. So if they are capturing that person's voice and the person is speaking with the video, they should take it to the court. They will win because there is sure evidence of this thing. This is what the members confess, and exactly what happened. You're able to sue that person to court, and the person will go to prison for his or his actions that was done. So to show that proper investigations matter a lot. Many people are falling into troubles because they don't have they don't know how to defend themselves. They don't know how to go about it. They don't have the proper techniques of investigation. Many people are losing their lives, losing their families, their dignity, because people are being pointing on their hand that this person is bad, and they are having bringing material that are not relevant because you don't have evidence of these things. So it shows that how important we need these investigation techniques in our lives. That you can be an officer of your own matters a lot. Just like how the officers, the NSCDS people came and they talked about this security aspect. They said that it does not really matter for you to leave these duties for them alone. We all meant to be carrying out all this security for ourselves, that we are Nigerians. So security matters a lot. If you should carry the security yourself by yourself and trying to investigate something, you're able to find out this thing, you can now report it to the officer. They will now support you because of the investigation you have carried out. Things are going on in this country, even in Lagos. No place is secured. Everybody is fighting for their lives. Everybody is fighting to get money. Everybody is fighting to be the top. They want to lead, so they can basically do anything to get what they want at that time. So anything can happen. So we have to know the investigation techniques, that if such thing wants to occur in your life, you're able to know how you can go about it. You're able to know how the steps you are meant to follow, what you are meant to do at the first time or the beginning. When I'm saying noticing this thing, you find that okay, this thing that this person is doing actually is going to spoil my dignity. Probably it will make me to fall. It will not give me a good name actually. How am I going to take this case that wants to take place, or how am I going to take these matters? Once you know your investigation techniques, you're able to carry that evidence without this person being aware of it. Take evidence that even if they later succeeded, you're able to bring out these materials of your evidence to them. They'll be like, how were we able to do all these things? They'll be very, very surprised. At that time, they don't know what to do because they'll be disgraced at that opportunity, because we're able to carry the proper investigation about this set of people. So they were not able to bring you down. They were not able to give you bad name. Even at that time, people will be like even people that probably people around you will be like hailing you that you are like, in fact, you are the master. They will be like, they'll even promote yourself to show you have carried out that investigation properly. They will talk about ensuring accurate documentation through notes, photographs, reports. When you want to investigate an issue, you have to document things. You have to have a book for documentations. If you notice this first step, you write it down. This person concept, you write it down. Like any movement any person is making, you know that this person is kind of suspicious. You don't know, you cannot put everything in your head. Once you're able to have a document book, you're able to state out each step this person is taking, so that at the end you're able to conclude, okay, this is what this person is trying to do and what this person is trying to do. they will know how you are going to go about it. Have a document book is very very important. That if you see an officer that wants to investigate a case, he comes to your house, should be very friendly to you, probably him or her. You knock in your door, say, "Ma, you Mrs. So and so?" "Yes." Because say, "Please, can you tell us when you found out that this person was killed, the date, the time?" They'll be specific. They want to even, where were you? They want to know the particular time, the second, the hour, to know that this documentation matters a lot, so that when they are trying to figure out where this thing, how it actually happened, who is responsible, how it came about, they're able to know how they can bring out the issues out. You find out that is a big issue, you don't know, you can never know this person that did this, you can never know. But let me tell you, a good investigator will bring out the person that did it. No matter how the crowd is, the person will be able to fish out that person that did that thing. It's not magic. The person will be able to keep documents of things, the questions, the answers he was getting from people. We're able to know the in and out, how many people was there. The faces matters a lot. This person will be able to do all these things and fish out that person. It was true techniques, investigation techniques. This person able to fish out this person, something that nobody can do. You were able to look for the person, but you were not able to fish out this person. You don't know your investigation, your investigative techniques. You don't know the techniques to fish out someone. You don't know what you are doing actually. But someone that knows his or the techniques to investigate a matter will fish out that person out for you, and you be like, "I want to be like you. Sorry, how do you do this thing? How do you do that?" The same process you feel that you did, the same person did. Probably you follow the process, but you were not able to carry this process properly. But this person will take his or her time to do this investigation. Investigation takes a lot of time. If you do something, or you want to do some investigation or carry investigation of 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, you will not bring out anything out. But if you take your time and do it, it will bring out a positive result. And if you should do that thing, you have given yourself a good name. They want to respect you in the organization. They want to promote you. You are even building a good foundation for yourself, because you're able to come and document these cases. Taking of photographs are very very important. You see, most Nigeria's films, if they want to investigate something, they'll first of all look at the people there. Probably in a family, they want to find out about they want to fish out someone's star, someone that is doing that thing. They'll talk about the peers, probably the friends of the person, have the pictures of this person, have the hard copy of these pictures. They'll just have the hard copy of this picture, they'll place it on the wall. They'll be looking, they'll be talking to themselves. This person, this person, this person, this person. Okay, they'll say, okay, let's find out about this person. They'll go and investigate about this person. After they have done that investigation finish, they're able to document it down. Okay, they have the data of this person. Okay, they'll go to this person again. Then they'll be going to each of the family to get information from these people. Before you know, they'll be able to fish out what they want to get. And if they should get that person, the person can never deny itself, because they have gone deeper. It has reached like months for them to fish out this person, to show that investigation is not an easy task. But we have to do it, because it will definitely help us. We have to do it, no matter the time it takes. Because if you do a rush investigation, you end up pointing at the wrong person. And if you are pointing at this wrong person, you are pointing at an innocent person. So it will not be right or proper to be pointing at an innocent person when you know that this person did not do it. Even if you don't know, if you don't have a proper investigation, just love the person. Take your time. You will see the person. That is just it. So photographs matter a lot. Probably snap the person picture. Please, this particular person, this is the person's face. I'm looking for this person. This person came to my house. I'm looking for my daughter. This person was the person that was the first person that came to. If you should have the picture of this person, anybody that will see this person, we just call the person immediately. I saw so and so face in my area, or probably in my community. Come to so and so place. I will try my possible best to know where this person is staying. How do you help this person? Through the picture of this photograph of this person, that you're able to get this person. To show photographs matters a lot. Even if you cannot do video, do photographs. Something that you can keep, do it, just do it. It will help. Probably they'll paste the persons or the wall. Scammer, be at alert. I remember the when we were in school, they're always posting that now. The school TV. They see that someone like this, they'll just see the person picture, say scammer, be aware of this person, is roaming around the school. If you should see this person, make sure you inform the school anti-courts or the school security for immediate action. If not, the person is going to do a lot of damage in the school premises. So probably there is one person like that, a student. I don't know if it's a student, but I think it was a student. I think this guy was infected with HIV or something like that, and according to what they said, that the person has infected another person. So they have to snap that person. The person, oh, thank God that the people have the guy's picture. They were supposed to post it to the TV, the school TV, and everybody was aware of this person. That if you see this person, run away. And they are actually looking for this person. They want to arrest this person. Till now, the person has referred, they are giving himself automatic dropouts, because he will never show himself in that school again. If he should show himself, he's gone. And once they catch him, it's going to prison straight. That is just it. So thank God for pictures. That picture that they both posted in the TV was an evidence to show that this is the person. Be aware of this person. And if you shoot the person, see that the person is not properly okay, at least you are able to save lives from infected with these diseases. Innocent lives, you're able to save people's lives, student lives, students that don't know anything. To show that if you are investigating something, try to do it properly and be sure of your information. Very, very important. If you're not sure of your information that you are giving out there, it will bring you down, and it will be as if you are the fool, and it might probably the person might arrest you because you are giving the person false witness or false accusation. This person did not do this thing, you never have evidence, and you'll be arrested for it, and before they should bail you from it, it cost thousands, probably millions, to bail such case out. So if you know that you don't have the evidence, you are not capable of doing this thing, please remove your hand from it. Don't give the information. But if you know person that can assist you on this thing, you tell the person, or probably you go to the police station and tell the person, please, I don't want, I'm just you. I think police is our friend after all. They were able to understand ourselves. If you should explain yourself to a police person, they get your point and your kill, you don't have any issue. Because I believe police is our friend, but it's just I don't want to take police as our friend. If you are close to them, you actually like them. Seriously, you want to be a police. No, instead just God. You guys need to know the importance of a police. If you are close to it, let me tell you guys, my dad is okay. Actually, funny enough, my primary school was I attended police children's school. My primary school was a police school. Police school. I don't even know what motivated my dad to take us to that school. Because my dad's friend was a police. Because the student that actually attend that school actually police children. Because the school is close to barrack. Look at barrack at the school. Like it's in barrack safe. So most of the students in that school is police children. So it was through my dad's friend that I was able to go to that school. Me and my brother went to that school. So my brother that went to that school. Brother went to the school, he came out before he went to seminary school. So me, after my brother now left seminary school, body school, and I went to that now take me to that police school again. I was saying now I want to be a police official. I want to be a police official. I want to be a police because I mean I don't know anything there now. I want to be a police. Is that police used to come to our schools, like they would be like, do you know you're a police child? They would like, they would even be training us, that even they, if you see my primary school uniform, the picture say like, if I say like just post it, I'll snap it, I'll post it on my state. They'll be like, who is this one, who is this one? The uniform alone was something else. It was actually beautiful. It's a nice uniform. Even the training, I was already acting like a police already. I want to be a police official. Then I left the school. I realized that it's not my multiple years. Actually, I was thinking police is that kind. I don't know, sha, but it's a nice profession actually. It's good to be, at least you are part of the citizen that is protecting the country. It's a great honor. You protecting your Nigeria is very, at least you are part of your country. You are from Nigeria. It's your father's land. It's not a bad thing. You being a civil servant, at least you are protecting your people. So I don't really think police is that. They are okay for me. They are very friendly. If you are close to them, police will be your friends, your close friends, So I believe those people that avoid the police, people that are doing negative things, that's people that avoid the police. But if your conscience is pure, police will be your friend no matter what. Except you are hiding something for police people, you are trying to avoid them problem. I know that anything about police is problems, money and stuff. But if you are clear, you are okay, you are clean, you don't have issue with them. That is just it. But people that are running from police, even during time in my school, you know that most of my schools, the students in my schools are all those big boys, and once they see, because police always in my let's say along the roads, the school roads, heading to our school. In that school environment, the road, once they see all these guys that used to drive cars, whether they sight police like this, you see the kind of speed or divert back, it look like someone is pursuing them. Why are all these people run? They are not pure. Their conscience is not pure. They're not, they are running, so they are feel that police is their enemy at that time. But if they are clean, police is your friend. Police is your friend. So that is just it. Probably they are running from bills, or they don't want to get themselves involved in situations. And you know, once your case enter police, you don't enter police, they will sort it. You will follow them to station, you must sort yourself out. That is just it. That is part of their work. So it's very, very important. So talked about avoid contamination, loss of evidence. Try not to lose your evidence. Try not to keep it properly. Keep your evidence properly. Don't allow any other person to be aware of this evidence you are keeping. If another eye should see it, it's gone. The person might go and be this person. Do you know that I'm seeing someone is keeping evidence about you? Once that person has given that information, the person might give that person 1 million. They will say evidence. They can do anything for money. One day this person is very rich, but if I'll tell you about this person, if I drop any information for you, give me money. Your evidence you made for only you. Very, very important. Even sometimes if your close friends, don't disclose this information to them. Everybody, we are all human beings. You get, I don't know that your close friend is going to betray you, but we are in a situation where even close friends say they are not trusted. Everybody is fighting for themselves. Your friend is not you. You are not a friend. So if your friend is building a foundation now, it's for herself, it's not for you. Because anything she should build is still her name, not your own name. You are just like a friend to her. So that is just it. It should be only for yourself. Keep it properly. Try not to disclose this information to people. If the place that you are is not secure enough, look for a well secured place to keep this evidence. It matters a lot. that if anybody should say it, they might spread the secret, and for everything they have been recording so far, keeping so far, will not be in vain. That is just it. Conducting witnesses, interviews, and ask a clear questions. Try to conduct witnesses. Try to have witnesses. Probably if you are investigating, try to know. Bring all those people that are witnesses. If it's a case, try to bring out those that were present when that thing was taking place. They should try to give their view or probably their point or what they have to say about the case. Document it down. Write it down. Hear from them. It's very, very important. Just like when you are writing an exam and they saw you with a material, probably known as examination malpractice, materials that are not, you are not supposed to have the material within you and it's with you, and the partner close to you is beside you, the other person is beside you, that two person like that is a witnesses. They'll just hold two of them because they feel that that person, they know that that person was actually with that thing. They kept quiet, so they just hold, they have to hold this two person and the person there. So if they are judging this person, they're able to judge this person too. You know that there are some witnesses in some certain ways. You can ask for someone that can give a positive view of what happened. They will give you, this is what happened. I was there when this thing was taking place. I can beat with my full chest. It's only more that was there. This person was not there. This person was not there. It was only me. I can say it. This person is actually a witness. Best be able to say it to the officer, and the officer will document. Okay, this is what the witness said. They will even tell you to write a statement. That statement is there. They will tell you write your statement of everything. So it's very, very important. Do interviews. Try to call people. Do them a brief interview. Ask them questions. They will think the question is not relevant, but actually is important to them. It's very, very important to them. Imagine you are interviewing person about a case and you're asking the person, which clothes were you wearing that day? Or probably what slippers were you wearing? What is the color of your clothes? What is the color of your hair that you make? They will think it's not necessary, but it's actually necessary to them because they know what they are looking for. Ask them questions. You as the officer, you were not there when the thing was happening. How can you get this information? How can you resolve these cases? Is by asking questions. Do interview with those that were present, because everybody will have their own points. What this person will say might not be what this person is going to say. Even people that want to add their own jara, they'll add it. Or people that want to lie, they'll add their own. People that want to subtract, they will subtract. They will not want to say what really happened. They will not give you the full details. So that is good not to depend on only one person, but try to call as many as witnesses that you know, that people that were there, get their point, their own opinions. What happened? And if you're asking on this question, don't ask them in front of anybody. Take them to a private place and ask them, so that if they are talking, they will not be looking at the crowd or anybody, but they will be looking at you face to face. So if they are answering the question, they'll be looking at your hand, telling you what happened. So if they want to lie or they want to add it, you'll be able to, this person is actually going on that part. So after you have finished collecting information for asking questions for these people, and you find out that this person said this person said this, okay, look at this person and this person was actually rhymed together. They actually say the same thing. So you're able to pick these two people that were able to say the same thing as the full details. Then all those people that was beating around the bush, they not give you the full details. You put their information aside and make use of these two people that were able to give their details. From there, you start the investigation. Keep it up. You start investigate, doing other things, other techniques that you know about, carry the matter. Before you know, you have concluded, you're able to fish out the cases and give the judgment at the end. So you doing all this, you were not able to judge at or give the judgment in an innocent person, but you were able to give that judgment to the victim, or probably the person that did the issue, or probably the person that caused the case. It's very, very important. I said about an hotel like that would, they'll kill a girl actually in the hotel. So the proper investigation was not being okay. The owner of the hotel was not able to report the case to the station, but it was through someone within there that was able to report this case to the police station. The person were able to make a video the girl, video the hotel, the name of the hotel, people that was there, and take it to the police station and report this case. Immediately they saw that thing, they have seen that evidence already. They were able to get most of their officers and went straight to that hotel to carry out, continue from the investigation, continue from where the person has stopped. Then when you now see them not able to close everywhere, they're not able to contaminate anything, so they're able to carry out, the person that actually did this thing, after they have done the investigation, they're able to carry dead body. They will now lock that hotel down, because the owner of that hotel too is part of it, because he was not he is organizing an hotel, he has an hotel, but there is no proper security in that hotel, so it's putting people's life at danger. That's opportunity. You are making money, but you are not securing your hotel. You're just making money. You don't care about your customers that are coming to that hotel. So if there was a proper investigation, proper security in that hotel, the cases of closing the hotel would have not been so. And I believe that they spent millions to open that hotel back. So if you're able to pay a qualified security to investigate all the movement of the hotel, you would have not spent millions. You would have not have the case of someone killing a dead body in your hotel. You would have not have that bad name, because once people have noticed about this thing, they'll be avoiding your hotel. They'll feel that they might be the next victim. So they are actually securing their life at that aspect, and you lose a lot of customer. The customer you have then will now reduce from 80 to 50. You're not giving yourself a good name. You have security, your security are not doing work. You hire a good security person that's ready to work. So they feel the owner of the hotel is one of the issue, because there is no security. So if there was security and everything, they were able to get this person. This actually did something here, and they were able to catch that person probably when the person is leaving the hotel. So this is why investigation matters a lot. This is why we need to have the techniques. We need to know it, that when such issue want to take place in our various activities or various places, we're able to know how to manage the cases. So it's very, very important. And one of the techniques too, you're able to listen carefully to each of the person speaking. This is how you see a police person. You see that people that are very patient people. If they want to carry the case, they will be patient to you. You look as if you are the person that you guys know each other. They will be friendly to the core. They will calm down. Tell us, what do you have to say? Just tell us. Be free. Just nobody is holding you. Nobody is arresting you. Nobody is taking you to the cell. They will assure you that nothing is going to happen to you. You will be okay. If you should give us information, you are going to go back to your family. They'll be very, very friendly. They will listen carefully to this person. So if they're able to listen carefully to this person, they have getting what they want already. They have get what they want. They observe languages. the words people use are also part of it. If you see the person using words, most words are not. There are some words that someone will say to you. You see that no, this word that this person say was not actually proper. It's actually an insult. You feel it's a normal thing. It's just person is probably playing, but it's an insult to the person, to you, but from the person, but you did not know. It's when you're able to think about this thing, reason it again. This is actually an insult. That's why you now be able to find that this person is actually insulting you. You're not even playing with yourself. So listening to people's their language and their even their body movements matters a lot too. Body movement matters a lot. If you see this person is making a move or trying to escape or trying to, if you know someone that is tense or something, you're able to know. You know this person is actually one of them. But there are some people though that if you see that they are innocent but they are tense because they are scared police is going to arrest them. But a person that knows what he actually wants or knows how to investigate, know his or her techniques, we're able to know the person that caused that case and the person that is not involved in the case. It's very, very important. We talked about the record statement, like I said before. You try to record your statements, give it a good recording so that you're able to know what you are going to give out at the end, what you are going to submit to your probably your DOP or probably the lawyers or the judge that is going to judge the case at the end. They talked about case documentation and reporting, which I've said before. Then you maintain the details and organize case files. Try to have file about a evidence. Very, very important. You think they don't really the file don't really matters, but it actually matters because each information you are getting are very, very important. So that at the end, when you are trying to wrap it up, you're able to get what you want. As I get this information, try to have files of all these things. If you cannot keep it as an hard copy, try to have it on your phone. Try to keep it on your phone. I don't really advise that phone on because anything can happen to your phone. Someone might steal your phone or you might lose most of your files and other thing. But if you actually had hard copies, it will actually help a lot too. Keep it in your phone. Also have the hard copy of it. Don't just keep anything on your phones. It's not everything are meant to be keeping on your phones. If something that you can able to bring out hard copy of it, do it. Keep the hard copy. Every details matters. Every details matters. That if you see most of the if you go to most officers office, you see different files or lawyers. Have you ever been to lawyer's office? You see different all these files you are seeing is each person's cases that are in there. To show how they are value it a lot. Anything should go wrong with all those files, they have lose that case. To show that any material that is inside that file matters to them. Because that's what they are going to defend themselves at the end. To show that all those files they are seeing there matter the lot. Even in cases that you have sought out for how many years ago. Something the case might come up again. You're able to look for that file back and start looking for this file. Okay, I've handled this person case before. You went back to that file. You see that these issues have arisen again. You're able to go back to that file again that you kept it and bring out the file and start the case again to show that you have actually treated this case before. So if we're not able to keep that file, you were not able to treat that case. But because of the proper way you kept that file, you're able to treat the case. To show that our documentation matters a lot and keeping every details that you are getting matters a lot. No matter how little it is, keep it. You will actually need it. That is just it. Ensure all findings are properly. All those findings that are trying to find cases that are trying to investigate. You are seeing this person movement. You are seeing this person is trying to do one or two things. You are firstly suspecting that person, fine and good. You can suspect anybody. But if you don't have a proper finding, you can't get what you want. So you have to find more about this thing. proper findings matter a lot. Get more informations, for this before you start giving your evidence of this particular person, because you might be suspecting this person that this person is doing something, but this person is actually innocent. You might be suspecting this person movement is not pure, but this person is innocent too. We are already suspecting this person that this person is doing something wrong. So that is why findings matters a lot. You might write an issue that you don't even give a proper finding, arising an issue. It's like when you are defending in your defense, they said you should go and do findings. Okay, like in my project, they told me that I should go and make findings of schools, the materials they lack, things that they need, the problems. We should be able to go and look for these problems of all these schools. So when we went to the schools and carried out this findings, we actually we're doing our findings about the school and how they are living, the material they have, what they are lacking, what they need, and what they are improving. So if it's something that actually needs a solution, you're able to state out the solutions of what you have find. And then you see in your project, you see the findings and the solutions of all these things. Then when you're able to list out this position, because anything they are finding that needs a solution, you must give a solution of that thing. That's the reason of you making the finding at the first place, because you want to give a solution of this thing. You want to end this thing. So if you're able to find about this thing, the schools, how they are living, what they lack, and you're able to find out that okay, this school, they lack they lack materials such as equipment they are using to teach them. Probably they don't have lab, or probably they don't have libraries, they don't have teaching equipment, they don't have materials. If you should list out all these things, this is what the school is having, then you list out, okay, what is the solution of what you are finding? That is how finding is important. So if you are finding something, you are trying to find something, you are actually finding something to give a solution, to give a stop of that thing. So you're able to state the solutions, and as you are stating solutions, your lecturers are looking at it, they are watching you, and they say, okay, yes, actually look at the solutions. Okay, if all the solutions are stated, and they were able to carry out this your project to the state's governor or to the state, it can do something, because you are able to give a proper finding. Once you notice about this school is going to send his workers to this school, carry that some evidence, because we have done your own already. They will now send his own workers or his own people and go and carry that your own evidence again. Let's know what they actually want. Even as you have stated your own findings, they will still go and carry on that investigation again before they will start doing something for that school, trying to bring the material they need to that school. Social findings is very important in anything. So it's proper recorded for legal use, very very important. So we talked about other investigations. I when I was preparing for this topic, I also talked about not only really security aspects that we can do to. There are things that many people now, and people are making that mistake, is doing probably in their relationship. You find out you are dating the person again, and tomorrow the girl comes to you and she's like, I'm pregnant. You're pregnant, okay, you don't have any other choice to accept the pregnancy. As far as your girlfriend, you don't have any other choice. And you're able to train the child throughout the pregnancies, the 9 months, and you're able to train the child to 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, and you find out this child is not yours. What will you do? It's very very painful. This is just a relationship, by the way. Actually, you don't really, anything can, probably you don't really trust this person, probably you don't know why this person is reflecting outside or something like that. So at this time, at that beginning, even as you have went through that 9 months and everything, there are opportunity for you a year, 2 years, you can do a DNA to be sure of what this child is yours. So you have used your resources, your money for this child that was not yours, and this girl actually knows that the child is not yours because you're not able to know your techniques of investigations. You just feel that it's your child, so hire that ones. Many people are making that even in marriages, it's happening in marriages. I know of stories. Married people, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and all the child is not yours. It's a real life story. Investigation matters even in our relationships. Very, very important. Even in our relationships. So that you not be regretting. Imagine all the old resources, all the money the man was making was going to his wife, and he's going to his wife and not find out his children, taking care of his children. The man does not even have a single savings. A grown man for that matter that have been working for how many years, going to 15 years. All your resources was in your children that you wish that you think it was your child's. Proper investigation, knowing techniques in different aspects matters a lot. Even where you are working, even in your homes, in your family, people are doing terrible things, but you don't know how to fish this thing out. If you know your investigation techniques, you can do it. Things that people are not aware of, you make people to be aware of it. That this person that I think is the most righteous person is actually the devil in the house. Because I know my techniques, I was able to carry out this information, and I gave you guys evidence of it, because this is what I've been doing since. You guys don't know. Even your mother was not aware of it, your dad is not aware of it. You did it all by yourself. They will respect you in that family. Even your entire cousin, your entire household, your uncles, they will respect you. To show that investigation techniques is very, very important. It matters because it's not for only police people, it's not for only security people. You yourself, you are security, because you have to protect your life, you have to protect people around you too. Because if you are feeling less reluctant over your lives, or you are not being secure enough, you might end up in trouble, probably might kick the bucket, and it will not be nice. Not only in society, but also in your family too. You can get a proper investigations. You can fish out things out. You are too aged to appreciate good things, but does not mean that don't be overcarried with it. Yes, it's a good news. Someone is pregnant for you, it's a good news, but don't be over too carried with that thing. Even as try at least do your findings, even if you are, because to be sincere, even married men, they can't trust their wife, they can't trust their husbands. To show how the world is, nobody can trust each other. Because even as the man is building foundation for himself, the wife is also building foundation for herself. Because anything can happen in that marriage, anything can happen in that relationship. And I used to see most relationship, just a normal relationship, not even marriage, boyfriend and girlfriend. I'm not looking like this. You are using all your resources in this girl, training this girl in school, doing everything in this girl with all your earn money, and at the end they are telling you stories. So these things matters a lot. It matters a lot. Investigation, you are training someone in school and you feel that it's someone that you are looking up to, that you want to marry, and training this person, you are not even securing or trying to investigate this person. You're trying to carry you're using your techniques to look at this person. This person actually, does he really want it? Is she doing the right thing? You're not the other experience. After you are the one, they're not, she cannot do it, she cannot betray me now. They never even bother, they cannot even do it. It's when she have already graduated, you know that she can do it. So it's very, very important in our relationship, in our family, in the society, in our community, in anywhere we find ourselves. As far we are in Nigeria, or as far we are living under this earth, we are meant to carry a proper investigation. We are meant to know our investigation techniques, because we are going to use it no matter what. Even till now, there are some certain steps I will see that I will take investigation. I will start using my investigation techniques immediately, no time. So that if this thing should crash, I will be able to know how I'm going to pick it from and start involving myself on it. Very, very, very important. So this NSCDC that came, security people that came today, I will learn a lot for them. I believe everybody to learn a lot for them, because they actually make sense in all aspects. They even talked about the NSAS aspect, that even people have to lose their lives because they're trying to protest. Finally, it's not a battle to protest, but are you doing it in a proper way? Are you doing it the right way? You are fighting for Nigeria. Nigeria is not sending you. Okay, those that lost their lives now, like, I don't even understand. Where do you think, where are they now? The opportunity that they had for themselves, were they able to accomplish it? Were they able to fulfill it? No, they were not doing it at the proper way. You see where officers is, police, you went to go and be shaking and protesting, and they're like, everybody was like fighting for them. Everywhere blood. There, after I tell you, it was bloodshed. There was a quote of bloodshed. We're actually protesting for something. Yes, it's good that as a citizen of Nigeria, you have the right to protest for something. But are you doing it in the proper way? Try to put your life first. Because if your life is not there, how are you going? Something that you are fighting for, how will you get it? How will you achieve what you are fighting for? If you have eventually the government answered our protest, how can you enjoy it? Were you able to enjoy this thing? Even as people were still staying in the back and be protesting. They know what they are doing. They were saying that they were go, we are here. They know what they are doing. You are doing something, do it at the proper way, so that at the end you will not be the one that will lose. Things are going on in this Nigeria that nobody is even smiling. But we are looking up to God, praying for a better Nigeria. That is just the aim. It's not by traveling out or going other places and trying to say Nigeria is not what it is. It's us, we, that can make Nigeria better. We are the one, nobody else. As far as you are a citizen of Nigeria, it's your right to make Nigeria better. No matter how little it is, just bring a positive impact to Nigeria. No matter where you start from. Is it from? Because I believe start from your family to the community, from community to society. It's going global. Securities matter a lot. Put your life first. Try to save yourself first before trying to save others. Because if you're able to save yourself, you can save others. That's how it is. Or if you see that this person life is at risk, try to help that person. And as you have helped that person, if you know it's something that only you cannot do it, involved second party. Very, very important. Securities matters a lot. People that are talking about stories of attack, thereabouts, kidnap, robbery. If they're able to be at alert in any way, you know that this area you are staying, the place you know that you are now, you know that this place is not a good place. You already know the setting of this place. You know how this place is. People around this place. you're able to get information about this place. So you're able to know when you are in that environment, you will know how to move about in that environment. You have to be at alert. If you are very very smart or be at alert in any way, are working in that such environment, there's nobody that's going to attack you. Because they see that this person is not even looking his left and right. They'll carry what they want to take and they will go. You don't see them. Everywhere will blur. You don't see anybody. No matter how you shout, they'll say, sorry, pele, why you no close your back? Even all those people I used to say sorry, so I used to vex you more safe. They'll be getting you angry more. Because at the end that's what they are going to tell you sorry. This is that I'm not going to be thinking about your life. How will I get a new phone? How will I treat myself? How will I do this one? How will I do this one? If you are security, you are always at alert. Even people say that even rob people that used to rob is there, they will be scared of you. They'll be thinking probably someone is officer in disguise. Probably don't want to wear uniform that will not know him. But the way you are doing, you are being bold. That if they ever come to your way, say you change your face, but if you change it for them, this person omo echo. They'll never be able to look your face. That they just not for that person. Because you're able to understand these people's language, you know their in and out, you know what they are capable of doing, you know the kind of environment you are. If you go to your environment, probably in your estate, you can be calm, you cannot bring out your character back. But if you are in such environments, please display Nigerian character today. Nobody's forming each other here. Save yourself. Because if you are forming, you will end up crying. Even your family will be crying for you safe. And the others your siblings that used to get you and they'll not be laughing, then they not get worst. If you never even shop for 2 days safe. So the matter is serious. Places, and many places, dangerous places, that guys, young guys like you, they don't want to do work. They are feeding through pickpockets. They are feeding through all these things they are doing. And you want them that these people are not going to get married tomorrow. It's true this thing they will take and get married now. Because they are to show how they are depending, their life depends on this type of career. Because they feel that place is already their career. They don't even have any other place to go again. They feel that is their job already. They have no the time. People they will look at, they want to attack, and people that to show that these people they are very calculative set of people. They think far well. Even when they are working, they don't know what is even going on in your back. You will not know. You see this person, you that just work, only you when they working, but you don't see the thing that you are holding in your hand. Even as one time me and my sister was working, I think she was holding her phone. The girl was like nearing like she was close to when I was saying thief, the guy was like, yeah, the guy has to just cross the road. Okay, the one that were calling thief, he refused to look back, nothing, because he knows what he wanted to do. They were calling him thief, but he refused to look back. He just crossed the road and left. My sister was security conscious at that time, so if she was not conscious enough, that phone would have been taken, and everybody was just getting themselves together, trying to go to their house, buy something for our working, people are going. Most of funny enough, it's not everybody that is working. Everybody is that place that they will see them till night. They don't even have destination. That place, like rounding, they'll just be rounding that place. Is their destination till they get what they want before they will not go. So just security conscious, like it's very very important. It matters a lot. That's why doing then when I think it's on chat, yes, that if they should see that the stealing there was, the robbery was there, was too much, that now if they should see anybody stealing, they're burning that person. I don't know if you guys heard about it. Then that they burned one of person that robbed. Life. Saw the video now. Life. They burnt that person. It trended now. Went by popular market, biggest market in Africa. sorry, biggest market in Nigeria. I don't know if whether it's Africa. Person was burnt. Because they feel since they nobody wants to learn, they will have to use that person as the scapegoat. They should see that person again. Very, very important. So if we're able to carry out this investigation, security, and trying to do what we can do to stop this thing, it will reduce. It will definitely reduce. I know that well currently now jobs are not really available now in country, but if you should look deeper, there's jobs actually. There is jobs. Then you know one wash toilets. You see that I don't want to wash toilet. There is job. There is a job. You see that I don't want to. You see that I don't want to sweep. You see that that don't want to clean. There's no job. No job. You see that I don't want to wash toilets. Me, I get job. I did. Every time I go wash toilets. So that is just it. There's actually job. Even that some I say if you just to be a cleaner in a big company, do you know oh God, you know what God has done for you? A big company, a cleaner, you be praising, you be thanking God, you even go for Thanksgiving self. They are working in such a company as a cleaner. And funny enough, do you know how much they are paying them? You feel that this is not professional job. I feel like it's not a professional job. But do you know how much they are paying? And these people are using this money to take care of their families. They're using this money to take care of their family. Even some money, night feeding, paying of the bills, school fees is from this same job. It's Nigeria that are looking for professional jobs. Okay, I feel that for graduates, nobody wants to do such a job. You get, but there are many graduates that are doing it actually. They don't have choice than to do it. That is just it. You see how the situation of Nigeria is. You don't have any other choice than to. You can't stay at home doing nothing. You have to work. You have to keep yourself busy. No matter how little you are being paid, it will go a long way. As far you are not starving, as far as bringing food to your table, as far you are eating morning, afternoon, and night, you don't have issues. As far you are keeping service, it's something. Even those that don't even go to school safe, they are even avoiding cleaning work. They are dragging with graduates. They are selecting with graduates that is selecting jobs. They just want fast money, fast money, fast money, fast money, fast money. So that is just it. So please, let's be security conscious of ourselves in our environment, wherever we find ourselves. Let's keep that security aspect in our heads. If you are in Nigeria, you have to be safe. Everybody within you have to be safe. You have to help people out there. Even there are stories about those that are in prison that you feel the story will be very touchy, that you feel like crying. Innocent people suffering from. Funny enough, the person that caused that problem is already outside there enjoying his life, living his life to the fullness, and the innocent person is there suffering in the prison. If the person should know this or evidence is not use or investigation techniques, I think that person, no matter what, at least that person would have defended himself in one way. Even if they want to give that person maybe 2 or 1 year or 2 years prison, the person would have come and seen. But you see them still in that place till now. Those that have plans for themselves. Even some graduates that are in their prison too, that have talents. They are wasting their life there. So please, let's not fall victim of such things, because it will not be nice. It will not be nice. Know your investigation techniques. Make use of all these techniques. If you are someone that knows your rights, nobody can stop you. That is just it. If you are bold enough to speak for yourself and speak for this is my right, I know my rights, nobody can stop you. Even the person that is trying to cannot even stop you, because if you should take it to the court, they'll look at the bylaws and everything. This place actually rights. you be in fact they will even give you work, you even have job, you already have the interview through that thing. Immediately you say you come and please come and work in our office, we need person like you, we need person like you. It's very very important. It's very very important. People are losing their lives because they are not security conscious. They don't know how to be at alert. People are losing their properties because people are being dumped. They have used them in so many ways. 419 criminals outside, they making use of all these people anyhow because they don't know their word, they don't know how to use that investigation techniques, they don't know it. So as a youth, as a Nigeria, you are meant to know the kind of place you are, the kind of environment you are, the setting, the kind of country you are. You're not in abroad, you're not in USA. In Nigeria, you have to act like in Nigeria. If they show you, you show them. That is just it. So please, don't forget, effective investigation depend on the use of proper method and skills. If you should use your proper method and skills, you're able to get this investigation, carry out this investigation, you will definitely have a good reward at the end, and you will definitely get what you want. So at this junction, I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, Nigeria. Good evening, my global audience. Greet me now.
Good evening, Mama.
Thank you. The energy in this room is kind of low this night. What's going on? We are Nigerians. We have the ability. Okay, so my name is Deborah, and I'll be speaking on energy. Yeah, that's why I said the energy in this room is low tonight. So that was a subtle foreshadowing. Thank you. So I'll be speaking on energy and powering our future. I'm not talking about I'm not just talking about the energy that powers our homes, our offices, our supermarkets. I'm talking about the energy that powers our planet as a whole. Okay, so before we discovered fossil fuels, before we invented generators, power plants, and even our national grid, plants have found a way to solve the energy problem through a process called photosynthesis. Now we're going to be learning a little bit of plant anatomy and physiology in the course of my speech, so you might want to listen up because you don't know where you use this knowledge. Think of a plant, any plant. The image that comes to your mind is most likely a green organism growing out of the ground. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So these plants have developed a mechanism to produce and utilize energy. Now, on a normal day, the sun rises in the east or west. The sun rises in the east or west? East. Okay, I see that we still know our basic geography. So the sun rises in the east, and the light shines on our homes, in our cities, and most importantly, on plants. Now, if you take a look at this plant beside me, though it is artificial, it's a proper representation of a green plant. Now you can see that both the leaves and the stem are green, right? Now, this plant is green because it contains a structure in its leaves and stem known as the chloroplast. And this chloroplast contains a pigment, a green pigment known as chlorophyll. Now, this chlorophyll is responsible for trapping sunlight. Photosynthesis generally is a process by which plants convert light energy to chemical energy. Now, the chlorophyll in the chloroplast traps the sunlight and helps the plant to transform or to convert carbon dioxide into glucose, which is a form of stored energy, and they give off oxygen as a byproduct. Now, here's the interesting part. As a human, what do you breathe in? Oxygen, right? And what do you breathe out? Carbon dioxide. Now, the oxygen you breathe in is a waste product of photosynthesis. Okay, let me not say waste product, let's say byproduct. A byproduct of photosynthesis. So, you taking the oxygen that the plants give off, and they taking the carbon dioxide that you as a human and other animals on earth, yeah, exactly, give off. So it's a trade by barter kind of situation. So before we humans even thought of inventing our generators and our solar panels, these plants have been the blueprint from time immemorial. Now, how does this apply to the human life? As humans, we need energy, we need light, we need to charge our phones, we need it to basically do most of the things we do as a developed society, as higher animals. Energy is simply the center of modern life. But most of our energy comes from fossil fuels. We've decided to solely depend on coal, crude oil, and gas. And we've decided to neglect the natural systems. Now, don't get me wrong. These fossil fuels have been the core of modern development. They've helped us develop, and they built the modern world as we know it today. But it comes at a price. As much as our crude oil, our natural gas, and coal have powered our system, they also emit what we call greenhouse gases. And the major greenhouse gas is carbon dioxide. Now, you might say, oh, the same carbon dioxide that these plants take in to photosynthesize and produce energy and food. Well, yes, but if the level of emission is higher than the level and the rate of absorption by these plants, then we have a problem. Another thing is we are destroying our ecosystem. The last time I spoke about the mangrove forest and how these mangroves serve as carbon sinks. They basically trap the carbon dioxide, excess carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. But if we are cutting down our trees, cutting down the mangroves, the coconut trees, the iroquois, just because we want to build one skyscraper, or because we want to basically just need more space for infrastructure without balancing it out, we are reducing the number of carbon sinks we have, and the level of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases in the atmosphere is increasing. Now, these gases trap heat in the atmosphere, and as they trap heat, the earth becomes warmer. As the earth becomes warmer, our ice caps are melting, and when ice melts, what do we have? Water. Yes or no? Yeah. Now, these ice caps are melting and sea levels are rising. When sea levels rise, flood, obviously. And so this is the reason why we are losing most of our coastal lines. We have rising temperature, extreme weather, and the likes. These are not just in the book. We see them, we are experiencing them. Let's move away from biological energy and let's come to the energy as we know it. In Nigeria, our energy reality is very unique. Yes, it's very unique. Many communities in 2026 still do not have lights. They don't know what electricity means. They haven't seen it before. And in other communities, they know, they've seen it, but it is very unstable. And so we've decided that, okay, as a society, as individuals, we cannot continue like this. Let's switch. And then we switch to generators. Those loud, fuel-powered machines that provide temporary solution. I mean, they give us lights, we can charge our phones, we can use the fan, but it still comes at a cost, and it's still this carbon dioxide emission. Imagine a night without electricity. Throughout the night, no lights. He said, sorry, your phone is charging, your phone is charged, no problem. Okay, you have power bank, Abby. So what of those people? Exactly. What of those people that cannot afford a power bank? What of those people that their phones die at 90%? Exactly. And in this part of the world where the heat, and in this part of the world where the heat can be very extreme, imagine sleeping without light, sleeping without fan, and then our co-tenants, the mosquitoes, will optimize the opportunity to deal with us. Now imagine that kind of scenario. It sounds funny, it sounds somehow, but it's actually the reality of many people across the world. And so we decided to take the situation into our hands and buy generators. And still the generators are causing more problems for us. We've heard news, we've heard cases of where people have died from suffocation from generators. Many people have developed health problems from the fumes that come from these generators. Even the noise from the generators sometimes is enough to cause depression. So what is the solution? And what is the opportunity? Exactly, green energy, renewable energy. And what is green energy? The energy that comes from sources that are environmentally friendly and in a sense they cannot run out. Think of the sun. Do you think there would come a time where we will not see sunlight again in this life? Well, unless Jesus is coming, which I don't know. I don't know if that's one of the signs, but sunlight is abundant, always readily available. This is one of the source of renewable energy. Think of the wind, the breeze blowing outside. If it stops, it means that we are all gone, technically. So, in a sense, it's an unlimited resource. Think of the water. Earth is blessed with abundance of water. Nigeria in particular is surrounded by water. So how are we harnessing these resources in our favor? Nigeria is especially rich in these renewable resources. Our neighbors up north, they are blessed with sunlight. We on this side, rainfall and basically water, and then the breeze, the wind is a general resource. These resources are a rich potential for innovation, and I believe that Nigeria can lead the charge in renewable energy. Imagine communities solely powered by solar energy, where we don't have to depend on the national grid, waking up one day and deciding the next 20 minutes that, oh, I've worked for too long, let me rest. Imagine a community where the air is so fresh because we don't have generators and power plants releasing toxic fumes into the air. Imagine schools where students can study with unlimited power supply from solar inverters. Imagine businesses not having to depend on generators. That woman across your street that sells frozen food, she would be able to preserve her products properly and in a sustainable manner just because there are other environmentally friendly options. Imagine a situation where you are coming from the hot sun and you decide to stop by a shop and you say, okay, please give me cold Pepsi, and they don't have to tell you, it's not cold, we don't have lights. Imagine that kind of situation. And it is actually possible, and it is already happening. I think I saw a solar powered refrigerator one day, right? The panel is outside receiving the sunlight, and it is converted to electricity that powers the refrigerator. And I was amazed. I was like, wow, we have advanced as a species, we have advanced as a society. We now have solar powered refrigerators. When I first saw a solar panel like power a house, in my mind I was like, what kind of sorcery is this? So there's no grrrr from generator, and we now hear the whing of the alarm of the transformer, and there is light. It means that for our society to be advanced and for us to preserve the nature that sustains us, we need to opt for these environmentally friendly options. Climate change is a global problem. The fact that we are not experiencing tsunamis and whatnot on this side of the world does not mean that it does not exist. We need to be conscious of the fact that taking care of planet Earth is a general responsibility. The speaker, I think 2 speakers before now, she spoke of the owner's mindset. If we do not claim the responsibility of taking care of this planet, then generally we have a problem. We are here on this earth today because those before us took some measures, had this owner's mindset and said, we need to preserve this place for generations to come. So if we want to leave a heritage, a legacy for generations to come, we should also imbibe this mindset. Earth is our home. Yes, I know that we are traveling to other planets and exploring the possibility of humans living on other planets, but this, for now, this is where we are. This is the planet that we have evidence that can sustain us as a population, sustain us as a species. And the solution to these problems of climate change could start locally. It has already even started. We have businesses, we have young innovators building, creating solutions. And I believe that if Nigeria can invest more in renewable energy, we will be contributing to global climate solutions. Over the years, we've heard of different initiatives that promote and help young innovators in the renewable energy space. A speaker here spoke of something her company does to promote sustainability by investing in young innovators. I have also been a part of something like that. I am still a part of something like that. It's called the Green Labs Renewable Energy Challenge. It's a collaboration between Kenya and Nigeria, where they invest, they groom, in a sense, they teach, they mentor young innovators that are providing energy solutions for different sectors. I'm talking agriculture, the energy sector itself, and the likes. In September 2025, if I'm not mistaken, Nigeria submitted an updated climate plan. It's called the NDC 3.0, where we pledged to reduce our carbon emissions and take more steps towards sustainability and preserving Earth as a country. And some amount of money was stated to be used so that between now and 2035 we could power our transition to sustainable energy. Now, many people would hear of that amount of money and say, wow, this is a lot. But I urge us to not see it as a cost, as an expense, but see it as a large investment opportunity. So to the global community, Nigeria is not asking for aid per se. We are inviting the world to invest in our youth. Our youth have ideas to power the transition to renewable energy. They have ideas that could change the world, could change the earth as we know it. We want to export our energy as a service to the world. Think of the farmers in the north. Food security has been a challenge, a global challenge, for a while now. And in Nigeria, our biggest problem is our inability to preserve our food products from the farm to the table. Now, many farmers lose about 40% of their crops to spoilage because they could not preserve, or the equipment needed for preservation cost a lot and they are energy consuming. But if we have solar powered preservation equipment, I believe that these farmers would preserve more of their crops and it would reduce food loss due to spoilage. So in a way, we are not just helping Earth, we are also saving food, saving lives, enhancing nutrition, and also making profit. In the transportation sector, I have noticed that there are some keke napeps. For the global audience that does not know what keke is, the tricycle. They are looking at me weird because they know it as keke. But yes, the tricycles, we now have battery powered tricycles. I don't know if anybody here has seen them. Yeah, as well as motorcycles. They are now battery powered. So there's no fumes, no cost of buying fuel and all that. You just need to go to a charging station, just charge it up and you are good to go. Now, yes, exactly. Now think of all our cars and our bicycles, tricycles, motorcycles running on either batteries or solar powered. We don't have to wear nose masks when we are outside. There are sometimes that you step out and on a busy road, one trailer just passes by and you start questioning your entire existence because you cannot breathe, just because the exhaust is releasing some heavy and toxic fumes. There is a solution. We know it. Some people have started working on it. We just need more people to see the vision and to invest. So this is a charge for us as a nation to explore the idea of renewable energy, or to explore further the idea of renewable energy. Let's reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. We are able, we are Nigerians, of course. We have the intellect, we have the manpower. We just need to channel the resources to the right places. And Nigeria has the ability to lead innovation in this sector. The sun has always shone on Nigeria. Some days heavy, some days manageable. But the difference today is that we finally have the initiative, the intellect to plug into the sunlight that we have been blessed with, into the wind, into the water. So we do not hope to just power our homes and our communities. We also hope to power the world as a whole and save our planet, save our people. So let's take this as a charge. If you are a young Nigerian out there, or youth, a young person out there, there are opportunities. You just need to open your eyes and see the vision, run with it. And I believe that with that, we'll make the world a better place. Ladies and gentlemen, the owner's mindset. Own up to the responsibility that Earth is your home, and just as you will not allow someone to come into your home, your house, and trash it and make a mess and make it unlivable for you, you should also live with that consciousness, with that mindset that the Earth is a bigger house. So we should not be conscious of how we treat it and educate others on how to treat Earth as well. With this, I will be passing on the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. How are you doing? What a nice... sorry about that. After you heard about energy, you're not still fine. After all those energy consumption. That's wrong. Anyways, my topic tonight is how to foster creative writing and abilities in children that will serve them for life. So why is this topic important? In our Nigerian society today, we have a very rigid educational system that even persists in the African homes and Nigerian homes. So for example, in many Nigerian schools, we would have cases of teachers who would be very harsh on the students. For example, if you ask them, let's have a debate, who is better between the doctor and the farmers, and the child is trying to creatively express that idea in writing or express that idea through speaking, you would see cases of the teacher, because the child is not expressing his idea in the way the teacher has taught or in the way the teacher expects. That teacher will begin to look down on that child. That teacher will begin to choose perfection instead of praise. Now, there are many ways our rigid educational system, the way of life, has stifled creative growth in Nigeria. However, this is why we need creative writing and abilities in our young children. Every child is born with imagination and creativity. That means every child has the ability for you to give the child a stick and for that child to imagine that, this stick is a sword. Every child has the ability to imagine that, I'm an astronaut just because he's wearing bubble wraps on his head. Every child has the creativity to see beyond the ordinary, to see into the extra of the ordinary. Now, many children or many young children, you would give them little tools or little craft items, and the way they would present that item would be in a totally diverse way. I've seen cases where art teachers give students maybe a triangle that is drawn on a plain piece of paper, and the teacher would encourage the child that, what can you bring out, what image, what ideas can you bring out from this triangle? And you see many of them drawing triangles, drawing houses, all from that image of the triangle on the paper. So this means that creativity is something that needs to be encouraged in young children. Now, creativity enhances critical thinking, emotional intelligence, communication skills, and confidence in expressing ideas. This is why, like I said, how to foster creative writing. Many young children, you would see them from a young age, they love to paint, they love to write, but maybe the way they were writing these ideas were not as clearly expressed as you would have liked it. Most teachers will now come down with a hand of judgment that, didn't I tell you this how to do it? Didn't I tell you this how to give your introduction? And because of that fear, that chasing of perfection, that child begins to withdraw into their shell. They begin to act timid. They begin to fear. They begin to have trauma responses to the perfection ideals set by these teachers. Now, why creative writing and creative ability matter for children? Like I gave the earlier example of when teachers would ask for students to do a debate of doctors versus farmers, who is better or who is best for the Nigerian society. And many young children, their way of writing, they know the general concept of what they are trying to express, but however they are not able to articulate it as clearly as that teacher wants. Or sometimes as parents, you will ask your child, go to the table, there are 2 blue flags on the table, go and bring the dark blue flags. When you were giving that child the instruction, you told the child there are 2 blue flags on the table, go and bring the dark blue flags. That child already heard the first instruction, but when the child got to the table and saw, oh, 2 blue flags, he might have picked the lighter blue flags, which was not the instruction you gave the child. As the child is coming, maybe he's saying, oh, mommy, when I got to the table, I met 2 flags, I picked this one. You will not even calm down, you will just react harshly. And sometimes the response of these parents often stifle what the creativity of those children, because the child will not be able to articulate what he wanted to express earlier. This means that type of child now will grow up being a timid child. The child will grow up feeling like, oh, I can't really speak here. If I speak here, they will criticize me. If I speak here, they are going to judge me. One of the examples I will be giving tonight is of my mom. When she was in primary school to secondary school, she's a very great athlete. That she runs, she does high jump, she does volleyball, she does variety of sports. However, in her educational sector, she was also very talented and gifted, but due to the fact that every time she made mistakes, they didn't correct her with praise or with care. They corrected her with the ideal for perfection. They corrected her harshly. It got to a point that she would even be struggling with her words. She would not be able to spell them correctly, but she would choose to keep that need inside of her. So what this now meant was that it said from secondary school to when she started going for her university days, or when she started going out of secondary school, there are some words that she could not articulate at all, because at that point that it should have been easy for her to learn it, she could not learn it, because at one point the way her creativity has been stifled was irreversible for her. Though now she's still consciously trying to correct those bad spelling errors or those bad spelling habits. However, it is not a conscious thing for her to do. Unlike when our children are still very young, that if you correct them with love, they love to learn. They are very creative. You could give a child a piece of wood and say, okay, can you carve out something? And the child could carve out a chicken. The child could carve out a funny looking star. At that point, what the parents should encourage in that child is not perfection. The parents should say, oh, I really like what you did with this piece of wood. However, you could have done it this way, and I like, but in fact, you might praise something that even to that child does not even see it as anything, but you make the child feel like, oh, I've actually achieved something. Many of our siblings, when we were younger, you will hear of them having, I can actually draw a bit, I can paint a bit. You hear your friends telling you that when I was younger, I usually used to draw very well, but when I grew up, I don't know what happened. These are cases where creativity in children have been stifled. It has been choked to death. Another example of I have tonight is of my younger brother. When he was really young, he loved to draw. I remember we would get him A4 paper and pads. He really loved to draw. He really loved to express his ideas. But growing up in Nigeria, there is a kind of preference over maybe science subject and commercial subject over art subject. That is, if you want to have a child that naturally leans towards fine art or art education or art studies, you will not really, deep down, those African parents or even other people will not want their children to go towards the art. They want them to go, oh, why are you not studying science? You could actually pick commercial. You could become an accountant or a biologist or a doctor or a lawyer. So I believe that when he got into secondary school, the way he loves to draw and express his ideas was stifled in that rigid educational environment. Now, why does creative writing matter for our children? Like I said, it improves communication. A child that is able to accurately express their ideas from a little age, from a young age, with practice, that child will become a very good writer. That child will be able to express their self correctly. They will be able to communicate. And do you know that once you don't stifle the creativity of your child, you are teaching that child that, oh, you can express your ideas and people would listen to you. You are teaching that child that you can express your ideas and we will be able to communicate and understand each other. In many cases, I remember when they would ask us to write poems or read poems, and from that poems, our teacher would ask us that, okay, what was your thoughts towards this poem? Obviously, your teacher is not expecting you to say your thoughts out loud. She's expecting you to write it. However, sometimes, I remember a very lovely poem when we were in secondary school about a king that was jealous of everybody. So if you had a very nice bag, the king would also want to have your nice bag. If you had a very nice clothes, that king would also want to have your nice clothes. If you had a very nice farm, he would also want to have your nice farm. So what did they now do for him? Over time, this man now became a tyrannical ruler. That is, it was ruling over the people with an iron fist. He was trying to oppress everybody. So they now went to one of the wise men in the community. So the wise men now brought a joker to perform for the king, and this joker was actually dressed. He was dressed normally, but they were able to convince this king that this joker is wearing an invaluable piece of clothing. That is, the clothing that this joker is wearing is actually invisible, but the king could not see it. Because I said before that this king is a very jealous king, he now started to desire to have that clothing of the joker, which was actually no clothing at all. Because of this insatiable desire, this king eventually walked naked, which was an abomination. And with that abomination, they were able to remove this king from his post. Now imagine a story like that has so many concepts, that has so many things, and the teacher now asks the students, okay, describe the scene or describe what you got from this. Among me, what's creative writing in children? What is creative writing in children? I would like to hear your thoughts. You seem to have a lot of thoughts tonight. Back to subject. So this creative writing now, there are many children that story they will not be able to accurately express their ideas, because the story has so many themes. The story has so many fantastic things happening. For another child, the child might just remember the part where the king collects somebody's land and say, oh, in a land far away, there was a king who was so jealous that he collects the farmlands of his subjects. Another child might just remember when the joker was brought to the palace. Now, it builds emotional intelligence. There is no how, if you are writing your ideas these days, now we have people that they want to write a simple story, they will start looking for artificial intelligence to assist them. But when a child has grown up with being able to express their ideas creatively, with being able to write creatively, it builds an emotional intelligence. They are able to understand themes and concepts such as joy, such as sorrow. Oh, when little Bambi was sitting by the river bank, her eyes looked sad and she shed tears. Because the child is already used to creatively writing, to creatively reading and knowing things, that child has grown an emotional depth and intelligence. You cannot compare that child to a normal child or to a child that is not used to even expressing his or her creativity through writing. It also builds and enables problem solving. I said before, there are many people that want to write a short story that they will not even understand the A to Z of how to write that story. They will need artificial intelligence. They will need to go and look at a book, which is not wrong in itself. However, there are some certain skills that your children need to build, and one of those skills is problem solving. Now, once the child is able to creatively think, to creatively express themselves, to creatively write their ideas, that child is somebody that you would set the child with a little problem, and that child will be able to figure out. One of our maths teacher who spoke earlier in the day, she gave an example of a child that was given a sum to solve, but that child did not read the question. There's no how that child, because he did not read the question, there's no how he would have gotten the correct value of that sum. So now, this means that these children, if they don't have creative writing or creative abilities, and they don't calm down, they will not be good problem solvers. But when the child now read the question, okay, what they say, if Bode takes 3 balls from Tayo's balls, how many balls would be remaining? Let's say, for example, Tayo has 9 balls. Definitely, the balls that will be remaining are 6 balls. So this helps the child to grow and enable his problem solving skills. And I said the purpose of this topic is to help them develop skills that will serve them for life. That is to show that creative writing, creative abilities is not just for when your child is young, it's not just for when your child are still children, but it's actually for the future, the type of generation we are bringing up behind us. Many of our great writers like Wole Soyinka and the likes, these people, I'm sure they started their writing careers very young. They made a lot of mistakes, they did a lot of errors. However, if they never took those steps, if they never made those mistakes, they would never be as good as they are, and they would have been little and simple complex problems that they have to solve along the way, and these little problem solving skills help them in the long run. Now, it builds confidence. I remember a story when I was in secondary school where in our fellowship we were asked to sing, so I came out with a little song I had composed on my own. But I did not know actually that if you were singing, you had to repeat your song 4 times if it was not a long song. So when I came, I just sang the chorus of my song and I concluded. And my teacher, though she meant well, but the way she reacted to me stopping was so very shocking that even till I graduated secondary school, I refused to go out there and put myself through that ridicule. But now there are other scenarios where she could have pulled me aside. Oh, Imiselu, I actually like the song you composed though. Next time, if you are singing a short song, you could try singing the chorus 4 to 5 times so that people will get the melody and harmony of the song. Now, in such a case, you would not expect my confidence to be shaken and built on a shaky foundation. There are many children today that they can't even speak. If you ask them to come and speak outside, they will begin to shake, they will begin to vibrate. And this means that these children inherently, they are not confident in their abilities, they are not confident in their skills. Many children, you ask them that, okay, summarize this comprehension for me, and the child cannot do it, because there have been cases where the child summarized the comprehension and got some answers wrong, and the teacher tells the child, oh, I don't think you will be fit for this, I don't think you can do this, I don't think you understood the question, I don't think you can understand the question. Those little remarks begin to affect the confidence of that child. However, a child that is used to creatively writing their ideas, that is encouraged in their educational and at home, they will feel more relaxed and be able to build confidence very quickly to achieve their dreams. This type of children will go on to be very good in the society. They will go on to be people that would even be motivational speakers, because they've built up on their ability to be creative. Now, what are the biggest barriers towards children's creativities? Anybody here? What are the biggest barriers towards children's creativities? They are being talked down upon. That is, they are being criticized very harshly. Another one, yes, those two have actually, they go hand in hand. Inferiority complex and low self-esteem. They don't buy into the child's team. And the whole topic of creativity and creative ability is to what? Encourage us to grow it in children. One of our math teachers in the earlier day, she said, becoming the teacher you once needed. That means for these children that are coming up behind yours, it can be your niece, it can be your nephew, it can be your siblings. Sometimes they might scribble something on paper and they might not even feel very sure of what they just did. But it is your duty as an elderly person to that child, or as a sibling, or as a teacher, as a parent, to also encourage that child to say, oh, I really love what you did here. Next time you could actually add an image to this writing that you did. And you see some children that creativity is so effortless for them. However, it is because those parents have built the confidence of that child. They have built the confidence of that child. There is no overemphasis of perfection. Somebody mentioned before that we have inferiority complex and low self-esteem. Many children, those are the biggest barriers. Those are the reasons why they will keep on comparing themselves. Or sometimes we see in Nigeria educational sector that you will see a child that collects first. That is, the child came first in the academic year, and you see someone that came maybe sixth in the academic year, and that child goes home with his sixth result, and the parent or the father that is not usually at home now tells the child that, what's your problem? I just saw that Tola, and he told me Tola just received first in the academic year. You are building that child to have what? Inferiority complex. You are building that child to have low self-esteem, because you're not encouraging the child. Is it the child that got sixth and you criticize that he's going to get first? No, because you're going to make that child feel like, oh, I'm not as good as Tola. Or maybe because Tola daddy is always at home, that's why Tola is so good. Or maybe because I'm not living with them, Tola, that's why I don't feel so good. And Tola sometimes might even have her siblings and uncles and aunties teaching her, giving her extracurricular activities that actually enhance her creativity. One of my biggest dreams when I was actually younger was telling the time. When a particular uncle of mine that he was doing his masters in Lagos, anytime he comes to Lagos, the first thing before he gives us any gift from any of his travels, he will tell us that what says the time. Then everybody begins to rack their brain, everybody begins to think, because you also want to receive the prize he's going to give you, and you also don't want to disappoint him, because he has spent so much time in us, teaching us. And sometimes we do get the time right. We say, oh, it's 15 minutes to 10. However, sometimes we don't get it right, but he has never put us down for that. Instead, he encourages us that, to the extent that we now see educational learning as a fun game, as an interactive session to learning. If many adults took this approach to teaching their children about how to be creative, there will be so many children who will not even have low self-esteem, who will not have inferiority complexes. Now, overemphasis on perfection. There are many parents today, they try to project the idea of what they wish they were at a certain age to their children. Maybe you as a parent, you were really interested in science subjects, but you have a child that is really interested in arts. That child loves to draw, the child loves to paint, the child loves playing with watercolors. And you now start saying to each other, why you always like this? She might have bought a book for you. Why aren't you reading? Forgetting that you and your child, you are two separate individuals. Your child can never be the dream you want that child to be of you. Your child can never live the full expectation of what you want of you. Okay, so please, can you sit? Your child can never be the full expectation of what you want for yourself. Your child is going to be the child, because that child is an individual that has come with his own complex and blessed gifts from the divine. Now, fear of mistakes. Many of us, I remember when I was younger, my mom usually makes me cook because I grew up among a lot of boys. I had about 6 male siblings and I was the only girl. Yes, I had 6 male siblings and I was the only girl. So in that scenario now, there will be times she was actually teaching me of how to cook. And I remember the first time I made stew, I never put any groundnut oil. I just made the stew like that. I just added the seasoning. And mommy came home, instead of her to be harsh at me and say, why did you do it this way? We all sat down, we ate it like that. I remember another story when I was trying to be creative with cooking and I added locust bean, which is popularly called iru, to that locust bean. Me and my siblings, nobody could eat that noodles because why? I was trying to creatively express myself in cooking. Though I made mistakes, my brothers, they still used to taunt me together. You know, your own cooking like this, only like your cooking can kill somebody, which they say it in a loving manner. There are many children that those little mistakes of, okay, your parents has already taught you how to make a good pot of stew and you're trying to cook the pot of stew. The very first steps, you don't want to add any groundnut oil. There are many parents that will come home and they will flare up and they will take it on that child, and that child might not understand. At that point I was just about 13 years when I started learning how to cook, and this was something I was not used to it. So many of our parents today, they ingrain the fear of mistakes into their children. These children are not able to creatively express themselves. They're not able to communicate. You find in many work environments that when somebody makes an error, instead of the person to go to a superior or another colleague that, Dr. Bisola actually made an error when I was counting this patient's drug. Instead of 10 pills, I gave this person 15 pills. They will try to cover up the error they made, which will lead to further repercussions for them in the long term. And this is, if you trace it, is down to the fear of mistakes that was ingrained to them as childhood. That's why every adult, every parent, every teacher, every educational instructor has an obligation towards helping these children let go of the fear of making mistakes. Now, too much passive entertainment. In the world we currently live in now, we live in a world of social media, we live in a world of iPads, we live in a world of screens. That many of our children, you cannot have a 10-hour flight from Lagos to another country without your child being on screen throughout the entire journey. Do you know the amount of damage you are doing to your child's growth? Because mentally, that too much screen time or too much screen entertainment, it gives passive entertainment. That is, the child is not using his brain to accurately think creatively. The child is having a passive mindset towards learning. There are many parents today that would use the popular show Coco Lemon, and Coco Lemon for children is actually a fast-paced animation that is, children's brains are very slow, that they pick certain images at certain speeds. If those speeds on the iPads or on the screens are very fast, you are training your child's brain to be overly animated and excited. That's why you now see such parents having children who have bad time routines, who have anger issues towards screen withdrawals. Now what do we do in such cases? Because of this passive entertainment lifestyle, we've trained our children to become social media addicts. A very great comparison is China. In China, they have a TikTok app which is called Douyin. So Douyin now works as the fact that they have several limitations. At certain times, you can't go on social media. At certain times, you are limited to what you can do on that social media. And the type of feed that their algorithm feeds them, it teaches them science subjects. It teaches them how to be patriotic to the society. Compared to our American and Nigerian TikTok, where most of the time you see a 16-year-old TikTok talking about burials, talking about guns, talking about weaponization of people, this makes those children desensitized to what actually happens. This means they consume so much passive content, they are not even able to creatively think. If you ask a 16-year-old in Nigeria now, okay, what is your favorite subject in school? You will be very hard pressed to see a child that will be coming from I love mathematics, I love literature, because most of them, they are consuming TikTok day in and day out. Now, this too much of passive entertainment means that the generation of children we are going to grow are going to be dullards. They are going to be people who they don't even have simple problem solving skills. You could ask them that, Bisola, between 2 black dresses and 15 purple dresses, which one would be very good for you? Which one would you prefer? That child might not even want to pick any of the options, because the child is looking at the latest current style on TikTok. The child is looking at what Nancy Isime just wore. The child is looking at what various celebrities just wore. That option you are presenting to the child is not interesting in the child's eye, and this means the creativity has been blocked because of this passive entertainment. That child cannot even reason for himself. I I mentioned earlier that you give some children a stick and that child could imagine it to be a sword. You give a child a boat and this child could imagine himself a pilot. This all shows us that too much passive entertainment is one of the biggest barriers we have towards children's creativity. Now, rigid education system. In many Nigerian homes, there is an expectation of perfection from their children. This means that once their children are going to school, they have an expectation that, because that child is in that school environment, there's a certain expectation of performance from that child. This means they would send their children to school and they would expect automatically, because they are paying good school fees, for that child to come out with a good certificate. And you know the funny part, when those children were in primary school, that they were going on rote memorization, going on indulging in information that they are just passively learning, to secondary school where they are doing la cram la pour, which is a term to means that they are just cramming in information. They do not really understand this concept. They do not really understand these ideas. Now bring it to the university sector or the tertiary institutions, where these children that they were performing very well when they were in primary school because they were able to cram the information, begin to be in an environment where they are asked to apply these ideas to problem solving. You would see in philosophy of terms like juxtapose between these two philosophers, which person's idea is more relevant to the contemporary society. Now they could pick two philosophers that have similar discourse on topics, but their conclusions are totally different. Most of these children would not be able to function and be able to excel in this environment because they are used to a rigid education system. This means that they are used to an educational system where they are always corrected. They are always, instead of them to learn for themselves, they are always corrected. Their creativity was not cultivated. In such educational sections, we began to see cases where the children cannot even apply what they are learning to real life courses. Another example I want to give was when I was in university. My favorite year in university was my final year because we're now doing contemporary courses, philosophy and the human mind, African religion. We're doing some ethics, the issue of euthanasia, abortion. All those topics were relevant to our society. It made me have even deeper interest in them. So that to the extent that when we got to the exam hall, I was able to apply those ideas because I started listening to more news around those issues. I started listening to more news around those things. I was able to, for myself, create an identity or an opinion of speech of what I think about these matters. But a child who has not been creatively taught to express themselves both in writing and in their abilities would struggle because the child will feel like whatever they are teaching that child at that moment is not relevant. Creativity should always be cultivated and not corrected. What are practical ways we can foster creativity in our children? We should encourage reading. Many people today, they have put their children on a passive entertainment diet. That means you're always giving your child screen time. Your child is always watching shows on YouTube, on TV. That's not even helping that child at all. Many of the habits I was able to cultivate from a very young age was reading, and this was due to the fact that my mom is a reader. She loves to read. So when I was a young child, my mom buys Bible stories for me, and this Bible story, I read it and read it till the covers all fell off. I read it and read it till all the pages began to fade. Because of that, till today, I am such an avid reader because she has instilled that love of reading for me. Many parents now, once they hear, okay, what are the ways we can practical ways to foster creativity in children, they will now go and buy tons of books for their children. A child that you've not taught the art of learning, you've not taught that child the art of loving how to read, how do you now expect that child to begin to perform? How do you expect that child to begin to do great things and to begin to set standards that would set the path of their life? Encouraging reading is one of the practical ways, but it has so many sub-complexities. For you to encourage your children in reading, you yourself, you could start from their bedtime routine. You could pick up a story from when that child from as little as 2 years of age and even younger, and begin to actively let the child associate joys and associate pleasure from reading a book. However, if you now push your child onto the path of passive entertainment, you will just counter effect what you are trying to do in that child. Another way of you encouraging reading is to make it very heartwarming. This, for example, you could tell their siblings that, okay, if you read one chapter of this book per day, I'm going to give you an extra piece of beef. I'm going to give you an extra piece of chicken. Or if you read 2 chapters per day, you're going to have some money in your money jar. This type of practical tips helps those children to develop the culture of reading. It encourages them to even read more. There is a popular saying that says that great leaders are great readers, and great readers are great leaders. This means that if your child is not a great reader, you cannot expect that child to be a great leader. A child that reads is able to form his own opinion or his own outlook on life. He's able to say, oh, mom, I actually read in this book where Tayo stole somebody's money in school, and Tayo was reprimanded by the principal, and Tayo was punished, and Tayo was publicly flogged in the assembly. This type of examples or this type of stories, when the child reads it, it sets a social and ethical conduct or a social and ethical norm for that child of what is expected, of the values that are expected of that child. Now, another practical way to foster creativity in children is to encourage storytelling. Many Nigerian parents today, if their child comes to them that, mommy, why is the moon half tonight? Instead of the parents to accurately explain the phenomenon or the theme of why that moon is that way, the parents will say, oh, your questions are too much, just wait for daddy to get back. Now daddy gets back, daddy is exhausted from work. The child now comes to meet the father. Daddy, I asked mommy earlier why the moon is half today. The father will not even answer because the father is exhausted. Maybe for example, the father now snaps at the child. You will not expect that child to get any valuable learning experience. However, in many Nigerian cultures, we have the art of storytelling, that are folklores. For example, in the Igbo society and the Yoruba society, we have popular stories like the tortoise and the bird, like the tales that we can learn from the tortoise adventures. This type of story encourages creativity in children, because from a young age they are able to expressly identify the idea they are trying to pass across. They are able to they are able to see and pass across what they believe that story is telling them. You meet many children that if you tell them, okay, Tayo, we have 3 birds in the cage, write a story about these 3 birds. One of the simple things this child could bring up is a theme of friendship. Oh, mommy, bird A is friends with bird C, and bird B is their mutual friend or a mutual family member. That child from a young age begins to express himself through storytelling. Many of us, our siblings will come and ask us, why is this so? Why is this so? That question why often overwhelms many individuals to the extent that they now begin to stifle the creativity of that child. They begin to stifle the creativity of that individual because they don't want to answer the seemingly mundane questions. Now, another way to foster creative writing and creative ability is to make writing fun. I know now in our educational sector, we have a new thing that teachers used to teach our children how to spell 1 and 2. They will have a dash, they will not tell the child, a curve and a dash and a dash. When I first encountered this, when I was teaching one of my young niece, and I was teaching her, she was saying, oh, that's not the way they do it, there is a dash and a curve. I was like, oh, that was not the educational way I was taught. However, because I was not taught that way does not mean I should not be able to learn, because I am the adult in that scenario. And I told her, okay, how does your teacher does it? She now told me, oh, if I want to write 2 is a curve and a dash. If I want to write 3 is a curve and a curve. When she said that, I was able to understand what she was trying to say, and even made writing those and learning very fun for her. But in a society where that is not possible, you will stifle that child's creativity, and you will even cause a confusion for that child. By the time the child gets to school, you have taught the child something totally different from what the teacher taught the child, and the teacher from what the teacher taught that child, and the child only knows what you have now confused the child with. The child now gets to school and begins to write what you taught the child. The teacher is now confused that how are you doing this? I've taught you the correct way. But in such situations, we need to be the adults. We need to know that we have an obligation to understand that these children are simply trying to be creative, and they can be various forms of being creative. So the teacher might now ask the child, oh, I actually taught you a curve and a dash. How come you wrote it this way? How come you're not spelling it this way? Oh, auntie, when my mom's sister came home, she taught me this way. And the teacher will say, okay, that's also a very good method. However, you could also use this method because it actually helps you eliminate time that you would spend on problem solving. Now, asking open-ended questions. You could ask a young child, what do you think the world would be like if dogs could speak? That's a question that for a young mind, that child is going to imagine. Oh, you mean if my pet could speak? The child will begin to tell you his ideas. Ask open-ended questions. What would you do if you were president for a day? This begins to allow the child man to visualize and to dream big. There are many children today, the root source of their problem is the fact that they cannot even think big because they've never had the ability to ask open-ended question. What can I be if I add everything I add in my capacity to be? What is the limit of what I could be? So for many of us too, our siblings will come to meet us. I remember one time, that was around the time where Ebola virus was very rampant and it was killing a lot of people. My mommy told us that there is a particular tree, it's like a pine cone tree, where bats like to stay under. So we're asking my mom questions. And mommy, and if you notice for bats, when they're hanging upside down, their eyes usually shine very red in the night. So we would take our flashlight and we'll go under that pine cone tree and we'll on the light to see the flash of their eyes. I remember many times we would ask mommy different sort of questions. Mommy, why do bats hang upside down? Mommy, why are bats' eyes red? Mommy, why do they only fly at night? Why don't they fly in the daytime? And my mom was so patient in answering all these questions. If it was, I didn't hear you. Why would I be scared? It made learning fun. It made learning enjoyable. So we were more curious about our world. Until today, I'm somebody that I could read. I know so many things about so many things because of the fact that I started having love in creative writing and in creative learning. So this means that there are some subjects that typically would bore other people out, but because I have such a wonderful learning experience towards learning itself, I begin to see those topics not as hard to do. I begin to see them as enjoyable and fun to do. So now, a simple question as asking your child, what if all dogs were purple? Or you say, what if all dogs were purple? Oh, I would make a flower garner for my dog. If all dogs were purple, we would have to change the type. You will see so many interesting questions that child will ask. I remember one time I was watching a documentary and there was one of my nephews with me and he was asking me, oh, Auntie Missy, why are males' milk so thick? At that point, I did not even have any answer to answer that child because I usually watch documentaries on Nat Geo Wild in our home, and that majority of us in our home love watching that Nat Geo Wild documentaries. So when they asked me, it was actually later, and I discovered that males' milk are very, very thick. Like whales, their milk are very thick. What do you? No, you said males. No. Whales' milk are very, very thick. So even in the sea, once the mother wants to give a young whale milk to feed, the milk would not separate unlike normal liquid milk. The milk will not separate in that salt water. It will go directly because of the force and the weight of it into the whale's mouth. At that moment, I could not answer my nephew. However, when I later discovered the answer and I told him, and I even told him in a way that was so much more creative, to the extent that he drew a picture out of what I explained to him. I had made creativity fun for him. That type of child now, in global organizations, once they are looking for creative people, that type of child will not be stuck. That type of child will be able to accurately express whatever they have in mind. Now, celebrate creativity. For example, now, because that child asked me the question now, why are whales' milk so thick? I didn't have the answer, but I did not shut down that child. I said, oh, I don't actually know. It might be for this reason or that reason. That was the answer I gave that child. But at the later time, I was now researching on it that why are whales' milk actually very thick? And they gave me explanations, which I was able to teach him also. Because I did that, he's someone that is infinitely curious. His teacher could teach him mathematics today, and he will come to me. And me, I don't really know math because right from time my foundations in math had always been so bad. So if he comes to me with difficult math sum, I will just sneakily use my phone. I will go to Dear Google. Dear Google, what's the answer to this sum? And I will be able to teach him once I understood it better. That does not mean because he asked me a question and I don't know the answer, I'm going to shut him down or I'm going to make him feel less. Now, praise over perfection. This is very important. Many times when our children offend or do some nasty behaviors, our first instinct is to castigate them, is to tell them, why did you do this? Are you stupid? Don't you have common sense? This type of words demean the value of that child, makes that child see himself or herself as less. But once a child does something, even if he did not do it perfectly, we should learn the culture of praising them. As a girl child, I usually boss my siblings a lot. So sometimes I might need help, or I call them like, oh, mop this parlor before I come back. By the time I go out and I come in and I see like maybe the way he's mopping that parlor is so irritating, I will immediately take the mop and I will start mopping it by myself, because I feel like it's not doing it to the standards which I want. But eventually I now realize that I'm just giving myself double work. I'm spending time instructing him on how to do the job, and I'll still come back, still spend time and do the job by myself. And I realized I had to take another look at the situation. So even if he does it very sluggishly and does it very messily, I will not say pim. I will let him do what he's doing. Even if he does it wrong, then I'll tell him, oh yeah, go and start again. So over time, I now taught him that substandard is not allowed. However, I did it through a soft method. Like before that, if I came and I'll start shouting that, why are you doing this? I've told you several times, you have to move this parlor before 12. We are having a meeting in the parlor. All this time I was shouting, I was not even achieving anything. I was just stressing him out, and I was stressing myself out. However, the second I took another perspective, another outlook towards the situation, things changed for the better. Even to the end, I don't need to tell him before he knows he ought to mop the parlor. Now, allow freedom and exploration. I remember for my birthday, we went to the Badagry slave exhibition in Badagry. When we got there, we had to cross over a body of water with canoes. So once we crossed over, I was putting my hand in the water body, and so my friends were asking me, why are you doing that? That water is so dirty. They were giving so many reasons, which in itself it was valid. But another child could do that beside me, and I will not even judge that child, because I will see that child exploring, and I will not stifle the freedom of that child. And there are various scenarios. I gave the example when I was cooking noodles and I added locust beans to these noodles. My siblings, they cried and cried. Even me, I could not eat the noodles, but because of pride, I had to just rugged myself and try and eat a bit. But eventually, I could not eat the noodles because it didn't taste nice. But that was me expressing my creativity and freedom. I remember another time we killed chicken in our house, and I saw on Google Foods on Facebook where he added soft drink to his chicken, and I went and I took a bottle of Coke from the fridge and I added it to this chicken and I cooked it. Yes, the chicken was tender, but it tasted overly sweet because of the sugars in the Coca-Cola. Now, for many people, once my mom came home and she might have seen that, she would have reacted. My mom is so chill, like, shout out to my mom, she's one of the best out there. So my mom is so chill that she would not even you can come to our house, we'll adopt you. So now she's so chill about it that she would never even stop your freedom or your right to explore. She believes that it's growing you as a person. So now, the role of parents and teachers. All of these issues of creative freedom and creative writing abilities, it boils down to the teacher and the parent that these children have. For example, many teachers, they find it very hard to motivate their children because they try to project the type of person they are onto these children. For many parents, for many teachers, there are simple errors which could be easily corrected. However, because of the fact that this teacher are not patient, they are not patient in themselves. Inherently, they don't have a patient bone. They are just working for the salary. This type of frustrated individuals will not start teaching your child, who projects onto them their own insecurities. At the long run, it's going to affect the development of your child's creative abilities and creative writing skills. And we as parents too, we should not just praise the number one out of the many. We should also praise the many among our children. And because that person's child is not your child, does not mean you don't also have a right to also help that child grow. A popular saying in Nigeria that it takes a woman to birth a child, but it takes a whole community to raise that child. So in many cases, you would see cases where I had a lot of teachers when I was young. I gave the example of one of my uncles that anytime he comes for his masters in Lagos, he brings a lot of gifts, and before he gives us those gifts, he asks us, what does the time says? And this is something he has taught us, but he reinforces it with what? Praise. He reinforces it with praise over perfection. I have so many uncles so that when they come, they would ask us multiplication sums, and this ingrained the joy of learning into us, that even though we don't know that thing, because we want to strive for the prize that is going to give us, we are going to go and start learning. So amongst us, among our community, there are many scenarios like that. Sometimes in my when I'm at home at my mom's place, I will see some children, they will be reading hymns, though they don't know the lyrics and they are not singing it perfectly. I will just come out and I will give them some money to go and buy crackers and drinks. So why do I do that? I'm encouraging them to continue learning, even despite the fact that they're not getting it totally right. And sometimes I would actually correct them that, oh, this is the proper way to sing these lyrics and this is the proper way to do these things. There are many cases when I will be at home and several children will come and meet me. Oh, Auntie Missy, I'm actually struggling with my literature assignment. I don't understand how to explain this poem. And I'll say, okay, let's go about it this way, this way, this way. Before you know, I've taught that child how to build simple problem solving skills. Even at the time that I'm not at home, those children will come and meet me. Oh, when you're not around, I checked in with mommy. Oh, you're not around. Oh, I was trying to interpret this poem. This is what I got from it. It might not be the main theme in that poem that child is going to express accurately. But because the child has known that, I've told that child that, oh, you can do this thing, it's not really a big deal. That child begins not to see that issue as a problem. I remember watching a movie some years ago of where mathematical students were going to a top-notch school to go and learn mathematics. So one day, one of the students was sleeping in the class. As this child slept off, they finished the class and the professor wrote 2 questions on the board. When the child woke up, he assumed that those questions were assignments, not knowing that those questions were 2 unsolvable mathematical equations that nobody had been able to solve for over 50 years. For this child, because he did not have this mindset that was a problem, he simply saw it as an assignment which he had to do. He went to the school library, he went to do research, and he was able to solve 1 in those 2 questions. So when he came for class the next time, he noticed that the professor finished the class and everybody was leaving, and he raised his hand. Oh, professor, won't you ask about the assignment you gave us? I actually completed my assignment. That I was only able to do 1 in the 2 sums. The professor was taken aback because, like I said, that questions were 2 unsolvable questions that mathematicians have not been able to solve for over 50 years. But because that child did not have the mindset that he could not do it, he was able to do it in that sense itself. So this means that allowing freedom and exploration is one of the key ways we can encourage creative writing and creative abilities in our children. Now, the role of parents and teachers is one that cannot be overemphasized because they are the building blocks of our child's life. It takes a community to raise a child, yes, but when that child is born, the child spends most of his time with its mother. What are the education the parent is already setting for a child before the child begins to go into the world? What are the type of education that child is embedded with before he goes to his teachers and learns from them? Many teachers will tell you there are certain things you will not expect them to teach your child, which is true in itself because they expect that child to have a fundamental building block of what those things should mean. Now, what are the long-term benefits of creative writing? The long-term benefits of creative writing are so much and so beneficial for us. I mentioned before that our topic, how to foster creative writing and abilities in children that will serve them in the future or serve them for life. That means in the society we live in now, when we were in 100 level and they'll call you JJC, that is Johnny Just Come. So there's an expectation that you just came into a place, you don't really know everything. However, there are creative abilities and creative writing skills that will serve them for life. There are many people today that they are great writers and they are great authors, that they know how to write so many poems that would evoke emotions in you. There are some poems you would read that make you feel incredibly sad. There are some poems you could read that will make you feel elated, joyful. And this just went to the fact that those people who wrote those creative writings were not stifled when they were growing up. It also means that in our society, many people lack the ability to be innovative. They lack the ability to see things in another way. They lack the ability to envision. I was watching a video on TikTok today of a man where his parents were engineers, his grandparents were engineers, his great-grandparents were engineers, but he chose not to be an engineer, that he wants to be a farmer. However, funnily enough, this guy is a farmer, right? He has a chicken coop, and he noticed that the chickens, when they lay the eggs, when the eggs are going to get dirty, they will crack the eggs. This guy created a structure and a system of how to move those eggs by the chicken creating energy. That is when they step on the coop to enter into the coop, the chicken egg is going to come down. Even use an artificial egg that would encourage them to layer more. So now, once they step on it, it creates little energy that will move those eggs to its kitchen directly. That person is not an engineer, but he came from a foundation of engineers. That even though he's a farmer, those disciplines, those things instilled in him made him to be what? Innovative. Many people today, you would give them, you see some people wearing very nice dresses that on the norms, the way they cut the shape, the way they chose that color, it's not a color, it's not a common color. For example, if you saw somebody wearing a rectangular shaped purple dress, it's not so common. it's going to look odd, it's going to look unorthodox, but there are some people that would, because of their creativity, they're going to bring out that idea. It can be like the box was divided into three, so there's one for the top area, there's one for the middle area, and there's one for the down area. Those type of people, and they are innovative. There are so many things that they could do that people are going to love them for it. And innovation is always applauded. At the beginning, when you are doing it, you're going to look strange, you're going to look like a madman, you're going to look different. However, once that innovation pays off, people are going to respect it from you. People are going to even expect, they're not going to expect ordinary ideas from you. They're going to expect ordinary or extraordinary ideas from you. There are many children today. I remember the brothers who first flew the first plane. I remember they started from imagining how it could be. They imagined that, oh, they saw birds, and they were very young, but because they have, their imagination was not stifled, it was not harnessed, it was not held that, okay, this your imagination has to be small. Those people thought, if birds could fly, why can't we fly? Before they started working actively to create an imagination, for their imagination to come true, and they successfully did it. That is the Floyd brothers. They successfully what? Created a plane that they now tested, and from that plane, other people were able to now start building on their innovative idea to creating other systems of thought that were wonderful and beneficial to our society. Now, once we train our children to be creative writers and have creative abilities, they become confident communicators. In many workplace environments, you see some people that they have wonderful ideas, but they will never be able to share their ideas. And like we said, everybody has great ideas, but not everybody has great execution. Somebody could have a ton of ideas, could have tons of ideas, but does not even know how to accurately bring those ideas to life because he cannot communicate. In our workplace, there was a day that we were at work. So I usually have an off day, which was Wednesday. So on that Wednesday, I did not come to work, but some of our other core members, they were at work and they came to work. Something happened that on Thursday when I now resumed, one of our superiors asked me, Imisi, did you take so and so document? I said no, I did not, because on norms I was not around on Wednesday. But there are some people that, because of a fear of communicating, they would allow somebody else to even implicate them because they cannot just open their mouth and communicate that this and this. There are so many people with so many great ideas, but they will never be able to stand up in the meeting and say, sir, I actually have an idea and I believe this is how and how we'll be able to achieve this idea. There are so many people that they will be working in global organizations and they will be among the first layoffs because people cannot see them contributing. Even if they were among the greatest contributors of that organization. Another one is they become effective problem solvers. There's no how you are creative and innovative that you not become a problem solver. The founder of FedEx, I remember that it started as a very simple idea. How can I move package A to a man in Michigan? How can I move this package that this person needs it from this place to this place? And one of the things he gave was he over delivered in the beginning. What this meant was that he said them, okay, if you sign up with us within 24 hours, you're going to get your package anywhere in the world. This sort of innovative idea made him a effective problem solver because many organizations need their files, need certain things at so time, and he was able to deliver. Which meant he was solving real life problems for these people. He was solving real life issues for these people. Conclusively, they become empathic leaders. That is, in conclusion, these people, they do not become leaders that are thoughtless. Because they are creative, they are able to see from diverse perspectives, they are able to see from diverse views. They are not narrow-minded. They are able to accept global talent and be able to live in a globally cultural world. Now, in conclusion, children do not lack creativity, but environments that nurture creativity. What this means is that children in themselves inherently are very creative. When you give birth to them, you see them doing so many things. You see them playing with toys. You see them building Lego blocks. You see them using so many things. However, what they lack is environment that fosters creativity, that nurtures it. That's why as adults, we all have an obligation. As people, we all have an obligation to nurture creativity in our children. We have an obligation to help them to become the best version of themselves that they can be. We have an obligation to help them to become the greatest aspiration of whatever they want to be. We can help them to help them make their dreams a reality. A dream is a dream because you are sleeping while you are dreaming. But for you to make it a reality, you have to wake up. And we should be the bridge to helping these children to wake up and actualizing their dream. Lastly, Creativity should be cultivated, not corrected. Thank you. So for this point, I'll be passing the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. So, it's nice to be here one more time. Our global audience and those of us who are here with us live. It's nice to be here this evening. So this evening I'll be talking about the marketplace of idleness. Talking about the marketplace of idleness. Now, it's an important topic that I would like to walk us through it little by little. I will take it from the time immemorial. I'm first of all going to put forward a parable first of all, and I'll try to draw out 6 cogent lessons from that parable. And as we take this work together, I strongly believe that by the end of my speech, or by the end of my talk, or my lecture, or my speaking, or my engagement with you, there will be meaningful outcome, and then we will see where we have been standing idle in the marketplace. So once again, I said I'm talking about the marketplace of life. Now, there's a parable that was said in the Bible, in the book of Matthew chapter 20, from verse 1 to verse 9. A parable was told, and the parable was said as that there's a man, there's a landowner, there's an householder. He has a vineyard, and in this vineyard, of course, people come there to work, and people who come to this vineyard to work, he will be the one to employ them to work. But then what he does is that whenever he need workers, he will go to the marketplace. It's just like a market square. So he will go to this marketplace, but the Bible calls it a marketplace. So he will go to this marketplace or the market square to get the workers. So one day when he got to the market square, he was looking for workers. He was there at 6 a.m. in the morning. The Bible said that the Bible called it the first watch. But then today is 6 a.m. in the morning. So he came to the marketplace by 6 a.m. in the morning. He met some workers there. And then he told them, then he asked a very genuine, existentially relevant question. It's not just a question, it's a question of purpose, a question of ideation, how they can think for themselves and how they can be more productive for themselves. It's not just a question of employment. He was asking a valid question of what they can contribute to life. So when he came there, he asked them, that what are they doing? That why are they standing there idle? Then he told them this. No, they told him that they are standing there idle because no man has hired us. Then he said to them, he said, go to the vineyard, that whatsoever it is right, do it. The Bible said that he came there again at the second hour, around 9 o'clock. He came there again. He met some other people standing there idle. He asked them the same question. Why are you here? But why are you standing here doing nothing? The people told him one more time that we are standing here doing nothing because no one here has hired us. The estate where I used to work before, that's along the Aja area. In that side, when you are coming to Thomas Estate in the morning, as soon as you enter Thomas Estate and then you go deep inside along the Nandepa road, you will see some malam who are standing outside there in the morning. They stood there, or they come there to stand every morning, and whoever needs their maybe their service will just come there. Let's say you want to dig a well in maybe your compound, you want to pack dirt, you want to arrange one or two. You will go to them, and then you will request for their labor or for their service. They will follow you to your house, help you out, you pay them. That same scenario, maybe in some of the estates where every one of us lives, maybe here or outside anywhere, we might have some people like that, whereby once it's morning time, they will just come outside and then they will stay in a particular place. Whoever needs their service will come to that place, and then we'll see if you really want to, anything you want them to do for you. Is it that it could be plumbing, it could be tiling, it could be tailoring, it could be anything. Once you get there, and then you need their service. Of course, you negotiate, and then they follow you home. They do it for you, and from there they go. In the same vein of what we have today, is what was happening then. This man needs some people to work for him in his vineyard. And then the Bible said that he will come to the marketplace. He has come to the marketplace the second time around 9 o'clock. When he came to that marketplace, he asked them a question, that why are you here standing idle? And then they said to him, we are here standing idle because no man has hired us. So okay, no problem. Go to the vineyard. I'll try as much as possible to dissemble each of these parables due to the choice of words that were used in that parable. He said, go to the vineyard. Whatsoever is good, whatsoever it is right. That's how KJV put it, that whatsoever it is right, do it. And of course you will get your pay. They went there. At the third watch again by 12 o'clock, he went out again. He saw another group of people standing there doing nothing. They were standing idle. He asked them again, why are you here? Remember, this is another group of people, the third time. Why are you here standing idle? And then they told him, we are here standing idle because no man has hired us. So okay, no problem. Go to the vineyard. Whatsoever is good, do it. And of course, you will get your pay. As at another time again, by let's say 3 o'clock again, as at the fourth watch, he went out again. While he went out again, he saw some other people standing there doing nothing. And then he asked them, why are you here standing idle? This was what they said. They gave him the same reason, and they provided the same excuse, that we are here standing idle because no man has hired us. And then he told them again, go to the vineyard. Whatsoever it is that it is right, do it. He now came back the fifth time. It was called the 11th hour there. 11th hour here doesn't mean like 11 p.m. But then it was almost 1 hour to the end of the labor. So he got there, he met them, and he asked them, why are you here standing idle, doing nothing? And then they told him again the same excuse. He said, go to the vineyard. Whatsoever he said, go to the vineyard also. Whatsoever it is that it is right, do it. And of course, they will get their pay. Every one of these batch of laborers, of ground tillers who were being taken from the marketplace has the same excuse, because no man has hired us. And because they were not hired, they were standing in the marketplace idle for several days, for several hours. The first batch was there, no man had hired us, they were hired. The second batch was there, no man has hired us, they were hired. The third batch was there, no man has hired us, they were hired. The fifth one was there, no man has hired us, they were hired. Now, in the marketplace of life, one thing we need to understand is that when I say the marketplace of life, it's what we call labor market. As we have it today, let's say by the time you were leaving school, they will tell you, we wish you favor market, no, we wish you favor market and not labor market. The prayer is good, the prayer is fine, but I can tell you, between favor and labor, which one is happening to you right now? It's labor. It's labor market. It is a sense of religion. It is for people to caution the pain you are about to go through. Then they tell you, we wish you favor market against labor market in Jesus' name. That is fine. Absolutely fine. But then, in the marketplace of life, what we do not understand is the fact that majority of people are standing there idle. They are doing nothing, waiting to be employed, waiting to be empowered, waiting to be assisted. Some of them are even standing there waiting for permission to fly, waiting for permission to rise. That is why when the landowner came and he asked them, why are you standing here doing nothing? Why are you standing here idle? And then they replied him, we are standing here idle because no man has hired us. Now, part of the 6 things I want to talk to you about this parable I just put forward to you. Number 1 there is the misunderstood instruction. The misunderstood instruction. And under that misunderstood instruction, there are few things under it. One of them is what you were taught wrongly. or let me put it this way, what we were taught wrongly. What we were taught wrongly that has programmed us to be standing idle in the marketplace. Because nobody will come to the marketplace just because you want to come to the marketplace. Everyone who comes to the marketplace came to the marketplace as a result of a particular conditioning, as a result of what the person has been programmed to believe, as a result of what the person has been programmed to do. So he came to the marketplace, or we are currently in the marketplace because of what we have been programmed, because of how we have been programmed, and because of what we have been programmed to believe, and because of how we have been programmed to coordinate our life. And what are those things that we were wrongly taught, which is now causing to a misunderstanding on how we listen to the instruction of the landowner, go to the vineyard. One of them is that opportunity will come and find you. That was why when you were leaving school then, they didn't wish you well in labor market, they wished you well in favor market. That opportunity will find you. That when you write your CV very well, people will help you. Many of us today, we know more apps that can decorate CV more than the one that can write business proposal. Majority of us today, even currently in this room now, we know more about apps that can prepare a good CV for us, much more than the ones that can write a business plan or a business proposal for you. We have watched more videos of how to attend interviews, and then we have watched more videos on how to attend interviews to get a job than we have watched videos on how to pitch a business in 2 minutes and get it done. Some of these things are the things oh, are you relating to that? Now, some of these things are how we have been taught, and because of this programming, when we leave school, the first thing that happens to us in the marketplace is how we can get hired. Therefore, we stand idle in the marketplace. And when the vineyard owner, the landowner came, the excuse we gave him was that we are here standing idle, and we can even justify our reason for being idle because no man has hired us. Another thing we were taught wrongly is that we go to school to get a good grade. After getting the good grade, prepare the CV and get ready for job. That is why when we were in school, they taught us that the course you read, you can use it anywhere. In the banking sector, in the farm sector, in the farming sector, finance tech, anywhere, you can use that course anywhere. They didn't tell us you can start any business with this course. No. Because they knew that it is impossible for you to start anything. Just any business with this course. But you can get yourself hired with any course. Therefore, we were taught to get good grades, to go to school, and then carry our CV and walk about. Another thing we were taught here is that the man in suit one day will come and hire you. Because during the days of our fathers, we were told that while they were working in those days, immediately you are leaving what they call a Form 6 or what they call college then, that while you are leaving school, there will be businesses and companies waiting to have you hired, waiting to employ you. The same idea was sold to us. The same belief system was passed down to us that if you can study very well and then you have first class, it is possible that a man in suit one day will come and hire you. Another thing we misunderstood out of that instruction is that is one thing about that, which is that one thing the man said is the foreword of the landowner, which he said that go to my vineyard, go into my vineyard. That was what he said. He said go into my vineyard, go there to go and work. Now, he didn't give them instruction of what to do. He didn't tell them, okay, when you get there, pick a hole first. After the hole, then pick a Bible. After that, pick a knife. After the knife, pick a scissors. He just told them that, see, go to the vineyard, go there to go and work. When you get there to work, the things you will do, you already know it. Because he believed that deep down inside these beings who are hired laborers, there is something every one of them can do perfectly. So when you get to that place, just start working. He didn't give them a job description. He didn't give them offer letter. He just told them, go to my vineyard. When you get there, that which is right, be doing it. No job description, no offer letter, no pension agreement. But when you get to the vineyard, that which is right, do it. Because embedded in every one of us is the seed of greatness. And when we are given opportunity to perform, we will perform excellently. Just as if we are given opportunity now to come here to talk for 20 minutes, for 15 minutes, for 1 hour or more. Embedded in every one of us is the seed of greatness. And whenever you come here to perform, because that seed is already inside you, you perform beyond measure. You perform excellently well. The same thing happened to those guys. When he got there, he told them, say, go to the vineyard. Whatsoever it is that it is good, that, do it. And of course, you will get your pay. Another thing was that there was nothing like a promotion timeline. For whatsoever it is that you know how to do better in that vineyard, go there and do it. Now, there was now a more radical promise from what the man said. And what was I said? At the end of the day, what is right, I will give you. At the end of the day, that which is right, I will give you. What I mean is this. As we go on, we are going to get to a place in the discussion whereby the people that came to the vineyard in the morning, they got a penny. The ones who came to vineyard by 5 o'clock and work closes by 6 o'clock, they also got a penny. Every one of them got the same amount of money. Now, according to the labor law, we can say that that is not rhyming based on a distributive justice. When we talk about a distributive justice, that has to do with how much people take home by the end of the week or month or day as the payment schedule is. Which means that if this person work this way, this is the pay that is going to be attached to it. If he work that way, this is the pay that is going to be attached to it. But one thing we've learned from what Jim Rohn taught, the American business philosopher, is that nobody gets paid for coming to work from 9 to 5 o'clock. People get paid for the numbers of value or the amount of value they bring to the workplace. Somebody can come to work by 8 o'clock and leave by 5 o'clock, but the value is bringing to that place is just 1 penny. And the person who resumes work by 4 p.m., leaves by 5 o'clock, is still getting 1 penny, maybe more than 1 penny. What is the difference? The difference is not because the final boss who is paying the salary is unjust. It's because of the value each of these people are bringing to the table. When the value somebody is bringing to the table is nothing to write home about, they will get the paycheck that is nothing to write home about. When the paycheck of somebody, let's say for example, and this person comes, even in some of our businesses, you will realize that sometimes the manager may not even come to the office. He will come to the office by let's say by 12 p.m. and then they're still getting higher than the people who are compelled to come to work by 9 o'clock. What is the difference there? The difference there is the value these two people are bringing to the table. Let's say the HR, for example, the HR come to work maybe sometimes by 1 o'clock, sometimes by 11. But if you are not there by 10, if you are not there by 8 o'clock or 8:30 or 9 a.m. at most, you will be surcharged by the end of the month. And he that is coming to work by 11 o'clock, by 12 o'clock, nothing happens to his salary. What happened there is not out of partiality. It is as a result of the level of value each of this person is bringing to the company. Remember, the person that came to work by the first watch 6 o'clock and the one that came by 5 o'clock, they got the same amount of money. One only worked for 1 hour, the other one has been working since morning. They still got the same amount of money. What is the difference? The value each of these people are bringing to the table. So I might have started working since 2018, and then I've been working all my life getting this X amount of money, and then maybe you just finished school last year. You are not expected to start collecting the money I collected when I just started working, maybe in that 2018 or whenever I started working. No, that you are just coming into the labor market now. You can start earning your own in millions, while I am still struggling with hundreds. You can start earning in any amount of, you can even start earning in dollars, while I could still be earning in what? In naira. What's the difference? The value we are contributing to the marketplace. If you contribute small, you will get small. If you contribute big, you will get big. So he told them. That see, whatsoever it is that it is right, I will give to you. Because there was a negotiation done there. No negotiation. It was going to be based on the value you are bringing to the table at that point in time. One came by 6 o'clock, the other one came by 5 o'clock, just 1 hour to 6 o'clock p.m. when work will have closed, but they still got the same amount of money because reward is attached to those who moved, and because they moved, they got their reward. Another thing we learned under this the misunderstood instruction under this marketplace of idleness is that where Africa as a nation is failing, where we are failing as a continent. Now, we have PhD who is standing. I think me and somebody today, who was that? We're discussing. Okay, yes, we're discussing in the hotel today that somebody was saying I should consider a profession, maybe in lecturing or so, that I should try to pursue, maybe get something like an academic PhD. So that I get an academic PhD or professor. And then somebody was like, okay, do you that? No, I now asked the question. I said, see, these days there is no need. Sometimes there is no need accumulating certificates if there is no equivalent monetary value that will be coming in. It's going to be a painful waste of time. Like, I'm not trying to discount the labor and then the hard work that our professors have put into everything they've done, like everything they've gotten. I like, with all due respect, I sincerely love and appreciate what every professor have done for themselves. But if you are going to flip the coin, I damn bet to say or dare to say that there is no need in me trying to pile up certificates. I have masters and PhD and then professor and then try to pack those things together if there's not going to be an equivalent monetary value of those things coming back, because we spend millions in getting those certificates, and at the end of the day on a monthly basis, because of what we do, we cannot be proud of millions coming back inside because of the money we have, because of whatever it is that is happening. So now where Africa is missing it is that we have PhD holders who are standing idle, and we have PhD holders who are standing doing nothing, and we have MSc holders who are standing idle in the marketplace, and we have people waiting for government intervention. We have people waiting for government intervention, not knowing that even government himself needs intervention from the citizen. And here we are waiting for government intervention. Another thing we need to know here is that, see, there's this I think is it a movie or a documentary or so. In that documentary, you will see what they call, you won't see something like the government or the politicians that make America great. You won't see it there. What you will see there is the people that made America great. You won't see the politicians, you won't see the government, you won't see the regime of people that made America great. What you will see there is the people that made America great. The people that changed the form of business they do. The people that altered the thinking of the people. The people that brought service, good to the people in a different way. These are the ones that changed America, or that made America great, not the politicians that made America great. Yes, politics has its place, and politics has its enormous role to play in the development of the society, in making some policies and then allow some businesses to flow, allowing investors to come in by them trying to see how to reduce some heavyweight and tariffs placed on foreign investors. At the same time, it is the collaboration and the idea coming from our own entrepreneurship, businessmen, investors right here in Nigeria that will contribute to our growth the more than what the one at the diaspora or any other one can do. So what we are waiting for is not what the government can do for us. Maybe in a way the government has failed. Maybe in a way the government has not been able to give us a system that could permit some things. However, one thing we must know is that there is no nation in the world without their own stress, without their own trouble. Every nation has their own trouble, and every nation has their own stress. But one thing we must know is that we now need to start thinking of how to rescue our nation from where it is going as we stand. So it's now right time for us to stop waiting for government intervention and start intervening ourselves by building businesses, by becoming more responsible for one another. And another thing here is that we are now trying to get for ourselves what is not existing. And for us to get that which is existing, we have to start moving forward. So one thing I learned from the misunderstood instruction under the marketplace of idleness is that while we freeze, while we are freezing, or while we are freezed, and we are freezed as a result of what I call mental conditioning or mental dependency. We are mentally dependent. And how are we mentally dependent? Because we are conditioned to seek permission before action. In Nigeria or in Africa, we are conditioned to seek permission before action. What do I mean by that? Sometimes, like the lady who spoke before me, there are some parents or some school that a child has an idea, and then he would like to explore this idea. He would like to bring this idea into limelight, but the ability to put that idea into words is lacking. The ability to put the idea into expression, to verbally express it, to explain it ideally in such a way that is going to sell is lacking. And because of that, he kind of needs permission to get things done. I know of a child, for example. The child is very good. But then, by my own calculation, as a teacher then, I think or thought that the child ought to be in art class because of some special skill that the child possesses. So, which means that while we were there, of course the child was ready to go to art class, but then the father was like, due to what the future holds, that this child should not go to art class, but the child should go to science class. Which, as a teacher, I feel that okay, this is not the best. This is not something best for this child. Whatever it is they wanted that to learn in the university later is something about computer, which is something that at some level now you don't even need like an academic certification to pursue that anymore. It is something you can even learn on your own. But now that child's desire to go through art class to get what she really wants for herself have been altered, and because of that alteration, a lot of things could be affected. Probably on the long run, a lot of things could be affected, and because of that effect, a lot of things could be altered on the long run. So what I'm saying is that in Africa, sometimes we look for permission. We need permission to act. We need permission to stand. Sometimes we need permission to dream. That is a blatant error. You don't need permission to dream. You don't need permission to act. You don't need permission to desire. Once your desire is not an abomination, you don't need permission to bring it out. Permission is not needed for such things. So we are conditioned in Nigeria, maybe by our parents, by our siblings, by our uncle, to desire for something. But before that desire comes, we need their permission to get it done. Take for example, as a child, the name Hezekiah was given to me by my maternal grandmother. He gave me that name, Hezekiah. Now, one day, my elder brother was arguing with me that he's not Hezekiah, that is Ezekiel. He was arguing with me with my own name that no, it's not Hezekiah, it is Ezekiel. And I was like my own name? He said, yeah, that it's not Hezekiah, that it is Ezekiel. But I know that I was named Hezekiah by my grandfather. He said, no, that is not Hezekiah, it is Ezekiel. At that point, it became a debate. That, okay, no, is this, is that. I was like, wait. Whatsoever it is I call myself is what I am. Although I didn't have a full knowledge of naming at that point in time, but I was so sure that I was called Hezekiah. Yes, at my naming ceremony, of course, I wasn't conscious of some things logically, but I know or knew that growing up, it's not Ezekiel, it's Hezekiah. So at this point in time, you will now realize that as a child, sometimes we are told not to talk until we speak out. We are not taught how to put things into context. If we have been taught how to put things into context, it will have saved us from a lot of mess, in the sense that when people are talking, they will just tell the child, keep quiet, go to your room. Now, that's maybe for that season, the child ought to of course be quiet and then go to his own room. But then, Sometimes they didn't tell the child that, see, whenever people are together this way and then they are talking, you don't talk. You get? Even if you have something to say, you beg for excuse, or you like try to take permission to air, or to be able to air your own opinion. But in those days, they tell us, keep quiet and sit down. And because we have been shut down multiple times, when the time comes for us to now start thinking for ourselves, we still need permission to be able to dream big. That is why sometimes you have an idea of a business and then you want to start it. You have consulted a businessman, maybe a consultant, maybe your friend who is good at it. They've consulted for you and that thing is perfectly well. But now you're saying, okay, no problem. Let me still go and run it by my father. Now, it's not a bad thing to run the idea by your dad or by your mom. It's not a bad thing. But sometimes we are doing that because we are seeking for permission silently, subtly, somewhere far in our mind. We are not telling them, okay, mommy, I want to inform you about my business. I'm starting this and that and then this and this. We are informing them to silently seek for permission before we put out that dream we are dreaming about. And once they say no, you can't do that here, this one is not balanced, that one is not there, the government this, the government that, tax this, tax here, tax that. Because of that singular thing, they've not given you the permission to do that. And somewhere silently, traditionally, we unconsciously believe that because our parents are not cool with it, if we go ahead and do the business, we may not succeed. Now, look at where that thing has gotten to. Look at where it started from. That child being shut down, maybe in the classroom, in the family. Whenever he has something to say, they ask him to keep quiet. Now it has now grown so big that it's now asking for permission to be able to dream, to be able to fly. Also, students are now being told to keep quiet in the classroom. Yes, nobody should make noise. But during my days in the classroom, my class is always the noisiest in the school. I pride myself in that. I don't think I ever have a quiet class during my days in the class. Noisy class. Because the class is noisy, that may not be the best way, but I got my result of what I wanted to achieve. It may not be the best, but it worked for me for so many years. Noisy class. You want to speak? Speak out. You have something to say it, but be polite. You get? As a teacher, I've done something you don't really like. If you can't say it to my face, write me. Just put anonymous. Write me. But then I realized that because the children in that class, let me even give you a scenario. I came to a class, that was in 2019, I was still teaching then. I came to the class. There's this child. Before her reputation of being dull and moody came before her. What do I mean by that? The day I resumed that school, I was to be teaching grade 5. She was not in school that day. So then our classroom were telling me that there's a girl in this class, her name is this, and then she's very dull, she cannot even read, this and that, she's too quiet for their liking. And they've ostracized that girl, kind of. Just grade 5 child. So, but then, the first time I saw her coming into the gate, I didn't know her name then. Remember, this is the first time meeting her. But from the description they gave me, and from the person I saw coming, I knew this is the person they told me about. So when she came to the class, I saw her note, I saw her handwriting, very beautiful. Just the handwriting that I saw, I concluded, this child is not dull. Something is wrong somewhere. The child is not dull, something is wrong somewhere. So, of course, as usual, noisy class. They will come complain, I say, okay, lower your voice. After some time again, learn how to talk but don't make noise. But children were talking. But then when other teacher come to the classroom, they don't really have that freedom to flow for themselves. It's like they are being limited. But when I'm there, you have any idea, no matter how stupid it is, in quote, air it. If anybody wants to laugh at you, I'm here to correct, I'm here to do justice to that. And people were writing good stories about themselves, about what they want to be tomorrow, about this and that. And this same girl that I told you about is still in that classroom. She will write the most beautiful story of all of them with her beautiful handwriting. Yet she's the quiet and the most dumb, and the dumbest in quotes in that class. Like from the way she was perceived, she has the most beautiful stories. Whenever she uses adjective for you to describe a situation at the age, I think she was about 9 or 10 then. Is it? I think I think it's 8, between 8, 9 or 10. She will describe it perfectly, and she will just walk up to you, submit it. But then I realized that insults are still getting to her. And if you have not solved that problem of insult getting to her, everything you are working upon will still go down the drain. So what do? There was a day something happened in the classroom. Then she and somebody were dragging pen. So I seized the pen from the pen legitimately belonged to her. I'm aware. But I needed to kind of, in quote, provoke this girl to an extent so that you can react to something that you are not feeling cool about. Then illegally I collected the pen and I told them to go and sit down. So but then that pen was hers. That other puppy went to sit down, but this girl did not sit down. She stood beside me. I was writing on the board. She stood beside me. At some point, she reached out her hand to the pen with me. She collected the pen. So I was trying to collect the pen from her. Then she smashed the pen on the floor. I said, yes, I love that spirit. People were thinking that I'll just grow mad and then start making noise. I said, no, I love that spirit. That is the spirit I've been looking for. Whenever someone does something to you are not cool about, say your mind. Tell them politely, I don't like it. If your classmates call you any name, tell them not to try it with you again. That is the spirit. Now, why has this child been perceived to be dumb all this while? Because overly, maybe other teachers before me have maybe presumed her or perceived her to be dull, to be quiet, that she only has good handwriting. And sometimes we believe that it's not by handwriting, it's by what is in your head. But sometimes what is in the head can reflect in the handwriting of a child. So I only saw the handwriting and I concluded that no, they've lied against this child. So we found out. And from the way she acted out on how she was feeling, like she was feeling that, okay, this man that is in our class now is now acting like other teachers before. She fled out. Which of course I was expecting that feeling, that be angry about something. Don't just take, okay, they said this to you now. It is not true. You went to your table, you bow your head, you start crying. That is not enough. This life will trample on you. My own father told me when I was about 8 years or so, he said, do you think I care that you are stammering? I don't really care that you are stammering. What I thank God is that I thank God you are not mute. He said even if you are mute, I still believe God made you mute for a purpose. He said, but now that you are stammering, you must now be able to insist on your point to make sure people listen to you. No matter how busy they are, once you start talking, no matter how forceful it is for you to pronounce that, if they want to leave, hold them back until they hear your part of the story before they can go. And that thing he said that day stayed with me up until this time. And I made a promise that when I now begin to know more, that I will never air my opinion where it is not needed. And if I've given you an opinion, I'm not asking you to work on it. I'm not asking you to do it, but at least consider it. Where my opinion is not considered, I will never be there. If it is not considered, I will never be, because I believe it's a waste of time airing my opinion and then it doesn't count. Even if you will not take it, because it's not a must you take it, it must not be the best, but at least consider it. That belief started when my father said that he did not care that I'm stammering. And that day it was because me and somebody fought, and then because the person was lying, and then when it was my turn to speak, I couldn't speak, I was crying. That is it. So now, because children have been shut down in the classroom, when the time now comes for them to now act out in life, they are now looking for permission from the perceived teachers of life before they are able to speak to themselves. So that is the mental classical conditioning. And graduates also, they don't start company, they are waiting for offer letters. Now there's a place where we draw the line, that after someone has finished university, probably he should or may not start a business directly, but then he should be able to at least work for somebody for some time, build some level of discipline. Having built the discipline, then learn something professionally. Now start your own. Now, in as much as that is true, it may not be entirely true. It's a body of truth. It's not the whole truth. If somebody have the opportunity to start their own, you get it, you can start your own. What do you need to do? When you start a business, maybe as a fresh graduate and then you started your own business, start the business. Look for somebody who is a pro. Give them 10% share. Because you've given them 10% share, you can now work on their own experience to build the company two of you are having together. That is how to go about it. It's what I did. Open the company. Give somebody who is a pro, who is good at it. Give them 10% share. Because that 10% share, and make the 10% share what they will earn by performance. Don't just give it to them because you want to give it to them. No. Let it be by performance. Now, a share by performance means that you can give them a share by, okay, I'm proposing a 10% share. And it is that from this month to this month, or from the first year to the third year, if we can get our revenue up to this amount, and then we have a structure of workers, then out of that 10% share, you have earned 3%. Now, from this year to this year again, if we can scale the business to this and this type, then you will now have another, let's 3 or 4% of it. You will make it the share they can get by performance. Because the share is by performance, and you also put a clause there that as you are giving them that share, if they can't stay with the business for at least 3 to 4 years, no matter what share they have gotten, they have lost it. They should be able to stay in the business 3 to 4 years, and then the share the shares is theirs forever, because there are some type of share you give to people. If you give them the share today and they leave the business tomorrow, because of that share, they will continue to get that money until they have that share sold back to you. So what you do is that if you are a fresh graduate and then you have a good business idea and then you feel you want to start your own, you can start it. But then get somebody who is good in that business or at that business, who has enough knowledge to it. Give that person 10% of it. Make sure that 10% is by performance, and that they will get it over the period of time. That is how to do it. So the idea that when someone graduates, he must work first, for some people for some time, it is true, but it is not entirely true. Also, the idea that when somebody maybe finishes university today, he should start his own business, it is also true, but also not entirely true. But we must learn to bring balance into this. Another thing I want to talk about here, under the misunderstood, remember I said I'm going to talk about 6 things. So under this, the first one, which I call the misunderstood instruction. The last thing under this one is the breaking point of that parable. The breaking point of that parable. And this is where the landowner does not say, wait for further instruction. The landowner, the vineyard man, he did not say that wait for instruction. He basically told them, go and get things done. Because like I said earlier, there is seed of greatness in everyone. Inside everyone is the seed of greatness, and the seed that can germinate equivalent body of success in everyone. So all he did was that when you go to that vineyard, you will be able to bring out the best in you. And what does that mean? That means that business beats perfection. Movement rather beats perfection. And also innovation beats hesitation. Movement beats perfection. Innovation beats hesitation. Like somebody said, is it yesterday? I think it was Victor that said that he saw it on Twitter, that he saw something online that somebody who is in motion will meet his luck. That is it. So if you are in motion, you will meet your luck. Because not as if luck exists on its own, but by your doing, by your movement, by you being in motion, you are creating your luck. And that luck you are creating, you will surely and definitely meet that luck one day. So movement beats perfection, and the innovation beats hesitation, and participation beats spectatorship. If you are participating in your own business, in the way you build your life, you build your business, while you are participating there, you are doing something great for yourself. Because like I said, movement beats perfection, innovation beats hesitation, and of course participation beats spectatorship. So the second thing out of the 16 here is that the idleness is not laziness, it is sabotage. Idleness is not laziness, it is sabotage, self-sabotage. Now, let us establish this fact that no human being in life is lazy. No human being in life is lazy. When you say that somebody is lazy, let me give you an example of somebody who is lazy. Let's say you just returned back from work, and then in your own word, you were very tired, like you were broken as bottle. As in, in fact, you were tired. You cannot even cook. You were that tired. Now, because you are that tired, you went to your bed and then you lay down. Now, while lying down on your bed, a snake moved into your room. Remember, you are tired. Now, while you are tired, a snake came into your room. Still, remember, you are tired. Now, if you are truly tired, if you are truly tired, when the snake enters into your room, you won't be able to do anything. You will just get ready for death. Why? You are very tired. But that you can still get up, get something, a stick, to be able to kill that snake, it means that attention or energy was only diverted to the wrong place. And the place you diverted energy to, your brain interpreted it that the energy is now focused on this one because the whole of us is tired. Another example very quickly. Let's say you were very tired. You were very tired. I mean, oh no, you were tired. And then, while you are tired, you were in your bed sleeping at night. And then somebody now came somebody came knocking. And while they knocked the first one, while they were banging your door, they said, who is in this house? Your money or your life? Because of that, maybe you had a gun in your house. They were able to pull down your door, and they are coming into your bedroom where your children are. Then they were going towards the children's room. Now, if truly you were tired, your children should be kidnapped that day, or they should be robbed that night. But because a particular adrenaline wasn't able to run through your body, you stood up, went to where your gun is, fight those robbers, have them defeated, and then you send them away. It means you were not tired. There's kinetic energy. There's also potential energy. One is resting, not because it's not there, it's just resting. But whenever the need comes to stand up, it will stand up and do something. They didn't say there about these people that, no, not the dean, it was Apostle Emmanuel, Irene, that I watched a clip of his. He said that there's these people that lift dead weight, that lift heavy stuff. That he was the first person, I think his name is Eddie Hall. He was the first person that lifted 500 kg. And when they asked him, how were you able to lift it? This was what the man said. He said, I assumed that 500 kg is a car. And the car, my children are under the car. And if I could not lift it, they would die. Because of that, he lifted 500 kg for the very first time. Nobody has ever lifted it before. But he lifted it because he saw a different picture of that scenario. He saw a different thing. People were seeing weight. People were seeing weight and then heavy stones and iron and lead. He wasn't seeing all those things. He was seeing his children under a car. He imagined it. He was able to download the picture into himself, probably from his subconscious mind. He was seeing a car and his children under that car. Maybe a car that just had an accident and the children are there. And then you see the fuel dropping. And that fuel dropping, you see maybe the spark engines like sparking fire somewhere. Little by little, if you are in that man's shoe, you will lift 1000 kg. Why? Because you are seeing a different picture. How do I come to this place? I said that no man is lazy. And I'm just trying to prove that to you. No man is lazy. Everybody just have a misdirected strength and energy. Your strength is just misdirected. You might have concentrated it on TikTok. Misdirected strength. You might have concentrated that strength on Facebook Reels. Misdirected strength. You might have concentrated it in pursuing men and girls. Misdirected strength. You might have focused that energy in doing something that is less productive. That energy there is still an energy, but it has been misdirected into somewhere else. Maybe when somebody should be writing business proposal, is writing love letter. Misdirected strength. It's a misdirected strength. Because I read something, I had something online. The man said that he said that this was the day he was delivered. That he knew something about women. That about strong men and weak men. He said strong men, weak men, and women. He said that weak men will pursue women. Strong men will pursue their purpose, and women will pursue a man with purpose. It says weak men will pursue women. Strong men will pursue their purpose, and women will pursue a man with purpose. What is the difference here? Misdirected strength and directed strength. One focus the energy on pursuing this my vision, because at the end of the day, of course, the product of it is not just the end goal, the success that comes from there, but then every other thing, including women, will come from it as well. It will not be left for you to choose out of the multiple of them that will come outside. But if the first place strength was directed to is women, of course you will get them. But at the end of the day, there will be story to tell. What I'm saying is this: no man is lazy. No man is lazy. Quote me anywhere. It is just people having a misdirection or a misconcentration of their strength. But of a truth, no laziness, because whatever it is they are doing at that point in time, they need some level of energy to carry it out. It could be small, but if they build on that small energy, it could multiply to pursue the vision that they've left behind. But because they've now take for example, if you are the person who cannot think critically, the day you want to start doing it, it will not start gelling. No, you have to struggle for some time and then be consistent with it. If energy has been focused on the small thing, on the small energy, or probably on the negative part, you will be on that part. And because you don't need much energy to be evil, or to be less successful, or to be less meaningful in life, since it doesn't need much energy, the energy will just be going down the drain little by little, until the person will feel I now need like more energy, like 1000% of dose of energy to be able to come back to the place where it was. It doesn't work that way. Of a truth, nobody is lazy. People do not just know where to direct their energy, or they know where to direct the energy, but then they are feeling lazy about it. So I have 5 reasons why people are idle in life. 5 reasons. Number 1 there is uncertainty. They are not sure. People who are uncertain, they are confused people. They have some level of knowledge. But they don't know where to direct it to. Should I go into finance? Should I go into this? Should I go into that? I was speaking with one of our speakers from here this morning. People who were there can still relate. I was talking to him about my business as well. I'm like, see, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. I need concentration on one thing. And because of the way I put it, because since it's what he does, he was like, okay, I know where the problem is. I'll go to your this, we'll look at this, we'll look at that, we'll look at this, and then we already started planning something to go from there. Because if after some time, if I keep on pursuing those 5 things, after some time I will become uncertain. And when you are uncertain, you will not have an identity. And after some time, you dispense your strength small here, you dispense small here, you dispense small there, you dispense small here. People who are on this side of that business, they will feel it's not doing enough, not knowing that the strength has been shared into 5 different places. He couldn't concentrate anymore. Where did it start from? Being uncertain. You have some level of knowledge, but you couldn't concentrate it on one thing. Also, we have indecision. People cannot decide. Where do I really want to stay? Where do I really want to go? Okay, this one is working now. They go there to do it. Okay, maybe if I do it for like 3 weeks, if it doesn't work out, I bolt out. And the Gen Z we have today, is the type that when they come to your company, in my previous workplace, I was the HR. When you employ Gen Z sometimes, as soon as they come, and then they look everywhere, they sense the environment, they perceive it. In their mind, they'll be like, if I last 1 month here, let me know what caused it. And the next morning, you will not see them again. And some of them, as soon as they start working, it's as if they cannot cope. It's as if what the CV say, what their CV said at the point of interview, And what you guys agree together is now contracting each other. You'll be like, okay, are we now going to stay here until 6 p.m.? I thought the closing time says 5 p.m. Now try to turn each other around. Say, see, there are sometimes some things are needed. Yes, it may not be written in your job description, but then if you are to follow your job description to the letter, sometimes you will miss out. And then you want to duly follow that job description to the letter. As soon as it is 5:59, it doesn't matter where they are working on, they close that system. And they will tell you, okay, it's already time. And of course, since it's what you people agree that, okay, it's 5 o'clock, it's 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock, they're already leaving. Now, that one is because what? They don't really, aside from the fact that they are indecisive, they believe that there are so many options out there for them. And because of those options, once they leave there tomorrow, they will go there to do something else. But one thing we may not understand is that, see, sometimes if you are carrying a CV that reads that from January to March, he was in company A. From April to June, he was in company B. From this to this, it was another company. That is inconsistency. Nobody will want to employ you that way. Because sometimes it could be interpreted in two ways. It's either you are inconsistent, or you are running up and down, or you are that good that maybe while you were there, they saw how the other company saw how good you were, they called you over. But most of the time, people don't get it because they felt, if we employ this one in January, in March, he will leave us. Because that is what his CV has said. So you stay in a place for a particular while, work in the environment, build around it, and see how far you can go from there. Another thing that causes laziness is misguidedness. When people are not guided, maybe by their mentor, maybe by their parents, maybe by their father, not enough information, or they were guided by wrong information. Being guided by wrong information is a very terrible thing. Because imagine you are running with speed, but in the wrong direction. You are running with speed, but then in the wrong direction. Another thing here is mental conditioning. Some people have been conditioned to believe some things in some certain way. Another thing under idleness and self-sabotage is the dangerous system we are taught. The dangerous system we are taught. And what's that system? It is that without a paper contract, you feel invisible. Maybe when you see, there's this guy on Facebook, I've forgotten his full name, but part of his name is Victor. And then he posts some reels online, how he works from 9 to 5. And then he show you, and then you people see the office, you see the, you see the aesthetic, the view, how they dance in the office, how they do all those things. Now, you that does not have something like that, but you are building something different, you will now be having crush on 9 to 5 job, thinking probably that could be the way out. It may not be the way out. That you do not have a contract in your hand doesn't mean you are invisible. It does not mean you are invisible. Now, if you follow maybe some content creators who are 9-5ers, 5 to 9, 9 to 5ers. Thank you. I was tongue-tied there. Now, if you follow those content creators, for example, you now realize that, maybe let's say you are a teacher and you don't have that luxury of what they display in your own classroom. It is just you. Maybe for example, it's even a maybe grade 1 class teacher. As you enter the classroom, your desk is there, your table is there, you sit down. No colleague that you can just maybe go to the office to go and play with. It's just you and your children. During break, they go for break, you are just there. And then you see maybe your other content creators, 9 to 5ers. Is it?
Yes.
Am I correct? Okay, 9 to 5ers. You see how they post their own picture online, the views, how they go to their Oga office. Okay, Oga, if I send you this picture, if I will give you something now, if you smile, you send me 5k immediately. You don't have that privilege. And because all these ones is coming to them based on a platter of, what you call platter of gold, you feel they could be earning more than you. Therefore, you forgot the salary. You're now looking for the lifestyle. So you too can be in an office. You snap, you post, and then to feel among. See, contract that comes from there, if you don't have it, it doesn't make you feel invisible. And also, without offer letter, you feel you are ghosted. You want to be able to at least have a company send you an offer letter. Okay, we are offering you this and this role, so that you can snap it and then maybe put it somewhere. Oh, God has done it. Maybe you won't even want to put it in family group chat. That everybody, it has happened. Oh, I just got the job and then this is the offer letter. If you do not have that luxury, you are not ghosted. And another thing there is that without a job title, some of us feel nothing. Without a job title, some feel nothing. And sometimes your job title could be what can implicate you, depending on how you introduce yourself. Your job title, you can open your own company and they will ask you, can you give us the number of the CEO? At that point in time, you should be able to think very fast. How do they perceive me? If you can't interpret how they perceive you at that point in time, you won't get it. Let me give you a good example. I was to write a proposal to somebody one day, and then I felt something. I have to make myself an employee. And now I called my brother. I said, see, I'm going to add your number to this proposal, and then you'll be this, and then you'll be the this, and then you'll be the. I gave him the title, so they will call you. So when I went there, I presented it to them as if I'm representing the company. So I went there, I gave them the letter, I defended it purely, and I said, okay, the number there is my boss, you can call him. He'll be the one to answer it. Because they already have a perception of me, and I don't want them to deal with me based on that perception. So I needed something higher that they can work with, not this me at that point in time. If they discover tomorrow, best of luck, we've moved on and we've done the business, and there are even ways around it, my brother. So you get, but then understand, how do they perceive me? If their perception of you is kind of low, or they are not sure, they are uncertain, don't try to prove points. Just put somebody. Don't worry, that phone number there, it could be your dad's phone number, and of course, as you are living there, maybe make that call that they will call you. You are the CEO or the brand ambassador for this and that. Whenever they call you, defend it. And by the time they call him, defend it. You say, oh, my boy was there today, right? You say, yes, okay. Thank you for calling, and then everything was sorted out. Imagine I want to prove points. It's either they shortchange what they will give you because of how they perceive you, but then you just have to learn how to balance things sometimes. See, sometimes the title CEO that we let me call it startuppers, give ourselves is implicating. Startuppers, right? That is implicating because you are dealing with baby boomers. Understand their generation. They perceive that at some level the person here should not be. It is not true, and it is a bias that time will correct. It is not you that will correct it. Don't let them use your experience to correct it, because using your experience to correct it is you losing money. There are some things that will happen that whenever they perceive that thing about you, something could happen to you. What do? Remove that title at that point in time. Tell them, in that company, we say, okay, who are you there? I'm just the admin in that company. It could be your own, but you are just the admin. I was typing something one day. The person was to send a particular mail to the company's mail. When the mail entered, right in the person's presence, I received it. But I told the person, okay, I'm going to call the HR if they have received the mail. But I've already received the mail in the person's presence. The rest is history. Understand how people perceive you sometimes. If they have some kind of uncertain perception about you, learn how to deal with them. While you grow, things will change. While you grow in the business, in your line, with your startup, things will change. Even if you are in it alone, learn how to use the pronoun we. We shows that you are plenty in it, even if you are the only one. Use the word we. Okay, in our company we are here, we say this, we have been able to use the word we. It will go a long way to help you. And the one thing is that the landowner, that man who owns the vineyard, when he came there, he didn't even promise them paper. He didn't promise them anything. What he told them was just one thing. He said, go to the vineyard. That was what he said. He didn't give them paper. He didn't give them offer letter. He didn't give them job description. He didn't promise them pension plan. He didn't give them salary, whatever. The only thing he said was that, don't worry, go to the vineyard and go and work. They went to the vineyard. They went there to work. Another thing under this point is landowner's radical message. The landowner declared a very radical message. And what was that? Is that your worth is not in you being hired. Your worth is in you working. A man's worth is not in the fact that he was hired. Yes, he could be a hired servant, but that you are hired is not your worth. Your worth is in the fact that you are working. That is it. Because the man knew, even though they were hired servants, he didn't even give them totally a job description. He just said them, go into the vineyard. And what is it? He trusted their sense of judgment to be able to cite what is not balanced there and then balance it. Size what is not good and then they do it. He sized things up and then he gave them the job. Another thing here is that what happened when a generation believed nothing is the fact that people now have this belief that their value is attached to their work. Sometimes whenever people lose their job, they are being torn apart. It is not a comfortable thing for people to lose their job. I understand how difficult that is, to be working without the certainty of paycheck coming up. But one thing there is this: you should be able to separate your worth from your job. You should be able to separate your value as a person from your job. Your dependency on it should be able to minimize that. If you leave tomorrow, fine, you will still continue. So people don't believe that once there is no job and then there is no value. Because of that, they stop creating. Why would they create in the first place if nobody will consume it? That's the fear. Because of their less perception of their own personal value, they stop creating. Why did they stop creating? Because why would they create when they feel nobody will consume the idea? The world is waiting to consume your idea. The whole system is waiting to consume the whole of your idea. The whole of your being, of humanity, is waiting. Sometimes your idea is even the missing puzzle out of life. The problem will have solved within 5 seconds. Maybe your idea or the idea that came to you last year is what will have solved that problem. And another thing is that idleness is not rest. Idleness is slow death. Idleness is not death. When you are idle, that is not rest. You are not resting. Idleness is slow death. Because waiting does not mean faithfulness. Waiting sometimes is laziness dressed up in suit, or laziness dressed up as a fine lady. Remember, idleness is not rest. Idleness is slow death. And sometimes waiting in the marketplace of life does not mean that this person is waiting on God. It could be laziness or excuse dressed up as man. And the tragedy of we young adults today is the fact that we have now employed ourselves to do nothing. Since there is no job, or since there is little or no job, we've now employed ourselves to do nothing. And that is why in the marketplace of today, we have little or nothing to offer. And because of that, we are in the marketplace of life doing nothing, waiting for the next person to employ us. The third thing under this point is Africa's false ceiling. Africa's false ceiling. That is the African lie we lie to ourselves. And the ceiling there is like that ceiling roof we have in those days, which is what I call the Elon Musk illusion. Now, why do I call it Elon Musk illusion? Sometimes some people believe that as they are starting their, maybe the fintech company, they believe that Elon Musk is their competitor. That their competitor in that business is Elon Musk. Sometimes they believe that, okay, while we are starting this fintech, our competitor is OP, is Money Point, is PG Bank. People who have been in business when you were see moving from faculty to faculty with your course reg, and then you are coming to the business today, those ones are now your competitor. There are ways to perceive it, to help yourself. There are ways to perceive things, to be able to at least caution the fear of that in you. Because some people believe that the elephant in the fintech have already taken over everywhere. Sometimes some people even believe that now that there is now fintech everywhere, Elon Musk is there in AI. What else again do we have to create? Because everything has been created. That is not true. Everything has not been created. There is still vast land in innovation. There is still vast land in the business world, entrepreneurship, for every one of us to delve into it and then to make our part known. And then the paralyzing belief that there is no meaningful contribution that can be made anymore. Even some young adults are now beginning to believe that in the next few years, this whole world could end because of the rise in AI, because of how things is getting faster, because of how people are getting depressed, or because of the possibility of people losing their life sooner or later in the future, or because of the pandemic that could break forth, or the war. Because of that, there is nothing meaningful to contribute to the world anymore. That is the African ceiling that is hindering many of us today. And they believe that innovation must look like that come from Silicon Valley. People want to be sure why they are in Ikoyi, or why they are in Ikeja, why they are at Ikotun, Bariga, building their own business. They believe that before that business can scale, it must look like that which is coming from Silicon Valley. It's not true. It doesn't have to look like it. Because even those ones coming from Silicon Valley, that is not where it starts. It starts in a way that they themselves did not even believe it, but they build on it over time. They web around it. They try to see how to make things balance. They try to see how to make things work together for them to be able to produce things for themselves. Oh, people, you are now smiling. All right. So while that is so, so while we are still there now, people believe that the innovation that will scale must look like that which is coming from Silicon Valley, and also they believe that the vineyard is not a metaphor for startup. The vineyard is everywhere human needs can be met. That is what it is now. That the vineyard is not a place for startups. The vineyard is a place where human needs can be met. Is a place where service can be rendered. Is a place where there is an exchange of products or exchange of goods. Is a place where there is an exchange of idea for money. Is a place where people can build capacity or train people to get capacity. Is a place where people can grow bold on a daily basis to make things happen for themselves. So that vineyard is not a place for startup. And let's even say you are even starting up, for example, have a different perception about or of yourself, of what you believe, of what you do not believe, of what you can do, of what you should and not cannot do, of what you should do, must do to be able to scale that. So that leads me to the fourth point here. And the fourth point here is the real problem, which is the mental dependency. Remember where we are coming from. Started from the marketplace of idleness. And we've gone through about 3 different steps. Now we are coming to the real problem. And that real problem is what I titled mental dependency. Mental dependency is when somebody surrender initiative. They surrender thinking. They surrender innovation. They surrender the ability to think for themselves. They surrender ability to solve problem. They surrender it. Maybe due to problem or persecution or whatever it is. But then, now, what this generation has taught us that people are now trained to wait instead of them to explore. People are now being trained to wait instead of them exploring ideas. Like the woman said the other time, said in life, you have to fail fast forward. He said you have to fail fast forward. Because it is now that we are still young, for those of us who are young, and for those who are elderly, you can still fail fast forward. But then for those who are young, he said it is now that you are still young that you can fail fast forward. Because a time will come, your failure will not be excused anymore. It will become a pattern that you cannot undo. But now that you are still young, you can still fail fast forward. And how can you fail fast forward if you refuse to explore? There is need for exploration. There is need to try. There is need to test the river with your one leg. There is need to see how far you can go and how far you cannot go. There is also need for you to be able to know, if I do this thing, how long can I go? How long can I try? How much am I willing to put into this business? How much am I willing to risk to get my dream? Sometimes if the price you are willing to pay for your dream is not that daring, maybe you should not start that dream. Because if it is your dream, if it is what you want to do, you must be able to pay any and every price for it to make sure it grows. And sometimes you can even pay the whole price in the whole world for it, it will still fail. But one thing you are sure is that you are failing fast forward. You're not failing backward. It is a failure that will move you forward. Because by the next time you are starting, you have already know that you are not starting from the scratch, but you are starting from experience. Not from the scratch, but you are starting from the standpoint of experience. Also, people are trained to compare instead of being trained to compete. People are being trained to compare instead of being trained to create. Rather, we should be trained to create things, to create ideas, to create stuff that could make life easy. The problem we are facing today is just the fact that whenever there is a problem, the way out of that problem is just to be sure enough that I can come up with something that will solve this problem. Is to be so certain enough that I can come up with an idea, with a solution that will solve this problem. The problem could be small, the problem could be big, the problem could be anything, but you should be so sure enough that no matter the problem I am faced, I can still have the idea, the impetus to go through that problem. Sometimes when you have the courage that you can solve any problem, that you can create a change, even in the midst of uncertainty, courage has a way of opening up creativity to solve problem. But if the courage to do that is not there in the first place, then failure is certain. Failure is sure. In the midst of problem, have this mind that it doesn't matter how difficult the problem is, I will still look for solution to solve that problem. If that's a belief system, then you have a way of quickening stuff within you to solve that problem. You have a way of trying to help yourself to keep fit, to keep your creativity open until that problem is solved. Until that problem is solved and settled. Also, people are trained to consume instead of contributing. That is the training. And that is the real African problem. We are being trained to consume instead of creating. Look at everything we consume today. Not just basically food. Look at the idea we consume. When you look at, maybe later I will discuss about AI a bit. Though I'm not a tech person, but I can look at it from the aspect of the ethics and how it affects people randomly and then all that. Not to teach how to build it. I can't teach how to build it. It is only where we train people that the people who are good at it teach people how to do it. But the point I'm driving at is this. The real problem is that we teach people how to consume instead of how to contribute. What exactly are we contributing to the world? Maybe an idea, maybe in your teaching profession, maybe in your tech hub, maybe in your farm, maybe in your school, maybe in your village, in your country, in your society, maybe in the world at large. In the problem we have about the carbon stuff, the carbon emission and all those stuff, what are we contributing to the world? Sometimes there will be an outbreak of disease. Africa will be moving from country to country with a begging bowl, begging for vaccine. Whereas the stuff they used in making those vaccines are being taken from Africa. Why not we sponsor our medical laboratory stuff, our scientists, to go to the laboratory, lock themselves up there, look for solutions to this problem, rather than we consuming what comes from the West or what will come from the West? The idea is not to consume. The idea is not to consume. The idea is to be able to create, because the more you create, you will be able to have a mouth to say something at the larger table of the civilization of the world. I once said on this platform that, see, begging bowl is not the pathway to prosperity. No. Begging bowl is not the pathway to prosperity, because at any level of favor you gain, you lose some level of freedom. If you go to America today, okay, I have insurgency. There's Boko Haram. There's unknown gunmen or ungunned men. There's this and that. As they are coming to come and assist you, they are not doing us a favor. It is not an empty favor. We are losing some ground to them. There is no country of the world. If you understand international politics and relations, you will know that no country on their own will just come up and then will just march to you and then to come and defend you. No, there will be negotiation. And if on a daily basis we have pandemic, we have fever, then we have to wait until a great foundation send vaccine before we can cure polio. There is no begging bowl. Once again, it's not the pathway to prosperity, because at any level of favor you gain, you lose some level of freedom. That is why today in Africa, if you have watched UN very well, that United Nations meeting, there are some meetings you will see all the countries of the world. They will be there discussing. Everybody, this one will stand up and talk, but then after some time, some country will go, some will stay behind. Have you ever asked yourself, why is it that those countries are going? Why didn't they stay to have the rest of the discussion? It is because in a way they have little or nothing to contribute. Maybe some of them, most of them, or all of them, part of what they'll be contributing is by them carrying their bowl, begging for vaccine all over the world, for malaria fever, for polio, for any other thing, begging for vaccine every day. And the more these ones are supplying those vaccines, we are losing some level of favor. We are losing some level of favor. So begging bowl for Africa as a whole is not the pathway to prosperity until we start teaching ourselves, our students, how not just to consume but to contribute meaningfully to the world. When we come to the bigger table, we only come there as servers to pack the plate of the people who are coming there to dine and eat themselves very well. The other day at the United Nations, a particular president stood up and then he was blasting Africa. He did it meaningfully. He sat back again. When other African leaders have to come back, have to stand up and talk, nobody could say anything against what the man said, because we have lost some level of freedom because of the begging bowl we have carried all over the world for so many years. So it is now time for us to now stand up and start teaching our own people how to not just consume, but then how to contribute. If you will consume because it is an exchange. You collect from them, you give them yours. They consume yours, you consume theirs. If it's only that, okay, how about the fact that they listen to our music? Anybody can listen to any music at any point in time. Music is not in quote and unquote a meaningful contribution. It has to do with medicine. It has to do with tech, politics, integrity, how we keep our boundaries, and how we made the decree and then we stand on it. God will help us. Because if we continue like this on these notes, there will be little or nothing for us in the nearest future. Okay, so now with all these things, people being trained how to seek for permission before they think, people being trained how to compare instead of creating, and people being trained how to contribute instead of how to contribute instead of consuming. That is how, like I said in my previous speech, countries of the world are now castrating other countries little by little, because people have now surrendered their initiative, their ability to think, ability to reason, and ability to see things through a different lens. And another thing I see under this real problem, mental dependency, is the critical difference. The critical difference. What is that critical difference? Is the fact that the world is asking you, what job do you have? What job do you have? But then the parable I told you earlier is asking you, why didn't you start? The word will ask you, who gave you a job? That is permission. But then the parable is asking you, why didn't you start? No matter how small it is, why didn't you start? No matter how difficult it is, why didn't you start? No matter how minute it is, why didn't you start? And the fifth thing I want to talk about here is the vineyard principle and how to start imperfectly. It doesn't have to be perfect, but we must have the vineyard principle and how to start imperfectly. As you have all known, if you've read about Mark Zuckerberg or heard about him, that Facebook was not the first thing he created. He has created some games that did not flow. He has created some apps that did not that couldn't thrive. But at some point, he built Facebook, and at some point, Facebook tried. He started in an imperfect way. He started imperfectly. Waiting for the perfect time to start is an illusion. If you are to wait until it's perfect to start, you see, by the time you are already late. Because people who were not ready, but they started, they've gone far. So if you are waiting until you are ready, you are already late. Start right now. And the question is that, what can I do now with what I have? With the resources you have, with the idea you have, what can you start now? We have a lot of resources out there, a lot of privileges, we have them out there. But what can you do with those resources as we have it now? Because the landowner did not say that go and compete with the best immediately. Go and compete with Elon Musk immediately. The landowner did not say that. The landowner just gave them something. He said that go into the vineyard, and whatsoever it is that is right, you do it. Go to the vineyard, and whatsoever it is that is right, you do it. He didn't tell them, as soon as you get to that vineyard, look for the best worker, compete with him. But we today, we get to the market and looking for the best guns, the big guns out there to compete with them. The first competition is with yourself. How can this become sustainable? Like the lady told us, to sustain an ability. And to sustain ability, you have to be responsible. You have to respond to your ability first. Yes. If you don't respond to it, there will be a lot of problem. So you have to respond to your ability to become or to sustain the ability. If you don't respond to it, it will still be zero. So the landowner said, he just said one word, go. That was what he said. And now let me look at imperfect start and then the perfect life. What does it mean to have imperfect start? Imperfect start could mean that somebody will start in a very ugly way. Perfect start means that you are waiting to start in a very beautiful way, where the office is there. See, what happened some time ago is that even up to now, okay, can I say this on this place, on this platform now? I didn't. No, it's not Nigeria. It's for business. Okay, thank you. Okay, let me put this now. When we were starting something some time ago, we needed a particular address to put it. So we couldn't get an office then. Now I know somebody who had an office in my area. I told the person, see, can I be using your address for the next maybe 4 or 5 months? So that if people want to come and see me, I'll just give them your office address as my address. So as they are coming, I'll give them the address, and wherever I am, I'll just come to that place. We'll sit down, we'll discuss the office address here, we'll just take them around, and then off they go. To the client, he doesn't know I don't have an office at that time. But I've put myself to him that, see, we have an office. It's at this and this and this and this address. Come there, you meet me there. If you don't meet me there, you will meet a receptionist. That receptionist is not mine. It's for the other person who owns the office. But I wasn't waiting for let me just wait until I can get maybe just get the office, get 2 AC, maybe get 1 fan so that if the lights could not power the AC, can power the fan, and then get some round table, get this. No, we have to start ugly. And what does that mean? You won't have all the resources you need, but you have to creatively find all the resources you need and be innovative about getting what you want at any point in time. So what do? We look for office. meet with the man, and then as soon as they are coming, give them the office address. And as they are coming, I will now sit down on the table. So, oh, are you? So, okay, please sit down. And then the man to understand, as soon as I enter, you know that somebody is coming. He will stand up for me, and I will sit down. So as they come to, they will meet the secretary. So, is this upscale 3? He say, okay, yes. Oh, please. Are you looking for? Say, please. It's in his office, not just in the office. It's in his office. That is it. I didn't think I said, okay, it's in the office. So, no, don't say the, say his. Like that pronoun means so much to me. I need it. So it's in his office. And whenever they come to his office, they saw him there. That is it. You get? If you have to wait for when you get all those standing fan, the AC, the table, the desk, by the time you are ready, you're already late. So look for your own office, so that they can tell you is in his office. And whenever they will see him in his office. So also, another imperfect start is to start small, while the perfect lie is to start massive. You want to start very, very big. You want to start so big and so large that, oh, everywhere will know that these people are start. Business is not crusade, though. Business is not crusade. You cannot just wait until you have the money to print about 1 million handbill to share in every junction. Wait for when you have the money to do this publicity on the board and then this traffic light advertisement before you start. No. You can start small instead of waiting to start massive. Because by the time you have the enough money to start massively, you're already late. Also, imperfect start could mean that you start with maybe a mistake. It doesn't have to be perfect. Instead of waiting to start flawlessly, they want to be perfect, because God says that be ye therefore perfect as your Father who is in heaven is perfect. By the time you will be perfect, time will have gone. They will have left you behind. Big time. So start with your flaws. Start with your flaws. And if you start with your flaws, of course, on the long run, you will see how to make amend and how to be able to help yourself to stand upright. Also, start with 0 followers. Start with 0 followers. Instead of you start today, you want to go viral today. Start with 0 followers. Everybody who opens a Facebook account today, Instagram, Twitter, started with 0 followers. Nobody waits until they get about 1 million before, and then maybe they now send email to 1 million people that see, I'm going to open my account tomorrow. Immediately I open it, just start following me. No. Everybody started with 0 followers, and they didn't go viral in that one day. A lot of work was done. A lot of things were put in place until that dream, that desire was achieved. Another thing also is that sometimes you have to start with 1 naira instead of waiting for 1 million. Start with just 1 naira, as again waiting to start for 1 million. I know of somebody who told me something a few years back, that there's this particular guy, a friend of ours, who wanted to start a business. He was a student then, and he has written a proposal for him to get 50 million grant. And there was an opportunity for him to get 50k grant, so he can start with, but he said no, you have to wait for that 50 million grant before he could start. Ladies and gentlemen, up till now, he hasn't started. He's still waiting for that 50 million grant before he could start. See, start with just 1 naira, as against starting with 1 million the day you will have it. And also, sometimes you have to start with a broken phone, as again when you have your iPhone 15. Maybe you are a content creator. Start with a broken phone. If you have heard the stories of some content creators, of what they went through when they were not having phone and how they are doing now, they are two different extremes. They are two different ends of the spectrum. If your phone is broken and maybe you are using Android and the camera is like POS, use it. Use it. If you use it, once you use it, go to TikTok or Snapchat, change the what do they call that thing? change the coloring. For now, learn how to manage until you get your iPhone 15X or 15 Pro. But if it is your 100 you have now, and like I said, the camera looks like POS camera, use it. Use it big time until the day when you'll be able to purchase your own iPhone 15 or maybe a Samsung S Fold, where you can perform anything you want to perform on that phone. Also, like I put here, you can start with a borrowed table. Like I told you earlier how something started. Start with a borrowed table until you'll be able to own your own office. Now, let me give you some ways to enter into the vineyard today. How do we enter today into the vineyard? Number one, there is to solve problems that are visible. Solve problems that are visible. A man came here, a man came here yesterday morning. It's already 12 now. So the man said that in a particular estate where he lives at the moment, that he was coming out this morning and he saw people who were trooping out in good numbers, multitude, going outside the estate to buy food. That was a problem he cited. And the problem continues up until now because there is nobody who is willing to solve that problem. The day someone conceived the idea, that problem will be solved. And the day that problem is solved, which means that what? The man will start getting it. Take for example now, last night now, some of us wanted to buy food or buy snack or buy stuff. Now, the man who will believe is selling in this estate, he closed early. And because he closes early, you can have your own and be staying up until 12 if you can do it. You can build your own and be staying up until 12 if it is something you are willing to do. So one must understand that in life as we have it today, the pathway to creativity is the heart and the mind that looks for problem and the mind that solves that problem. Also, offer value before you feel ready. Offer value on a daily basis even before you feel ready. You have to offer value. Consistently offer value before you feel ready. Like in the word of John Maxwell, he said that every day look for how to add value to others. He said every day think of ways to add value to others. He said every day look for means to add value to others. It is by adding value to others that things will start changing for us on a daily basis, on different fields, on different occasions. It is by adding value to others that things will get changed for us. Another thing here is, he said monetize what you already have. Monetize it. The idea you already have. That thing you are building little by little, monetize it. It doesn't have to be so big. If you perceive your value that is that big, add it to it. But make sure that sometimes the value you are giving out is also location sensitive. In the sense that you cannot be selling if it is service, for example, the same price you sell to people on the mainland, maybe at Shomolu, for example. If you are coming to Ikoyi to sell that same thing for people here, they could consider it to be fake because they have attached something to be expensive with value. If it is not expensive, it may not be valuable. So monetize the skill you already have. And also one thing is that stop comparing your chapter 1 to someone's chapter 20. Elon Musk is already in chapter 100 and you are still in chapter 1 and you are making him your competitor. He's a model we should learn from, not a competitor. And you are doing okay one day and you are like, if I can start my own SpaceX now, it's possible I colonize Mars. It's possible I colonize Mars before Elon Musk, and that is your dream. The man who has been solving physics up and down every day, it is physics, my brother. Like I told you the other time, that it was even sometime last year that a particular physics that can shoot a rocket up, bring it back without it scattering. Before rocket, once it is launched, as it's ascending into the atmosphere, is dismembering itself so that it can reduce the weight of the one that will go. But these days, they've tested it. The rocket went there full it came back full. And as it's coming back full, it does not even enter into the ocean. There is something like an hangar where the thing came to land on it. That is physics. And that problem, he said that the physics has been there all this while. Nobody could solve it because it was generally believed that once a rocket goes, it will dismember. And once it's coming back, it enters straight, or maybe into the ocean. And then, of course, it will explode for some time. Cool off, they go there to pick out whatever it is that is there. But he and his team solved that particular fixes. They launched the rocket, it went whole, it came back whole. And it didn't even land inside the water. They built something like an hangar that the thing just came and entered into it. You can watch the video online. So he has been solving that physics for so many years, and you just want to start today and make Elon Musk your competitor. You don't compare somebody's chapter 1 with your somebody's chapter 20 with your chapter 1. It is a false comparison. It's something that is not worthy to be compared. You know, sometimes when you pitch a tortoise and a cheetah at a race, if the cheetah should run, it's a disrespect on him. Some things are not worth competing for. You want to learn how, you want to see how fast a cheetah and a tortoise is. We don't blame the tortoise for his morale. He might have listened to a motivational speaker and then he want to try it out. But if the cheetah should even come for the race, it's a disgrace on him. What I'm saying is this: sometimes some things are not worth comparing. You should not compete with people that we are to model things after. If this person is a model, then model after him. If this person is a mentor, then follow him duly, little by little, on a daily basis. That is it. Also, one thing there is that kill the permission mentality. Sometimes people want to get permission, maybe from their parents, maybe from their mentor. If you get advice, it's a different thing. If you get consultancy, it's a different thing. If you get counsel, it's a different thing. But that permission to dream big, that permission to run fast, that permission to scale your dream, that permission to see things differently, and the permission to change the status quo, that should be changed on a regular. Also, the comparison table in the marketplace and in the other. Now, look at this comparison table. Sometimes people they slowly dream your spirit. In the marketplace, there's a table there. This one is comparison, and this one is people who want to start. On this side, comparison will drain your spirit slowly. When you compare yourself with Elon Musk, yourself with Flutterwave, yourself with Facebook, yourself with Tony Elumelu, yourself with some of these people, when you compare, what it does is that it drains you, it drains your spirit slowly. But if you do not compare, what it does is that, and you are working, it builds your hands. If you compare, it drains your spirit. You don't compare, it builds your hands. If you compare, comparison will teach you helplessness. It teaches helplessness. But if you do not compare and you continue, it teaches resourcefulness. That is it. You can either be draining here or you are being resourceful there. The choice is yours. Also, comparison will reward waiting. Comparison will reward you for waiting. Sometimes waiting for the right time, waiting for the right investors, waiting for the right place, waiting for the right dream, waiting for the right team, waiting for the right employer. It will what? It will reward itself, and sometimes it's not so much. But what that will help you do? But what on the other hand, working for yourself without seeking for permission, you will have reward for your work. Enough of experience, enough of where you are standing, enough of where you have been coming from, and that will go a long way to build you. Also, waiting for permission, sometimes you will ask for who will hire me. But if you are not waiting for permission, the question is, what can I do? And that will make a big difference. Now, let's come back to the landowner. Remember, the landowner is the man who went outside at the 11th hour. While he was there, he saw the guys out there, and then he asked them, what can you do? Or why are you standing here idle? And then they told him, We are standing here idle because no man has answered us, because no man has hired us, because no man has given us face, no man has requested for our CV. But then there is a scary truth about the landowner. He didn't come back. He came back at the first watch. He came back at the third watch. He came back at the fourth watch. He came back at the fifth watch, which means he came back. He came out the first time by 6 o'clock. The second time by 9 o'clock. The third time by 12 o'clock. The fourth time by 3 o'clock. The fifth time he came by 5 o'clock in the evening. Now, the scary truth is that the man didn't come back anymore by 6 o'clock. He didn't come back again. Because there is time for everything. He didn't come back anymore. Which means that now that we are still resourceful, energetic, and that we are still dreaming, we still have that time to labor if you want to. But a time will come, you cannot labor anymore. Because even if you are hired at that point in time, you become a liability. And nobody wants to hire somebody who is a liability. And one thing is that the worst thing that could happen to somebody in life is the fact that you are still standing idle in the marketplace, knowing fully well that you were called in the morning by 6 o'clock, you did not come. You were called by 9, you did not come. You were called by 12, you did not come. You were called by 3 p.m., you did not come. You were called by 5 p.m., you could not come. Now you are willing to come by 6 o'clock and you're not coming outside anymore. That is the scary truth about this landowner. He didn't want to come and he didn't come outside anymore. He didn't come outside anymore. And another painful truth is that it is going to be so painful that you are watching the sunset on your dream. You are watching the sunset on your vision, knowing fully well that the opportunity to save that vision was given to you, but it wasn't maximized, it wasn't utilized, and it was discarded. Also knowing that there will no more be another 5 p.m. that same day, and which could be the end of life for such an individual. So the sixth thing here is that the reward goes to those who step in. The reward goes to those who step in. There is a call to labor. There is a call to work. There is a call to rise up to responsibility. There is a call to step up. There is a call to create. There is a call to curate. There is a call to stand. And there is a call to come out of the crowd to build something. Not just for our immediate family, not just for our local government, not just for the state, but something that the world needs. Something that could help the world. Something that could shape the idea of the world. That is what we are waiting for. And this call is coming to everyone. And this call will only come at some certain time. Because a time will come when no man can walk. And at that point in time, it will now let for those people that answer the call and the people who refuse to answer the call. Those who came outside to work and the ones who refused not to work. Because even the latecomers were paid the same amount of money with those who came early. That is a perception of value. The latecomer, they came with those they came at the late hour and they still get paid with the same amount of money or wages as the people who came earlier got. And earlier in my speech, I said that is what we call value perception. Even though you can argue from the point of justice that it is not just enough, but also understand the fact that people get paid by what they bring to the table. So what are we bringing to the table today? In the world where we have found ourselves, what exactly are we bringing to the table? If we are bringing nothing to the table, we will get nothing. If we are bringing the barest minimum to the table, we will get, of course, the barest minimum. And if you bring maximally to the table, of course, you will get the maximum benefit. So the idea is that the latecomers into the vineyard today shouldn't get discouraged. Maybe in your 30s, in your 40s, in your 50s, as an artisan, as a single mother, as a widow, as a widower. In as much as you are still coming into the vineyard today, it is not 6 o'clock for you yet. You can still get paid the same way those who came before you are still getting paid. But the thing there is, you must learn how to enter into the vineyard. Remember the story once again said that the man came in the morning around 6 o'clock to the marketplace, to the street. And when he got there, he saw them idle, doing nothing. And then he asked them, why are you here doing nothing? And they told him, we are here doing nothing because no man has hired us. He came again by 9 o'clock. Why are you here doing nothing? They gave him the same excuse, because no man has hired us. He came again by 12 o'clock. Why are you standing here doing nothing? They gave him the same excuse, because no man has hired us. He came again by 3 o'clock. They gave him the same excuse, because no man has hired us. He didn't come by 6 o'clock. Rather, he came by 5 o'clock, 11th hour. And he asked, why are you here sitting idle? And they told him that because no man has hired us. It is now enough time for us to stop seeking for permission. To stop seeking for permission before we can start dreaming, before we can start building, and to always know where to avoid cutting corners, to know when to start small and when not to start small, to know when to be creative about how we show ourselves out there, to know how to use what we have to get what we do not have, which of course is something we need dearly in the world today. So as I come to a close today, the tragedy in Africa is that we have able-bodied minded people, men and women who are so strong, able-bodied minded, and people who are sharp-minded, people who are resilient, people who are strong. But the problem is that regardless of their strength, regardless of the size of their body, majority of us are still waiting in the marketplace of life today, waiting to be hired, when actually we can start something for ourselves, when actually we can start building our own dreams, no matter how small it is, even when we are starting. And I strongly believe that when we understand the fact that we are not lazy individuals, but that we are just concentrating strength in the wrong place, that day will come that you'll be able to shift your idea, shift your perception, or shift how you perceive life into a more beneficial way. It is only in doing that that we can have a country, a nation, and then live a life that we are proud of eventually, because it's going to be painful if at the end of time the master came, the landowner came, rewarding people who were called the same time we were called. They heeded the call, they took the courses, they didn't just take the courses, they went for the classes, they passed the courses because they took the exam, but we were only struggling for the daily bread, while they were working for the manna that will last for 40 years. Now, their own manna lasted for 40 years, but our own daily bread doesn't come every day. What does that teach us? It teaches us that we should learn how to take responsibility. We have to, every one of us here has an innate ability, and we have to respond to it. Inability to respond to it is colossal. It has its own consequence. It's colossal. It has its own consequence. It has its own consequence. It has its own like error, which is going to show forth in our own life as well. So Africa as a whole, we have to rise up from that dependency mentality. We do not have to depend on the brain of the white anymore. We can think for ourselves. We can come out and become something worthwhile. We can dream big, and we need to believe that we can dream big, build a system that can compete on the international stage. So having said that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to bring my talk to a close. Thank you very much as I hand over the mic to the next speaker.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I trust we've been having knowledge passed down to us back to back from every speaker who has graced this podium. So this morning I'll be talking about the situation that has been plaguing our country, plaguing Nigeria, plaguing Africa, and plaguing the world. at large. I'll be talking about teenage pregnancy. Yeah, yeah. So in a society where we've conditioned the society to talk against teenage pregnancy and at the same time frown upon abortion. So you technically put the young women at a brick wall. She has no place to lean forward to and no place to lean backward to. So it's more like a brick to brick. So forcing her to have no choice of her own. And it's sad that this condition has 12 million teenage girls being displaced from age 10 to 19. So 12 million young girls get pregnant every year in developing countries. Do you know how mind-boggling that statistics is? How mind-boggling that is. And Sub-Saharan Africa, we are having 100 to 1%, 100 to 1,000 young girls getting pregnant in Africa as a whole. So this means that in 1,000 young girls, 100 of them get pregnant in Africa. And we have so much normalized sexualizing women that it feels so normal. And I think one of the culture I have issues with, I don't know the backstory to that culture. Is this traditions that happen in South Africa where their young girls, go unclad, and there's some ceremony and she dances and everything, and most people would support that claim and of course want women to go unclad and dance and whatnot. But if that's the case, why are the men to not going unclad as well? So we know that everybody is naked, if that is the point we're trying to buttress. So why should women nudity be the focus of a tradition? Why are we pushing that up front? And also there's a culture too in Calabar as well where they do similar things, so that these women have to come and dance naked and display themselves. We could tame it as a culture. We could find a way to sweet talk everything, to just buttress it and make it not seem like a big deal, but it's a big deal. If a younger boy is growing there, a younger child is growing there, what do you want to tell him exactly? How do you want to define the culture to him? Or let him understand that we're just doing it to promote fertility. Can't you promote fertility with people clothes? Can't fertility be celebrated with women not being sex object? We place women for their downfall and yet to blame them for falling. How stupid are we if we're doing that? And globally, 44 to 100 ladies get pregnant globally, and most countries, especially Asia, Africa, we face this situation. And although USA has been able to cut down their percentage down to like 70%, but thereabout in a more modernized and Western country, they still face the same thing. So as long as people will still get erection and people will still be turned on, people will still have feelings, teenage pregnancy is something that would take time to be cropped. It's something that would take serious scrutiny to counter. And there is something that being pregnant at a young age does to a young woman. It changes her view of the world. Her reality is immediately altered. So even at that position, she's having 1,001 thoughts run through her mind. Because, of course, like I said in the beginning, the society does not want her to abort. And at the same time, the society is not even educating women to protect themselves. So she's already on a brick wall. She's already faced between two challenges, and Well, there's no exposure, so how is she going to even defend for herself? I remember, I think about 4 years ago, I got a text. So she just randomly told me that she was pregnant, and I I took it as a joke because why are you pregnant? How are you pregnant? How did that come about? But in that light, maybe because I took it casually, or probably I did not take it serious, I I ghosted. Then I called her back again to know how the situation is and know how she got pregnant, and probably if there's anything we could help. And also there's a community that I was spearheading, and I am still spearheading, if there's anything that we could do or probably help her. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment I called back, still the same day, she wasn't reachable. I redialed the number over and over again, and she was nowhere to be reached. And someone had to like pick up the call and told me that she ran away. And till date, I don't know how she pulled through. I don't know if she gave birth. I don't know what happened. But it goes as far as telling us the damage silence could do, and how not being there for someone could totally disrupt someone's life and change the trajectory of their life forever. So probably if she had called and, you know, had listened, maybe brought it up to the community, maybe she would have been helped. Or probably find somebody in a situation who understands better, or somebody who can help. Maybe should have been safe or better per se. But that is not the case. And this is one of many things that weighs my heart, and I felt like I should have done better. So subsequently, yeah, people had reached out to me, and I've seen young girls who are pregnant and everything. I may not be able to help financially, but I could bet everything I can and everything I could push out, on any resources I can lay my hand on, to ensure that she makes the right choices and get the right help that she needs. Because in that moment, when teenagers are pregnant, there's a whole lot that clouds their mind. You would not really be thinking straight. It's a plethora of emotions, a confused one. It leaves her distressed. So, when we see teenagers who are pregnant, we should lend them our voices. Stop leaving them in silence and assume that they know what to do, or they can pull themselves through, or they can help themselves. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way at all. Our society has already been conditioned to make women feel on the crossroad. They can't go forward, they can't go backward. There's no movement at all. And what causes teenage pregnancy? Lack of education. Even when we're being taught biology in school, and they get to reproductive organ, and the whole class is jittering and happy, you can sort of get the tense in the air that there is somehow a withdrawal on even the lecture. It's an exciting topic, everybody is happy to learn, and at the same time, whilst being happy to learn, there's a whole lot of things that is not even being thought. And then when you teach I think it's in civic education that they teach about sex or something, the only best advice they've given young people whilst we're younger is abstain. they talk about abstinence like everybody can abstain, or everybody has the willpower to. Nobody talks about the use of contraceptives. Nobody talks about the sheer willpower of someone. So in that light, we don't even know what we're getting ourselves into. There's lack of education, and most importantly, there is lack of sexual education. Some people don't know what gonorrhea is or what chlamydia is till they get it. Some people don't even know that HIV exists till they contract it via sex. So a proper education should be done sexually across board to all people, so people make the right choices. So if at all the girl or the guys, they feel like they are mature enough to engage in sexual pleasures, they can protect themselves, right? We need to work on our sexual education. We need to educate them the dangers of some contraceptives, how IUD works, how pills works, and everything in that light. People need to learn. We can't just tell them abstain, 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 abstain. Not everybody will listen to that advice. Some persons want to be Dora the Explorer. They want to explore at a young age. So for those who are the Dora the Explorer, they should have the options of keeping themselves safe. So sexual education is important. They should understand their body, understand themselves, and understand what they are getting themselves into. Some girls do not even know that a pre-com could get them pregnant. Some girls do not know that pre-com can get them pregnant. That is pre-ejaculation before the main one. Alright. So education is important. They need to know. So somebody doesn't cajole them and tell them, oh, let's not use protection. Let's just go straight that I have a strong pull-out game. He will pull out and then put you into trouble because you failed to educate yourself or you failed to learn. So sexual education is important and we need to learn that. If a girl doesn't know her body, doesn't know when she's into puberty, doesn't know what happens when she sees her period, she doesn't know how to keep track. I think there's an app called Flow. I think that's the popular app that works for ladies. Called Flow. Yeah, so I think that young girls should get on that and learn how to use it. It's just going to help them. At least they keep track of their body. They know what's up with them. Right? So it's imperative. We shouldn't just grow silent. Right? We shouldn't just grow silent. And I think that in part of educating the young girls, they should have a proper rights model to talk to an elder lady who has experienced what they're going to experience, to be there to guide them. And also I don't know if they still do that in schools, where they teach young girls how to act at a certain age. I think they're not supposed to allow a man lap them or a man touch them in their private parts and everything. I think that rudiment should continue. It should be sung the way we sing our national anthem into the ears of our young girls. so that when they meet people and people touch them inappropriately, they would not think it is normal.
Yeah.
If at best, they should just keep it to handshake. So they don't hug them and start tapping currents, if you know what I mean. So, no worry, you come from the master class. I will explain better there. So, we should educate our young girls. They shouldn't be too free with guys around. You don't know who wants to be manipulative or who has an ill thought towards you. And we should teach young girls to be vocal. They should talk. If there's anything wrong, they should come and say it. Because they met Okunwale to help with the assignment does not mean that I should have other superior motive.
I also have an observation, sir.
Yeah, continue, please.
In language, there's what we call.
Alright.
There's what
Okay.
we call accuracy.
Alright.
So I think in the African culture, when it comes to talking to.
He's talking now.
So when it comes to talking to when it comes to correcting girls or telling them about sexual education.
Alright. Yeah, I'm listening, yeah.
Our parents are not always accurate. So what
Accurate.
do you mean by don't let a man sleep and touch you? You understand? Call a spade a spade. Do you get what I'm saying?
Alright.
So in language, accuracy is very important.
Alright.
Don't tell the girl that don't let the man sleep or touch. Okay, what about the man? If the man goes to the back, what happens?
Alright, okay.
So accuracy is very, very important.
Alright, I think I'll buttress on that. And that's what I meant by educating our young girls, by being vocal, and we shouldn't let men touch them anyhow. Some men are pedophiles. They have ill thought and they just want to express it on a young girl. What do you mean that you're being harassed by an 8 years old girl? Are you daft? You must be crazy. That amongst all the women that you've seen, that is a child that is giving you morninghood. It's absurd, and it's a barbaric behavior. If we continue to condone such practices and let people have their way as pedophiles, it makes no sense on any ground. There's no justification for that. So, mothers, young ladies, women, if you see a young girl moving mad or moving astray, she just wants to do whatever she feels is right, call her to order. Because sometimes this youthful exuberance, where she just wants to explore the world, she's becoming a Dora the Explorer. She wants to see the whole world and, explore things on her own ground. She doesn't know the danger lurking behind. She doesn't know. And people will take advantage of that. Like they say, ignorance is not an excuse. So because she's ignorant about the vices of men or about how cruel the world can be, does not take away the part that the world is still wicked. So if we can condition our young girls to do the right thing, talk, be more vocal. If the lesson teacher touches you anyhow, tell your mom, tell your dad. So it doesn't graduate to something else. If that uncle is saying, come man, let me lap you, talk. Be more vocal. We need to educate people, and let's call a spade a spade. Just like one of the audience is saying, we shouldn't sugarcoat words. And what do you mean that if you see a man pimping? What is pimping? Don't look at a man's penis. Let's call it what it is. Don't let a man touch your vagina. Don't let a man touch your breast. Be more vocal. What are you are using slangs on her? What is she might just go and then begin to think that that is a normal standard. Because it is educated and imprinted in her mind. At a certain age, even stop baiting girls outside. Bait them somewhere else. Away from the public eyes. If you make it seem normal, that's how she'll be growing and want to hit puberty and then she'll be walking around stark naked, because to her, well, mommy baits me naked, so it is normal, but to the society it is not. We should give them a picture of what shame feels like. And I'm not saying that we should shame women, but let them understand that there is what we call shame. Right? Where they feel that they have something to protect. It is what guides them. It is what leads as a compass. Even as a man, I feel like at a certain age, you should stop baiting together with your daughter stark naked. It could mean nothing to you. Of course, she's your daughter. But you're imprinting thought in her mind. And the mind is such a funny thing that it takes things into account and then leaves them layered and imprinted. So she might just be innocently walking and then imagine another man's scrotum like her father's own. Because you've made it a norm, and to you it is normal. You have nothing to hide and you would not do anything, but please give her that sense of value and worth. Let her dress by herself. Let the mother teach her how to clothe herself, how to do necessary things by herself, how to dress herself. So education is important. Be vocal. Nobody should touch your genitalia. And if they do, they should come and report to you and take action immediately. Stop giving excuses for pedophiles. Stop giving excuses for those who rape and abuse young girls. Saying that you don't know what you are saying. I think one has to be so stupid to think that a child will not be honest. How will a child come and then joke about something so serious like that? For you to even take it as a joke. Kids say the truth most times. So we can even tell that, oh, the child is apparently saying the truth. So there has to be a common ground that lets young girls reach out to their guardians and be vocal. 2, another cause for teenage pregnancy is poverty. It is poverty. It is one of the strongest weapon fashioned against young girls, because they are left to other vices of men. They are left to, stay at the mercies of other people. So a man can even take advantage of her because of recharge card and data. Because at home, when last is she going to come online? I'll repair your phone for you, I'll repair your charging ports. From repairing the charging ports, you start exploring other ports. So poverty is a leading cause, and because she has nowhere to get the help that she needs, and simply because somebody can provide it indirectly buys her off. Right? She then technically places herself at a price. So from there, it then becomes a higher bidder something. It becomes, if you cannot afford me, don't date me. It then becomes a thing of, I now have a price attached to myself and my body, and you must then provide that funds to then have access. So poverty is a leading cause. Limits to healthcare, quality school, and life opportunities. No matter how much, we can never butter down on the importance of exposures, opportunities, and quality schools. You can't compare a young child who is sitting on the ground and they still use charcoal to darken their board to learn and write, and compare her to a child who has a better environment, who has a counselor, a guardian in their school. The difference is wide. They're both going to have different experiences. So quality education is important. And same thing as life opportunity. Right, I think we're talking about women buying pepper spray. I think during the course of today, some women do not even need to be scared of anything at all. They don't even have that exposure. They are well shielded, they are well protected. So they even have nothing to be worried about, there's nothing to be concerned about. Their life is well guarded. But a girl who maybe sells orange at Oshodi on that bridge, and she has to meet a quarter for her to get home. How many orange will she sell to be able to make 10,000 naira? Okay, I will repeat myself. I said that poverty is the leading cause to teenage girls being pregnant. And to some girls, they don't have that exposure to these vices because of how they are being brought up. There's a car picking them up from school, there's a car taking them going home, their workers is being scrutinized, there's a whole lot of protection, right? She's not being exposed to anything. But then compare her to maybe a young girl who is in Oshodi on that bridge. Oshodi Sale is the one down there. Yes. So she's there, probably selling orange. And how many oranges will she sell to be able to make, let's say, 10,000 naira profit? I think one orange is 100 naira, right? So at the least they can even carry is like a sack of orange with their tray, and that sack is about, I think, 200 or 300 pieces there. So how many will she exhaust, to be able to sell and then go home? Now she's done, probably running into the late hours. And then if she's going home, she has to utilize the money she has made. So taking out of that for transport will be shortchanging your profit. So she has to walk home. If such lady is being faced with people who are going to rape her, what power does she have? Is it out of the money that she's going to sell orange, she'll buy pepper spray? Can she even afford that? They're still even looking for what to eat. So exposure really matters, and that is sort of like the invincible wall which protects certain ladies and leaves certain ladies exposed. So poverty is bad, and I think in our own bid, the best thing we can do, if you take a public transport and you see a young girl, try to pay her transport. If you can, try to pay their transport. And please, these young girls hawking, they have a quarter to meet. But you're pricing their plantain, you're pricing the orange. What are you pricing? They'll tell you, okay, it's 2,000 naira, you're pricing it 1k. What's your problem? That is half the cost price. What do you want her to do? But you're the one that will go to club, you go to ShopRite, you go to Market Square. Why are you not pricing the boku bread? Why are you not pricing their snacks? But you go there, you buy things. You buy things at their own price, you even spend more. But this young girl, which she has to do this because obviously she's not as rich as you are or buoyant as you are, and she has a quarter to meet up, why not buy and also add tip instead? At least help her fast track the sales. Please stop pricing people anyhow. You can price the rich, but those who are below the poverty line, stop pricing them as though you don't have more than that to give. It's very ill and it's not good of us. 3. Another cause for teenage pregnancy is family environment. Abusive and unstable home, poor parent-child communication, being a child of a teen parent also raises risks. So if the house the young lady grew up in is abusive, or the mother is erratic and there's really no smooth ground, there's a rise for her to be pregnant at a young age, right? So poor parent to child communication. If a child cannot communicate with their parent, it raises a rise to risks of her being pregnant. So we have to create a proper communication ground where teenage girls are not ashamed to talk to their mother, are not ashamed to talk to their father. It helps cover a lot of ground. And also a teenage mother will also raise risks to raising another teenage child. That's how the scope is, because people emulate what they see, right? So if a young child is pregnant and her daughter grows up and sees that, oh, my mom is a single mom, which is very much important for people who are single mothers to have like a father figure in their child's life. You might not necessarily remarry, but just have a male figure in the child's life. Okay. Now, if you don't want to remarry, which is fine, you have a young child or a young son or a young daughter, but in particularly a young daughter, I'm sure you cannot, I don't know how to put it, but it's impossible for you in your whole life, you don't have a male figure that you can count on to, right? I think that's impossible. So I'm coming out. I'll take your question, right? So the best way to have a male figure in your child's life, if you don't have an uncle or a brother, somebody will just come in to check in. There's something we call godfather, right? Godfather most times are your spiritual leaders or your guidance or counselor spiritually. They could act as your godfather, or people that you know can discipline and help control can be a godfather as well. So it is not a rocket science. It's not that you have to bring a man and then put him into your house and say, I'm not yet married and probably I will not remarry. I have a child and you must always be here and always act like a daddy. And no, it doesn't have to be that way. The man can act from a distance and always act as a protector as well for your child, because the formative years of these children help them grow, help them become better. So I would implore us to put that into consideration for those who are the single mother. Your question?
Thank you very much.
All right.
You said something. You said that
Okay.
those children
All right.
that we should make sure that they have father figure in their life.
Yeah.
The fact that even some fathers are not even ashamed of themselves, that they actually with their own children.
Yeah.
Not of uncles. You can't
You can't trust people.
We can't trust anybody.
The only
Yeah.
thing, my own advice,
Mm.
the only thing I know you can actually do to your child is just to impact that knowledge. Make them understand that even though you
Okay.
don't have a father figure, because
Yeah, I'm listening to her. All right. I get your point. I get your point. Trust is a two-way street. It's a one-way train ticket that we take, and it just keeps going. Is like I said earlier on in one of my speeches, is when you board a bus or you mount a bike, do you ask, oh please, where's your certificate? Let me see how certified you are before I could take your bus or your train or your bike. You trust on the on go. But then again, we have to be very careful. Which is why the communication is important, because if the man is making advances towards your girl, she can come and be vocal about it to you. At least there will be no room for him to bribe her and say, don't talk to mommy, or we have to encourage women to talk, to speak, no matter how hard it is. We have to encourage them to do so. I know we have foolish men. We have men who are not ashamed, who take advantages of their daughters. I know we have uncles who want to explore their nieces. But please, it's important that you scrutinize and then you vent those who have access to your children. If you're having odd feeling about certain people, it's better you just shun those people off. Because there will always be signs. There will always be signs. They can't conceal their behavior forever. There will always be signs. We should just employ young girls to speak up, no matter how the circumstances is or whoever the person is in question. They should just speak up. It would help set you in the right place to know how to combat the situation. So I think that's my answer to the question. 4. The fourth cause to teenage pregnancy is peer pressure and social norm. If in a community where people are always pregnant, it's like a burial. I say burial. It's like a ritual. In 1 in 10 houses, there's always a pregnant young lady. It's a culture. It's a norm. If a young girl is growing in such community, she would think that is a normal thing, right? People would just buy into it. People take a self-reflection or an embodiment of their society. People will conform to their environment. It's a modeling structure. So peer pressure is another thing which needs to be tackled and nailed. I don't know what a 14 years old is doing in party. What do you mean that you're falling in love at 14? What are you doing with love? What do you know love is? You've not even written your exams and you're falling in love. What is the concept of that itself? So it's absurd, and we need to caution these young girls. He likes me, he treats me well, he buys me gifts. You should tell her that she's just like the goats that the farmer, fattens and prepare the goats for death. Because sometimes the goat will be wondering why is there benevolence of the farmer? Why is he feeding me too much? Why preparing him for slaughter? And that's the same thing. Nobody is a Santa Claus. So your young girls should understand that nobody's just going to be spreading gifts like they're running charity. So he buys you food and gives you card and gives you money and all these things. As per what? He doesn't know what to do with his money. Even those people sharing palliative this period are begging for your votes. So they are feeding you for your votes. So how much more someone who is eyeing a teenager? there's always a motive behind these givings, and we should caution our young girls for it. The fifth one that causes teenage pregnancy is gender inequality. Of course, this has been a topic that we'll keep revisiting and we keep talking about. Gender inequality causes some women to bend and fold. So even though she is forced into coercion, she cannot resist or shout or complain. Somehow she folds. And that's how we have statutory rape. I don't think I pronounced that properly. So that what leads to that. That's the rape of young girls, right? And also, they cannot say no to unwanted advances because the man is sort of older than her and is touching her somehow. She cannot resist. She cannot push because in that society, on that environment, they've made her feel like whatever a man is doing to you is normal. Just accept it. Just take it in. It's not good. We have social coercion, which is rape or exploitation by elder individuals. Coercion is when, let me put it this way, is when you indirectly force young girls to sleep with them. So it doesn't look as though you raped them, but you indirectly forced the young girl. You left her with no choice. So in that situation, she's being coerced. For example, those of us who passed through university, so just say that as though the girl is in secondary school and before she's going to pass her exams, or maybe she didn't meet the cut-off mark, and she wants to pass, and the lecturer saying, you know what to do now, I'm not supposed to be telling you. He might not necessarily say that, come and sleep with me, visit me in my chamber now, you know what to do, fine girl like you. So he deadens her voice, so she's then forced to sleep with him to buy good grades, and she cannot repeat, because if she repeats, she has her home to face too. Now they see her as somebody who is not educated, somebody who is not learning, but probably she has tried her best, or even she may be doing her very best to excel and come out in flying colors, but the lecturer, he's been possessed, so he would deliberately fail this young lady, and because she has nowhere to go to, she has been coerced. I read of a story of this teacher who took advantage of the young girl and touched her inappropriately, and the brother went and charged towards the lecturer and beat him and everything. Could you believe that even after charging towards the lecturer and beating the lecturer, and the girl opened up to the school, they flogged the boy? So if Nigeria is conditioned like that, how much more girls who do not have senior brothers to fight for them? You can see how twisted the culture is and the society is. So which is why I won't even blame some girls if they don't talk, if they don't speak up, because they have nowhere to talk to. There's nobody to talk to in the first place. Because even if they do, nobody would want to believe them. Nobody will want to fight for them. So the culture just shuns them. It's a very, very wrong situation and sad situation we're in. And I'm not even talking about those who accuse people of rape. That's too in its own is an offense. Don't accuse. False accusation of rape is not good. But if a girl is being raped, is being coerced, let her speak up. Let her speak up and let the right authorities know. I think for Lagos and some other states, they have like an emergency number you can always call and vent out your voices. Use the social media, tag, explain what you've gone through, and who knows, intervention may come. So it's imperative that young girls do that. Don't buy into the ill vices of men who want to take advantage of you. Right. Another lead to teenage pregnancy is limited access to contraceptive. Most ladies do not even know what contraceptions are. Most women do not even know that there's a female condom. They don't know that there is a pill. They don't know that there's an IUD. So they don't know a lot of things. Right? So, and in their quest for exploring, they buy into whatever the guy wants to tell them. So it could be one night stand, and from there she has a baby standing inside of her. Right? So if she knows that there is options of contraceptive, she can as well safeguard herself. I don't think Prostino is expensive. I think Prostino is one of them. That's the point. But then again, if the lady wants to explore, she should at least protect herself. Right? Because there will always be excuses. There will always be something for these young teenagers to talk about. She could be in a party and she's wasted with drinks. What if somebody takes advantage of her there? Or somebody promises her that I'll marry you. Somebody who has not even found his footing in life. And then she spreads her leg like butter on bread. And he has his way. And let it be that is just the one time they did what they did, and and probably that day she's fertile, and that's it. Because she may feel like, hey, my friends are doing it, they're not getting pregnant, and then she go and tries it. Oh, there's now a little human being growing. Alright. The goalkeeper may not be able to stop the ball. And it's also tricky that she might even take pill and then you still score. So, in that light, let her be very careful. It is best that she just don't involve herself in it. We should teach young girls that there's a place for them to say no. There's a place for them to protect themselves. And there's a place for them to protect themselves and dress properly. They should dress properly. They should not leave people's imagination to run wild. It's imperative that young ladies do so. And also there's health consequences to teenage mothers and their child as well. She could lose her life. The baby could have difficulty breathing. The baby could be given birth to prematurely. The mother could have anemia. So there's a whole lot. It's a risk. Even people who are not teenagers are having risks being pregnant. How much more a young girl? 10 to 19. What are young girls doing with? What are you doing with? What do you know love is? Sex is not love and love is not sex. We should tell that to our young girls, so they know what to do properly. It affects us socially. It has an economic impact, because the economy would not grow if we have women who are supposed to be leading bank of industries nursing children. The economy would not grow if we'll have women who are supposed to build their dreams, nursing children and breastfeeding children. So instead of her to be in the four walls of a classroom, she's hawking with her child. She's looking for what her child is going to eat. So somehow, her dream has been cut short. It's been truncated. So she has literally nothing to then else live for. And it's not as if our society is encouraging. They will still backlash her, they will still speak ill of her, they will still make her feel terrible. And it's not a situation I would wish on any girl to be in. She has to open herself up to discuss and talk properly. So the society at least gives her the respect that she deserves. It affects them educationally because, of course, like I said, she will have to drop out of school. It's a very difficult task to nurse a child and be in school. Luckily, except she has a graceful family that would, take in the child and look after the child while she's still schooling. But then again, there's a mark she has left behind. Young girls should see that they are the one taking in everything. The boy will be nowhere to be found. He may even deny the pregnancy even. He might go and then burst into their home and say, oh, this is the responsibility of your son. And the son would deny that he has never even seen the girl in his life. And what it is now her word against his. So you can't bank on that. You can't bank on a one night stand, on an euphoria of your feeling. You can't bank on that. You certainly do not even know what you're doing at a younger age. It causes a financial strain. Because Cerelac is expensive. And Pampers is not 5 naira. Because diapers is expensive. And I think these days napkins is even outdated. I don't think people use napkin these days. We can even say that that one is cost effective. It's going to reduce cost a little bit. But you keep buying diapers. I think there's 0 to 3 months and there's 4 months to 6 months, if I'm not mistaken. I think in that pattern. So you keep buying. And if you want to breastfeed your child exclusively for 6 months, that's another cost on its own. You can't breastfeed on an empty stomach. You have to eat constantly. You have to, if you're using a formula, you have to buy a good one. Either SME or Cerelac. Those ones are expensive. It's pricey. So money you're supposed to use for other things, you're using it to raise a child. We've not talked about baby oil, baby clothes, and these babies they grow rapidly. So those shoes you're buying, they'll soon not fit in a long time, or in a short while apparently. And it causes mental health strain on young teenage girls. There is shame, there is depression, there is isolation, there is grief. She will find it difficult to blend into the society. She'll find it difficult to cope. She'll be feeling ashamed of herself. And if the family are not helping matters, they will make grief worse. And also there's another thing that we don't even talk about, for teenagers who get pregnant, is what happens when some of them lose their child. It leaves a stain in them. It causes a mental stain in them that they have to think through almost throughout their life. Because they watched their child being given birth to, and there were some complications and the child died. It leaves a stigma in their heart. It causes a dent and would probably not be cured for life. And sometimes in the bit of exploring, or probably she was raped, unfortunately, it opens up vices in her life. And oh, I've been raped before, so what does it matter for me to keep my body? Someone else has access to it. I've been protecting my body for the right man to come and marry me and we'll build a family, and whatnot. But unfortunately, it happened. That may cause her to open herself up and be like, well, there's nothing I have to protect. Because a young girl lost her virginity does not mean that she has lost her dignity. I feel like we should have to give young girls their voices back. Even if they slept with 1,001 men, they should have their voices back. They should not be denied the life they deserve. Because they've lost their virginity does not mean that they've lost their dignity. They deserve a life that they're going to live happily and better. And they're not just going to try to blend into society or try to leave costs in their own hands. It's something that we have to educate our young girls on. And therapy is important for girls who decide to keep their child, and how they can seek proper help to raise the baby they are bringing into the world. And to young girls who probably at childbirth lost their child, would have the proper help that they need, so they deal with grief properly. So dear young ladies, if you must or if you can try, please practice what you were taught in civic education. Abstain. But if your body is like Tuzaquin, you cannot rest. Your body is peppering you, if that is the phrase I would use. If you cannot rest, or if you think that love is shacking you, no wahala, use contraceptive. But then again, it's a risk. It's like a 50-50. Condom can burst. The pills might not work. IUD could disrupt your body hormonal balance. So if you cannot abstain, they've said it in church, they've said it in school, but you feel like we want to be self-righteous, we want to be self-impulsive, we don't want you to do what you want to do, you want to live your life. Well, the ball is in your court. But then again, be careful. What goes into the hole is smaller, but what comes out is bigger. You might not want to take that risk. Please, young ladies, protect your virtue, guard your dignity. And if you've lost your virginity, it does not mean that you've lost your dignity. It doesn't mean you should be running around the streets. It doesn't mean that you should just give yourself out. You still have something to protect. You still have a life to protect. Right? And I hope that we reduce the numbers of these yearly statistics of women being pregnant. I hope that we contribute to that we reduce the number. 12 million ladies every year. That's a huge number. At least let's maybe drop it down half the size. Probably 6 million every year. Because I would be foolish to say that we can totally crop it, because you can have autonomy over everyone's character. People will just still want to be what they want to be and still want to do what they want to do. But I feel like when we educate people well enough, they'll be able to make the right choices. So let's protect our young girls. Let's do right by them. Young ladies, help young girls. Teach them the right thing they're supposed to know. My young men, please, I beg of you, stop chasing little children. Stop chasing little children. Leave them alone. Right? And protect them too as well. If you see someone taking advantage of a young girl, fight them off or raise an alarm. Stop saying that it's not your business, it does not concern you. Let's do better. Let's be the guardian that the young girls can trust and lean onto. I do hope with this that we make better of the society we're living in. Because indeed I want a society where young girls are happy and safe and they're not a victim of the society. So at this point, this morning, I'll be passing the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Words of hope, words of encouragement. Thank you so much. We really appreciate. And as always, we will adhere to every speech that's been said on this podium. Good morning to you this morning from around the world, wherever you're listening. Good morning to you. I don't know what time it is in your location, but however the case, happy watching. This morning I'll be talking about music for the child with special needs. Music for the child with special needs. Unquote. My name is Abigail, a therapist and a music teacher. Graduated with a 2-1 in the University of Ambrosoli, that's Ekpoma, Edo State. Studied guidance and counseling. Had a little bit of music education in school, not formally but informal negotiation and learning from people in the religious setting. So like I said this morning, we'll be talking about music for the child with special need. Before we really go or dive right into it, I would like to break this segment into different aspects so we can get to understand what I'm trying to say. When you hear the word special needs, what comes to mind? What should come to mind is special needs are children or children with special needs. These are unique children with emotional, psychological, physical differences, as the case may be. They are different from the typical children, either by appearance or by neurological difference. They are just different, they are special, they are unique in their own way. And in the course of these interaction, I'll let you know that when addressing these uniqueness, these difference, please be kind enough to know that they are first human before their uniqueness. They are first human, they are first a child, they are first an adult with with veins running through them. So yes, they are children with special need. Children with special needs. It is so surprising and so sad to say this, that there are myths attached to the uniqueness of these children. Really, really sad myths. And way back from the Greek era, that's history, to the Jewish era and all that, even to some countries, to some states, even in Nigeria. It is so sad to know that there are still myths that people still believe some traditional facts that people do believe. I would say some, and we can carry on from there. Some people think that children with special need, with these difference, their parents or get them into certain rooms, thereby using their blood, drawing blood, just to do some incantations or some rituals. That is very wrong. People believe, or some people still believe, that these sets of children, this unique set of children brings bad luck to the family. In quote, that is a wrong belief. Very wrong belief. In the Greek, I remember while I was in school and we were talking about, there's a course I took about special needs, children with special needs, and it's so sad that parents usually, because of the laws and belief in those days, usually give birth to these children, but because these laws and patterns are put in place, they would trek to the highest of mountains just to dump them there. Or some people believe that with cane, special cane, holy cane, or cane gotten from a tree, a specific tree, to wipe whatever difference that this child was born with. And that's wrong. That's a myth. That's very wrong. They believe that cane, imagine the child is physically deformed or have a disableness. They feel that wiping the child, flogging the child again and again would cure that child from the uniqueness. That is a wrong ideology. So these are common myths of children with special needs. Now let's remind ourselves the cause. It is still known, and it is still a saying and a given that the cause of, or the probability that a parent is meant to give birth to this child with the uniqueness is quite low. There is no known factor, there is no known cause for this difference. There is no known cause, but it has been streamlined to certain occurrences, and that's what we'll also talk about. Genetic factor. That a parent stammers, there is at least a 70% chance to 80% chance that that can be transferred, to the child. That a parent has a particular disability, or that a parent has a particular uniqueness, there is a 70% chance from gene, the transferring that uniqueness can be transferred to that child, because it is based on family. My learner, she's just 3 years old, and we're trying to build her vocabulary, but we got to understand that for every time she learns a new word, she can say it correctly for the first 2 weeks, and there will be a reduction. The chances of her being able to pronounce that word she has learned will be very slim and difficult. Then she begins to slur the words. Now I was asking the mom, like, okay, like what was going on? At first I took note of it, but I had to call the attention of the mom, and she said, oh, the dad has this peculiarity. And I was like, oh, okay, no problem. But she's still little, and we can see how it goes. We'll keep observing just to see what can be the perfect solution to remedying such situation. So yes, it is a genetic factor. That's number one cause. Then we also have malnutrition. When the mother of, or when a pregnant woman is not properly fed, she's not eating right, especially the folic acid, you don't take these things, you don't attend the meetings that is meant to, that's the hospital visits, the routines, the hospital checks, you don't go there, you don't go for it's called, for lack of a better word, I say, the what's it called, can somebody help me in the house, the routine a pregnant woman, the checks she goes for. Good, thank you so much, Auntie Nata, thank you so much. That it the pregnant woman does not visit the hospital, that can also be a cause, because the doctor is meant to examine your feeding, is meant to be watched, what to take in at given weeks, given days, while you're still carrying. That is also a must. Then we have the use of alcohol. Some women, some pregnant women, they go as far as still drinking while they are pregnant. This can also be a cause. Why you give birth to that special child, it's not entirely the child's fault. Parents still have a role to play in bringing these things into play. So yes, the use of alcohol should be totally eradicated. We also have insufficient child care. That a child is born is a good thing. That the child is meant to be catered for is another thing entirely. The next speaker was speaking extensively on the fact that there is need for provision of certain things, that a child that is born has to be taken care of. That's to say, the monetary aspect comes into play. It comes into play because you have the diaper, you have the feeding, if you're going exclusively or you're using formula. So these are things, aside from the childbirth, the child has to be properly taken care of. Then we also have prolonged labor. This is another major cause. The mother, the parent, the pregnant woman has been in labor for hours. It's as simple as just going through the other route. Go through the other route rather than staying there again and again and again. Prolonged labor is another known cause for giving birth to a child with uniqueness or the difference. Then we also have premature delivery, that the child is not matured enough to be born. This is another cause. The child is not matured enough to be born. The term the mother is meant to carry the child for 9 months, but for some reasons, though scientific innovation and improvement has taken a good place in the world today, but at the same time, these are causes, these are factors that influence the birth or the birthing of children with special needs. Why are these special? They are special, like I said earlier, because their difference is known through these factors, the domain. So we have about 4 or 5 domains that make up a child's developmental growth. There are milestones that make up a child's developmental growth. And these milestones, every child must tick that box, must tick the box. So yes, children are different, but at the same time, we should get to understand that a child can walk. There are children that walk. I think a parent told me that the child started walking very well in I think 8 months, some 7 months, others 1 year, some above, and like that. Now, so long the developmental milestones, the domain has been properly met, then they become the typical children. they moved, they crossed over to the typical children. But if this domain, the developmental milestones, has not been moved, has not been ticked, all of them has not been ticked, then we have the neurodivergent children, or the child with special needs. Now, what are these domains? We have the language and communication. The language and communication, that the child cannot communicate, cannot even blab some words, is a concern. Then we also have the social domain. We have the cognitive domain. The cognitive domain that has to do with memory, that has to do with thinking, that has to do with critical thinking, that has to do with retention. That is also part of it. Then we have the physical and motor skill. The physical and motor skill, where you have the fine motor skill, the gross motor skill, and I'll get on the explain that as we progress. We have types of special needs. Types of special needs. I'm taking our time to explain because we have to be able to look at these children and get to understand their peculiarities, their differences, which in turn will help us serve them better, which in turn will help us give them the right tools, the right help that they need. The types of special needs, we have the social and emotional. The social and emotional. And in this category, we have the hyperactivity, the attention defect hyperactivity disorder, the conduct disability. That's to say, they're hyperactive. When you see a child just moving, cannot stay for at least, I was talking to a therapist and she was like, oh, the child she's working with now, her attention span is just 2 minutes. She can only focus on an activity for 2 minutes. That's how short her attention span is. But we're trying to look for ways and techniques to make it work. So yeah, we have the social and emotional special needs aspect. Then we have the physical. The physical has to do with the hearing impairment or the visual impairment or the mobility, and we are talking about, in this case, where it is quite difficult for them to move about, and this is the physical impairment, where either one leg is shorter than the other, or there is CP, the cerebral palsy. So yes, so this is also part of the case. Then we have the intellectual disability. We also have the language, we have the neurodevelopmental delay, and under the neurodevelopmental delay we have the ASD, autism spectrum disorder. Now if we're to categorize the autism spectrum disorder, we have the minimum, which is the mild. We have, so it is in grades, at least there are levels to read, which we have the mild, and we have the spectrum that can be higher than the mild. And in this case, the child, some children like the one I was able to relate with, at first it was quite difficult for myself and him to communicate, because he's not used to new faces, he's not used to interacting with people. His communication skill was very low. So it's mild, but it is not aggressive. Then under this neurodevelopmental delay, we also have the Down syndrome, we have the learning difficulties. These are types of special needs. Now, bringing the peculiarity of special needs into music is what makes it interesting. I know there are cases, or there are times where I have been down, really down, and I just go on Spotify or I go to my music app, and there are songs I just play that lifts my soul up. I may not necessarily have met their celebrities, for crying out loud, so I haven't met them, but their song has impacted me. It may be a piece, it may be a lyrics, but it has impacted me. So what is music? If I would ask, I would explain the concept of music. Music is the combination of sounds that are pleasant to the ears. You combine these sounds together, you bring them together to create harmony. So you're bringing the drum, you're bringing the piano, you're bringing the bass, you're bringing the saxophone, that's the guitar, whatever. You're just bringing these sounds together to create harmony, to create music. It is also an organized sounds, communication to sensory experience. So what do I mean by an organized sounds? Like I just explained earlier, you're bringing these sounds together. You're bringing them, they know they know when to come into place. And it is so structured that it is making a pleasant sound in your ears. You listen to it and it just hits the right spot. You just love what you hear again and again. There are some songs that you listen to and you put them on repeat again and again, and it keeps going again and again. What makes it so special? It's because it sits, or it appeals to your sensory development. You love what you hear and it makes you feel good. It makes you feel good. Why music for children with special needs? For the child with special needs, why should we incorporate music as a skill for them? I don't know if you've heard of this boy. His name is Jude. Jude Kofi, or Kofi, if I'm pronouncing it well. He's a Ghanaian, and he learned how to play the piano by himself. An autistic, brilliant, smart, knowledgeable, skillful boy that was able to find pleasure in learning the music. I was reading or watching his documentary, and the parents was saying that he had a lot of challenge at childbirth. He was born prematurely, and it was looking like it was a 50-50 chance of losing him. But in all of the difficulties, in all of it, he survived. And he did not just survive, he got a part. He said something that is planning, or is going in line in composing his own music. He plays beautifully, he plays wonderfully. So I'm asking, why music? Why should music be incorporated in the day-to-day activity or in the skill building process of your child? It helps as a regulation too. Music helps as a regulation too. I'm a neurotypical individual, but like I said, that there are days where I am tired. There is a song I just go to and I play it and it soothes me. There are days where I feel down or sad. There is a song I go to and it just touch the right spot. There are days where I feel happy and overwhelmed. There are days where I feel happy and I go to a particular song and I just play the song and it makes me happy even more. There are days where I just need to worship. There are days where I just need to think or meditate. There is a song ascribed for these days. Now, if days like this happens to me, then what would you say about the special child? So on these days, these are the days where music can help as a regulatory tool, a regulation tool for the child. It helps calm and stimulate them. It's a sensory thing. It helps calm them, it helps stimulate them. It is also a non-verbal language. It is also a non-verbal language for some of the specialty of these children, where you get to see that, or know that they cannot say some words or air their mind. Music, when it comes in, they can express themselves. Is a way of verbalizing their words that cannot be spoken outrightly. Music is a way of verbalizing their word. It also helps as a predicted structure in a chaotic world. So with all the loud noises, with everything that is going on in the world, music can bring them the peace, the joy that music brings to them. So in the chaotic world where things are not just going right for them, where people don't understand them, bring music in. So when it feels like people don't understand them, they can get to learn these things. They can learn to harness their skill and make the most of the moment. This brings me to changing the mind and mentality of these particular people. The first one I will talk about is the teacher. In my previous place of work, I remember a particular day. Before I even go into that, every colleague of mine have a structure. So we are assigned to a particular task, a particular role. You do the role for that day. You go for your classes. You do what needs to be done. You come back to the office. You sign out. Then you can either go home or wherever you need to go. On that fateful day, the administrator called me and said, "Oh, Miss Abigail, you've been assigned to a new class. The child, one of them is a child with this uniqueness, the child with a uniqueness, and the other is just a neurotypical child." And I said, "Okay, no problem about that." I went for the class. When I got to the house, the mom was like, "Oh, Miss Abigail, you're welcome to the house." I said, "Thank you." And she said, "Oh, the place was not difficult for you to look at." I said, "No, not at all." After exchanging the pleasantries, she told me that, "Okay, I don't know if you've been told at your place of work that my son, the child, is autistic." And I was like, "Oh yes, I've been informed." And she said, "Oh, he may have a little bit of uniqueness here and there. However, you can do one or two for him." I said, "No problem, ma, you don't have to tell me." And then she told me that the younger one is even the more passionate person, that I would enjoy the younger siblings' company. And I said, "Okay, no problem." In my heart of heart, I was already thankful that at least she has given me detail on what I should expect. I haven't seen the children yet, I haven't met them yet, but at least she has filled my mind with something I should expect. I'm not just going into the jungle unprepared, and it gave me at least a little solace. When the child came in, the unique child, when he came in, I only had to observe him. After observing him, I saw that he was one that could listen to instruction, simple instruction. He just does it right, as little as can be. Though he can have a bit of his uniqueness here and there, but it was manageable. And this was what the mother told me earlier, that oh, he can have his uniqueness, but he's a sweet child. But she painted him to me not in the way I observed and loved. I loved his company, and when it was the time for the younger sibling to come in, she was opposite what the mother described. She was way opposite what the mother described to me. I even preferred his company to the younger sibling. Now for that class, myself, I was assigned to the class, and a colleague of mine was also assigned to the class. Would I let you know that my colleague, the second one that was assigned to the class, after one or two classes with the children, he ran to the office and said he doesn't want the class again. Reasons best known to him. But after a while, I got thinking, what really happened? Why did he change his mind? This is the mentality we have to eradicate from our mind. The myth that this child has been used. I can even remember a colleague's voice right now as I'm saying this. This is the word you would use. They don't use the pikin. No,
It is not every case. I know that yes, they can be the other aspects of the diabolical usage and all that, but not every case. Don't ascribe the mentality of you looking at the child with special needs, looking at the child and downplaying the child instantly to the fact that the parents had used the child is a wrong notion, a wrong mentality. What do we then do in such cases? Be open-minded. Be open-minded to these children. Like I said earlier, that they are first children with veins and blood. They are first human, compassionate, caring, humble, hopeful, lovable. They are first children that did not ask to be born the way they were born. They never asked for it. So we have to be open-minded as teachers. Then for parents, we have to be involved. Be involved in the life of your children. Embrace skill, not just the tech. Music do more good to the child. It exposes the child to regulatory sensorial structure. It does more good than we see. It does more good than we see. So to the community at large, I would implore us that we should not segregate children. We should not label children. We should not label children. The best help we can give to these children is to advocate for these children, number one. Number two, we can expose them to the possibilities of life, directly or indirectly. Expose them to the possibilities of life as much as can be. You can employ them with tools, you can bring tools for them, you can make them see beyond what they really have, make them see beyond their differences, make them see the world, not just the current societal norms they are used to. Make them see the world in a different light, in a different mindset, in a different ideology. This is shaping the mind and mentality that the teacher has a part to play. You don't just say you're a music teacher. There are other certifications that can also expose you to the open-mindedness I'm talking about. To the parents, incorporate music in the day-to-day activity of the child as well as a skill for the child. Understanding the child. How do we understand the child? How do we understand the child? Sensorial difference, that they can be hyperactive or hypoactive. And when we talk about hypoactive, that's to say the child is not everywhere. The child can be calm, doing things in slow motion, just calmly doing their things. They are not as agile as you would want them to be, and it's okay, because this is also a sensorial difference. Then we have communication. Understand the child's communication. That a child can be non-verbal, may not be able to vocalize their words, and the child can most often repeat their words again and again, again and again. They want to say a particular thing and they're just blabbing one word. I want, I want, I want, I want. What do you want? I want, and it's okay. It is now time, or it is now left for the teacher or the parents, whoever is supervising the child, to come into place to help the child express themselves. We also have delayed processing. There are often times that you can say a word to a child or give a simple instruction to a child, and the child will not be able to grasp it immediately. The child will not be able to grasp the word immediately. So what can be done, or what should be done? This is where our specialty come into place. Still talking about understanding the child, we have the attention and regulation. For children with short attention span, These can be help. Activities can be help in making the most of the moment. Children with short attention span, you can always help them in making the most of the moment when music is incorporated in their schedule, in their day-to-day activity. Add predictability, sorry. Add predictability. Use a routine that works. My previous learner, the child is autistic. He has a routine. I think yes, Thursdays was for his class. He has a routine that he goes to school. When he comes back from school, he has to eat. After eating, he would play a bit with his building blocks. After playing a bit with his building blocks, then he would prep himself for my class even way before I come in for the class. So there is a routine that works. And when the mother told me that, oh, this is his routine, he doesn't wait. You don't even have to tell him, oh, I won't mention his name, go and do this. He knows what to do already. Now I got thinking. I said, okay, if this boy is familiar with his routine and schedule and it is predictable, something he can understand, what do I do in the class that will make him also able to go with the flow and go with the routine? Then I simplified it. I simplified the routine for him, what he should expect in every class. So yes, a need for predictability, it is needed. It also helps for motor coordination difference. Motor coordination difference. I remember a learner that came into my previous place of work, and the uncle said he wanted to learn the piano, but he had shaking hands. He was already of age, if I can remember, I think 10 or 10 to 12, that age range. He had a shaking hand, but it had to be worked on with what? The fine motor skill. This is where expertise come in. Expertise that music is not just there to bring that regulatory sensorial structure to the child. It also helps in diverse ways. There are myths associated with children learning music, especially the neurodivergent children. There are myths associated with it. That they cannot learn music, it's a lie. That they cannot learn music, that is a big fat lie. It's a lie. Jude Kofi, the child with autism, is an example. You can Google him, you will see how well he plays. Even his professional mentor, which is Jason, also an adult with autism, is doing very, very well. I think a known figure would be this man. He has visual impairment. Cobams. Don't know if you've heard of Cobams. Asupo Cobams is also doing well in the music industry. He's CEO and the founder of Cobams Asupo Music Production, if I can remember, yes. So they are doing tremendously well in the music industry. So if you hear a situation where this myth is being spoken of, that oh, your child cannot learn music because of their difference or their peculiarities, oh no, that is a lie. That is a big lie. An example is the child I was taking. Like I said, I think I said I cited this example in my previous speech. That this child, we've gone 3 months or so into the class, but I saw the progress that was happening, because at first when I was introduced to that child, when I was brought in to teach the child piano, the child had shaky hands. A very small boy, 4 years old then, he had the shaking hands. He could not, even the way he holds his pencil is quite difficult. But I knew I was working on his fine motor skill. And that was my priority, as well as holding his hand, modeling his hand on what to play, what to learn, using the ABC and the numbers chart in teaching him the piano. 3 months down the line, the mom was talking to my boss, because there's always a general evaluation in the company, and she was talking to him and say, it's like I will stop this class. No, she wasn't talking to my boss that she would stop the class. She was explaining to my boss that she had the mind of stopping the class because she could not see the initial progress the friend told her that she would see. And she was making these complaints or telling these complaints to a friend. But what struck her the particular day she was telling the friend the complaint or making that complaint, is that while she was saying it in the parlor, the boy had come downstairs, and to think that he was going to the swimming pool to swim. But he came downstairs because the auntie who was supposed to take him for that ride, that activity, said he should wait for her downstairs. And while the mom was complaining to her friend, this boy went to the piano and was playing what we've done in class. So the myth that says that children cannot learn music, children, neurodivergent children or children with special needs cannot learn music, that myth is false. It is lie. The myth that also says that they are not intelligent is also false. I believe scientifically proven that you can learn anything you want to learn, that there is nothing impossible so long you can simplify the concept, so long your heart is in it, so long you're dreaming about it, so long you believe it. There is nothing, absolutely nothing that is impossible. So yes, that means that says it is difficult for them, or it is difficult for them not to learn the music, being able to learn the music, that is a difficulty. It is not. The myth that also says it is difficult, how would they learn this process? Even for the neurotypical individual, honestly speaking, a skill is difficult to learn. Even music, as little or as calm you hear the word music is, it's not so easy. It is quite difficult in itself. There is mathematics in music, there's history in music, there is everything in music. You have to be up and about when it comes to music, to know the right rhythm, to know the right beat, to know the right tempo to use. So yes, there are peculiarities in it. So it can be difficult to the neurotypical. Then that question that says, if it is difficult to the neurotypical, what about the neurodivergent? What about the child with special needs? That is where simplicity and breaking out the concepts of music comes into play. That a child can learn that when the concept is broken down. The myth that also says a method works for a child is false. The method you use for A cannot be the method you use for B, neither for C. The method you use for A, at least maybe a fraction can be used for D, and another method can be adopted into the D methodology to make it work. So don't use one method. The method I was using for this 4 years old, the child with autism, and the method I was using for the learner, the child I had too, that was about 10, 12 of age, was really different. Very different. The child with the 4 years old child, I remember breaking the concepts into numbers for him to be able to understand what he has to play. I also remember using colored tapes on the piano and on his fingers so that he can be able to match these colors with what to play. But that method was really different from the older child. So no one method works when teaching the child with special needs. There are difficulties, major challenges in teaching these children. Major challenges. But these challenges, when properly looked at, can be the discomfort that can lead to something greater, that makes life purposeful for them. Now that boy I'm talking about, the Jude Kofi, is still very young, but he's living his dream. He's living a purposeful life. What about Asukwo Kobams? He's living his dream. That's what he lives for. That's what I think he was speaking in TEDx, and he said he cannot imagine his life without music. So yes, they can be challenged, but that challenge is just the stepping stone they need to advancing greatness. It's just a stepping stone to being purposeful. You know, it's a thing to stay in a place and not even be wanted, but it's another thing that you're not just your identity or your physique is not looked at, it's not laughed at. Why? Because you're bringing value to the table, you're adding value in that little space you're in. So yes, they can be challenged, but this challenge can be worked on. The first challenge can be resistance to new tasks, and it is understandable. Changing their routine can be challenging, can be difficult, but it is understandable. That is when you have to insist gradually. I think I'll talk about the strategies to imbibe, but not today. It can be challenging to bring in a new task into their routine. It can be challenging, but it can be worked on. Frustration with difficulties. That is where the purpose of behavior or the function of behaviors come in. When they are running away, when they act tired, is it that they are escaping from the music itself, escaping or avoiding it, or it is a sensorial thing, or it is to get attention, or it is to get tangible? Whatever the case may be, when this difficulty comes into place because they are frustrated and they see it to be something so big and they magnify it, simplification can do the magic. Taking it one step at a time does the magic. It can erase everything. It's as simple as just having, okay, so when I'm going for these my classes, in my heart of hearts, I have like about 5 learning objectives for the day. And the learning objectives for the day can be: one, identify the thumb, which is your finger 1, and being able to identify your finger 2, your finger 3, your finger 4, and your finger 5 on your right hand, or being able to differentiate between your right hand or being able to differentiate between your right hand and your left hand. As simple as this activity can be, being able to differentiate your right hand from your left hand. Or when I say your right hand, you can identify your right hand, and when I say your left hand, you can identify your left. As simple as this activity can be, it can be difficult for them. But this is when learning objective come into play. Simplify the concepts for them. Fixation on one activity, it can also be a problem. When they are fixed on learning one particular thing, especially children with ADHD, it can be difficult. I told you of a therapy that I know of. I said this is quite difficult for the child. She would want to touch this black thing in the space of 1-2 minutes, and then want to touch another thing in the space, or do another task. So imagine working with such child where it is difficult for them to focus on a particular task for a long time. This is where expertise come in. Being able to turn this challenge into something that works, because when this part of them is being worked on, it affects the other areas. One thing with children with special needs is the fact that when you're grooming a particular behavior right, you're doing it the right way, it tends to flow in the other direction. You're teaching music and you're working on their fine motor skill. The fine motor skill helps them to do the button up. It helps them with different activities like holding the spoon properly. The fine motor skill helps them write properly. The fine motor skill helps them carry out different activities in the house. So why you think you are just, oh, what am I paying money for, or why should music be incorporated in my child's learning? Don't, just be rest assured. Don't panic. Be rest assured that whatever the teacher, the tutor is doing, that alone works and cuts across different areas of the child. They will also have the difficulty of sound sensitivity. Sound sensitivity. Some children can be sensitive to sound. the child that was taken, we have to reduce the sound again and again. It can be moderate, just good for the common man to hear. But when I think after 15 minutes, it becomes sensitive to the sound, we have to reduce it. After 15 minutes or thereabout, that sound that we reduce it to, it wants it even higher so that it can hear properly. So yes, sound sensitivity can also be a challenge. But be rest assured that music can be presented in beats and fun, exciting way. Music can be presented in a fun and exciting way. When music is presented to them in a fun and exciting way, that it is not just the rigid pattern of learning music, because sometimes when you're learning music, it can be boring. When you teach them different aspects, incorporate creativity into the classroom, teaching them, then this major challenge can become a stepping stone. What are the advantages of learning music? What are the advantages? There are lots of advantages. It improves communication. When the child can communicate through music, I remember going into my learner's home to teach him one of the days, and he was eating. I sat down to prep the class to make it good for him to have his class in that setting and environment. He came when he was done, he said hi to me, and he was playing a particular thing I haven't taught him. And I was shocked. I was really surprised. He could communicate how he was feeling. And when I folded my hands and I was looking at him, and he was looking at me, we were laughing, we were both laughing. He has communicated non-verbally to me. I praised him and gave him the reinforcement that his behavior deserved. So yes, through music, children can communicate what they feel, how they feel. And the tune he played was a very happy tune. And while he was playing it, you could see him wiggling his toes, moving and shaking, just so he can express himself. It builds expressive skill. It builds the communication, it builds the expressive skill. They can express themselves when they learn music. It also enhances behavior regulation. It calms anxiety. Music calms. For the neurotypical, I know there are days where we can be frustrated and all that, but when you listen to music, it calms the nerves. It calms the nerves. So yes, it also calms these children. That is why you must incorporate music in grooming them. Incorporate music as a skill for them. It enhances behavior regulation. It also develops cognitive skill. It develops cognitive skill. Being able to identify their right hand, their left hand, it develops the cognitive skill. Being able to say this is your finger one, the thumb, your index finger as finger 2, your middle finger as finger 3, your ring finger as finger 4, your pinky or your little finger as finger 5. Being able to differentiate this and also differentiate this and put this into practice when you play the piano, it does something to the brain, it does something to the mind. Not to even talk more of sight playing. Before the sight playing, the sight reading. That does a lot to the mind. It expands the mind. It is mind-blowing. Being able to see a musical piece and just play it on the spot because of the knowledge you've had over time is mind-blowing. It is mind-transforming. So yes, music develops cognitive skill. It also builds social skill. It builds social skill, being able to relate. Music is a universal language, just like the way sport is, especially football. That even your enemy, you can, because I love the team and the person loves the same team, for that moment you can communicate and understand yourself. Same as music. Music is a universal language. It speaks and everyone listens. So it builds social skill. It builds social skill for these children. It also provides emotional expression. It's a safe outlet for their feeling. It's a safe outlet for their feeling. So there's a particular school we used to go to teach them music. That's my former place of work. There's this particular boy. During time for club where all the children comes down, he alone gets a separate piano where he gets to play by himself. He just knows that when he's coming down from the staircase from his classroom to the music hall, he has a piano that he alone just goes there to play. So that is just a safe place. That is where he can unwind. So it provides emotional expression for the child. Just being able to express, even if it's just a tapping of the piano, just tapping, is a way of expressing themselves. The client I was taking before they relocated, the child with autism, after we're done with the class, I just sit down while I'm waiting for the younger sister. I just sit down and he wants to express himself. He wants to touch everything at the same time. And I'll just be smiling. It's a way of them expressing their self. It also creates structure and routine. Music creates structure and routine. Music for the child with special needs. Music for the child with special needs. It's a powerful tool. It bridges the gap. And for children that has gone past this level of limiting their self because of their identity or because of their difference, if a child like that boy I spoke about, the Jude, there are a lot of people that wants to listen to him. So they are not just saying his difference. It is his ability that is speaking for him. His ability is speaking for him. So I will conclude with this, that it is essential that every parent include musical skill in their children's day-to-day activity. It will help them find purpose. It will help them find skill. It will help them build their confidence. It will help them regulate their self. It will help them in diverse ways. And I hope as we move forward to doing greater things for our world, they will find their purpose and make us proud, not just ourselves, make the community proud, our parents and the world at large. Thank you. I will now pass the mic to the next.
So, thank you very much for the wonderful lecture. Good morning, everybody. My name is Oshoja Modino, and today I would like to talk about STI. STI. Anybody, do you know the meaning of STI? Anybody? Meaning of STI? Sexual transmitted infection. Thank you very much. STI means sexual transmitted infection. They are mainly spread through sexual contact. As the name implies, sexual transmitted infection, STI. We have different examples of STI. We have gonorrhea, we have syphilis, we have HIV, we have human papilloma virus. We have many examples of HIV, of STI. STI, we have two types of STI. We have the bacterial STI and we have the viral STI. Under the example I mentioned, under the bacterial STI, we have our gonorrhea, we have our syphilis, We have chlamydia. Yes, it is under bacterial STI. Then under our viral STI, we have our human papilloma virus, we have our herpes simplex virus, we have our HIV, which is human immune virus. But today we would like to talk about gonorrhea and syphilis. What do you know that is the main causes of gonorrhea, apart from the fact that it is sexual transmitted, it is through sexual intercourse? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And this gonorrhea, it has different ways it can be spread. We have different ways that we can actually spread gonorrhea. One of it is through vagina. Yes, gonorrhea can be spread through vagina. Since it is through sexual transmitted infection, so it can be spread through vagina, through oral sex, through anal sex. So it can be spread through unprotected sex, through the vaginal, through the oral sex, or anal sex. Also, we can actually spread it through sharing sex toys. Yes, when the sex toys are not properly cleaned. So gonorrhea can also be shared through sex toys. We can also share it from an infected mother during childbirth. That is why it is very important for a pregnant woman to go for necessary tests during pregnancy, go for antenatal and all, so that these diseases can be detected early, so it will not affect them and it won't affect the children. So gonorrhea can be spread through unprotected sex, through the anus, oral sex, and vaginal. It can also be spread through from mother to an unborn child during childbirth. Also, I said it can be spread through the sharing of toys without proper cleaning. So what are the symptoms of gonorrhea in female? Anybody? Symptoms of gonorrhea in female? Anyone? Constant. Thank you very much. Constant urination. It is one of the most symptoms that you will see for somebody that has gonorrhea, or the person feeling uncomfortable during urination, feeling pain during urination. It is one of the symptoms that a female will see when he or she is infected with gonorrhea. Also, increase in vaginal discharge. Although we have different type of discharge for ladies, some, even when you want to have your menstrual cycle, you see discharge, which is normal. But you see the smell, the smell of this discharge is always very different. Foul smell. It is always very different from your normal discharge. So when you actually notice this as a female, you have to see your doctor. Also, lower abdominal pain. So people will be like, I'm having lower abdominal pain. For ladies, okay, it is because of my menstrual pain and all. But regardless, that is why anytime as a lady you actually feel discomfort, you are not feeling okay, you feel anything strange, you have to visit your doctor. You can't say it can be causes. The cause can be anything. You can't say until you actually visit a doctor. So having lower abdominal pain is also one of the symptoms for ladies. Then in male, we have burning sensation when urination. Yes, they will feel pain whenever they want to urine. You just feel that pain. Also, swollen in one testicle. Yes, it is also the sign of gonorrhea. Yes, in male, to be swollen, they also have discharge at that present moment. If they are infected with gonorrhea, they will also feel discomfort. Sometimes they used to have that yellowish or white discharge from their penis. when they are infected with gonorrhea. So what is the treatment for gonorrhea? We have treatment for gonorrhea. When you visit your doctor, they'll actually give you an antibiotics to use. It is important, mostly when you are giving an antibiotics drugs to use. Number one, there are some certain criteria you have to follow for this treatment to be able to work very well. For you to see the usefulness of your drug, number one, you have to complete the dosage of your antibiotics drug. It is very important. Number two, if the person infected is a married man or a married woman, you just have to treat the both of you have to be treated, both the man and the woman. The both of you have to be treated, because if the man actually treats himself and the woman did not, definitely if you have intercourse later, the woman is going to infect you back with the gonorrhea. So it is very, very important for the two of you to just use the drug, visit the doctor at the same time, use the drug at the same time. And at the point whereby you are taking your drug, you just have to abstain from sex until you finish your dosage. It is very important. And for somebody that actually notices that, oh, I'm having this type of infection, you just have to choose your partner wisely, because you don't even know from whom you actually take this infection from. You can't say. That is why it is very, very advisable for you to just have only one partner. Don't have sex with somebody you don't know, with a stranger, just to prevent yourself from gonorrhea. So for prevention, it is very, very important for you to make use of condom. There are some of us that some people don't actually know how to use condom. Some people don't actually know how to use condom. Yes, you just have to be educated. You just have to know how to use it regardless. Somebody actually said it earlier that a 15-year-old girl is now getting pregnant. Assuming she was educated or enlightened, something like that won't happen, even regardless of anything. So it is very, very important. The use of condom is very, very important. Then get tested regularly. Yes, at least once in 3 months. Go to the doctor, visit the doctor, visit the hospital, check yourself, check your status, HIV, gonorrhea, syphilis, check yourself, hepatitis, check yourself. It is very important. Then limit numbers of sexual partners. Some people, they will have sex with somebody today, tomorrow they will have with another person. Just choose one partner. It is very important. You don't have to do this and do that. At least if you have one partner and you are infected, you know this is the person that infects me. But you have several partners, you won't even know the one that infected you. You won't have no idea. So it is very, very important. Limit the numbers of sex partner you have. Then open communication. Speak to somebody. I'm feeling this way. I'm seeing these strange signs in me. Talk to somebody. Talk to your doctor. Talk to your mom. Even you can just contact this infection from sharing toilet from an infected person. So it is very, very important. Hygiene is also there. You have to take care of yourself very well. Just make sure you are okay. You can't say somebody that is having gonorrhea won't tell you that I'm having gonorrhea. He or she won't tell you. That is why it is important for you to take care of yourself. Visit the doctor. Know your status. HIV, hepatitis, gonorrhea, check yourself. So why does it matter? Why do we have to check ourselves? Why do we have to visit the doctor? Why do we have to visit the hospital? Why do we have to know our status? If untreated gonorrhea, it's on most of the time untreated gonorrhea leads to infertility. When it takes a very long time in the body, it can lead to infertility. It can also lead to PID, pelvic inflammatory disease. So it matters a lot. You have to take care of yourself. You have to take care of yourself. Then we go to syphilis. Syphilis is also one of the examples of sexual transmitted infection, and it is caused by a bacterium called Treponema pallidum. This is also a sexual transmitted infection. So how can we actually contact it? How can we be infected? What is the spread? You can also be infected through unprotected sexual intercourse, through the vagina, oral sex, anal sex. Yes. Or direct contact from an infected person. From an infected mother during pregnancy. So these things are very, very important. You just have to check yourself, go for checkups. So for syphilis, it has stages and their symptoms. Stage 1, it is primary stage. It is a painless sore throat. It is a painless sore, appears at the infection site, that is the anus, the vagina. You will not even feel the pain. You just see that this place, it's changed. My vagina, there's just changes. It will not be painful. And if you choose to ignore, at the end of the day, it can also lead to infertility. You can't say. That is why you have to be very cautious of yourself. We have the secondary stage. That is when you see skin rashes. Also, there is hair loss in patches. These are signs of syphilis in the body. We have the latent stage. This one has no visible symptoms, but the infection is in the body. That is why I said earlier that at least once in 3 months, check yourself. Go for checkup. Know your status. Number 4, we have the tertiary stage. This is when it stays for a very long period of time in the body. It also leads to infertility. It can also cause brain damage. It can cause different type of disease in the body. So what is the treatment for syphilis? So you treating yourself early, it is always very, very easy. It is always very, very good to treat yourself easy. This disease can be cured. That is if you actually prevent it, if you actually care for it at the early stage. But if you choose to ignore, definitely at the end of the day, they won't be cured. It will be too late. So you treating it early can cure it completely. But you choosing to ignore, at the end of the day, it might lead to death. So how can we prevent it? Just like gonorrhea, the use of condom. Make use of condom. Protect yourself during sexual intercourse. Avoid multiple sexual partners. Pregnant woman, it is very very necessary for a pregnant woman to register for antenatal at the right time. Immediately you notice that you already conceived, make sure you just get yourself registered. Don't be like, oh, when it's close to my delivery date, I'll register myself. It is very very bad, because all these diseases, you just have to know them to prevent yourself and the baby. Get yourself tested, most especially if you are sexually active. It is very important. It is very important. All these things are very important. At the end of the day, you might actually have these diseases, this infection, and you won't even see any signs and symptoms. It might just be a day that you just say, let me just go to the hospital randomly, or you decide to follow a friend. That is when you notice. That is when they will tell you. You'll be like, okay, you've done this thing, let me also do it. That is when you notice that you are infected. Please, let's check up. Let's check ourselves. Let's go for checkups. Don't ignore any signs, any changes you see in your body. Please don't ignore. It is very important, most especially ladies. That is why today you see some ladies, they'll be like, I've been married for years and still expecting. All these little things, it matters a lot. It matters a lot. Don't ignore. I'm having discharge. This discharge is different. It smells. I don't understand. It's not always like this. I'm having irregular menstrual. My menstrual cycle is not like before. It is not regular. Visit the doctor. It is very important. Don't ignore any signs. Don't ignore any signs for your own health. It is very very important. So I would like to conclude by saying STI are not just medical condition. They are life-changing realities for many people. But the good news is they are largely preventable. Yes, you can prevent it. If you actually detect it at an early stage, you can prevent it. And prevention is better than cure. Because at the end of the day, if you did not prevent it early, or you did not take notes, or you decide to ignore, it will later come to hurt you. Let us choose awareness over ignorance. Please.
Yes, Mama.
Protection over risk. Let's protect ourselves. As a man, stop having multiple sexual partners. I used to say this all the time. Because your health is your future. Protect it. It is very very important. Right now, I would like to hand over the mic to the next speaker.
Distinguished guests, respected leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's midnight here in Nigeria. At first, I would like to thank every one of you for your participation and unique topics towards this relay. By so doing, I would like every one of us to be on our feet as we applaud everyone who has participated actively in this race. As you applaud yourself, say, repeat this word: we are the new generation of positive change.
We are the new generation of positive change.
It is important that you tap the person beside you who is not talking so the person can talk. Say, we are the new generation of positive change.
We are the new generation of positive change.
it's not even the time. It's not even the time to joke. I'm telling you. So one of the reasons why we suffer many moral contradiction in the society today is because what we call education has not even done what it's supposed to do in our life. Do you understand? So that's why there is a place for a literate and there's a place for a literate who is you. You don't understand? When I say a literate who is you, I'm talking about someone who you believe has knowledge, but that knowledge is doing the person no benefit. Do you understand? So in an historic gathering like this, it's important that you are learning. Are you learning?
Yes, sir, we are learning.
Are you learning?
Yes, sir, we are learning.
Imagine someone who had been studying, who had been learning how to speak English for over 20 years, and I'm asking, are you learning? They are saying, yes, sir. Is that the way to respond to, are you learning? It's fine. The topic of my speech this morning is the moral contradictions in the society today. The moral contradictions in the society today. Distinguished audience, I would like every one of us to be on the same page. The difference between my listener at this moment and the person sleeping is the fact that the person sleeping is sleeping. The person listening is what? He is going to gain more knowledge. So if the person sleeping who is not gaining any knowledge and you who is listening is not getting the same any knowledge, it means you are wasting your time, you are wasting your energy, and you are wasting the space at which you are at the moment. So now, don't let us be wasteful. So when we talk about moral contradictions in the society today, what comes to your mind first? What do you understand by moral? Someone please. What do you understand by moral? So it's taking someone.
Good behavior.
Good behavior.
Of course, what you see as good.
Okay, now one of my distinguished guests said moral refers to as the things you see as good behavior. So now the question is, what are good behaviors? Yeah. If you say moral is what? Good behavior. So now, what are good behaviors? Yeah. If you say moral are good behavior, so what do you understand by good behavior? Okay, someone said honesty. Okay. It's the act of being what?
Good behavior are values that
Okay. Let's leave that. That's too cracky. So now, when we are saying good behavior, a global scholar said something. He said there was a time when a prophet called Prophet Muhammad, during this time, peace be upon him, that someone came to him and asked him that, "Oh, you prophet of Allah, please, I would like to ask a question." He said, what are good behavior and what are bad behaviors? Do you know the response he gave him? Distinguished guest. He told him that good behaviors, you know them. Bad behaviors, you know them. Then he further said, he said, those acts that you participate in. Are you listening? As I speak calmly with power, he said, those acts that you participate in which you don't want anyone to see you when you are doing them, that is what? Bad behavior. Then he said, good behavior are those acts that when you are doing them, you want to see people what? Watch you while you do them. Some of our speakers, through my observation, when other persons are speaking, they might not even share the link, the YouTube link with their loved ones. But when they are aware that in 5 minutes time I will be going to speak, the mic will be handed over to me, they will start sharing the YouTube link to their family members that please come and watch me o, Joy, I want to talk o, come and watch me, mommy come and pray for me as I'm speaking. Do you understand? So now the reason why you are sharing that link at that time is because you know that what I'm doing is of what? Is of morals. Let's, in everything we do in life, let's always trace ourselves back to the source. Because the moment you are at a point in life where you don't even know yourself anymore, you get lost and falling is very, very easy. Do you understand? Because if you remember that word that say the river that forgets its source will dry quick. Do you understand? So now we should be able to go back to our source. The source of this speech right now is the moral contradictions in the society today. So that act that you want people to see, if the 20 days of eloquence Nigerians speak to the world is not of morals, it won't be live streaming. Do you understand? So now, good behaviors. I would define good behaviors as those acts that you want people to see why you do them. His Excellency, the Outbreaker, said something while he was speaking. He said that pedophiles, he said something about pedophile, isn't it? Yeah. So now, will pedophile ever want someone else to see them while they are performing the act? They won't.
Exactly.
Do you understand? For those who would go to religious places and when they come back from religious places they would fornicate, you won't want someone else to catch you in that act. This is moral. So now, when we talk about morality today, what do you understand by morality today? We've spoken about what? Moral. Good behavior. So now, you may ask that is good behavior still the same as good behavior? Because while we were growing, what we used to see as good behavior before is different from what the society norms have become today. If you remember about 20 years ago here in Nigeria, you would hardly see three persons in the whole of Lagos State who would walk out of their room wearing bomb shots. 20 years ago in Lagos State, you would hardly see a normal human being walk outside in Lagos State with bomb shots. Because at that time, if you do it, you'll be criticized. At that time, if you do it, you would see people telling you that, are you normal at all? Don't you have morals? What about your parents? I remembered one time about 10 years ago when a other person at on the streets, then we used to call her Auntie Chidima. So she was coming, she was wearing bomb shots. Then this elderly man asked her, he said, are your parents not alive? And she said, sir, that sound is so. He said, the fact that you can tell me that I'm sounding insulting, it means your parents are not alive. I said, what's the reason why the elderly man was asking her if her parents was alive? Because the elderly man feel like you are wearing bomb shots outside. It's against the moral of this society. So if your parents are alive and not deadbeat, you won't be walking this way. That was still like around 7 to 10 years ago. So now imagine what would have happened to her if it was 20 years ago in Nigeria. I hope we are able to trace back to the topic. So now, what are the social norms today? Now it is what? It is moral versus social norms. You don't wear bomb shirt outside. You have to be modest. When your mom, when you are working with your parents, you don't walk in front of them. You don't walk at their back. You make sure you walk almost on the same level so as not to disrespect them. Those are the things we need to see as what? Moral values at that time. So now, what are the social norms now? The social norms now is, you would see a group of teenagers. When I say teenagers, in their 15, 16, 17, but not up to 18. You would see them create what they call on, for example, on this social media platform called TikTok. You see on TikTok them create what they call a challenge. So now, what is the challenge about? It is not an academic challenge like it used to be. In the moral part, it is a social challenge where they will tell themselves, let's see who dance better. And now they are not just even dancing better, they are dancing wearing clothes that doesn't show any form of moral. Yesterday, do you get it? So now, when we talk about morals, we will talk about traditional values versus modern values. In traditional values in Africa, when we say traditional values, we will start talking about from 1990 up. Then when we are talking about modern values, we'll talk about from 1991 to 2026. Are you with me? So when we are talking about the traditional values, we'll be talking about from 1990 up. When we're talking about the modern value, we'll talk about from 1991 to 2026 today. So, distinguished audience, from 1990 up, what are the things you notice when it comes to the traditional value? One of the traditional values then was that you don't go to a man house, you don't start living in a man house without the man paying your bride price. That is one of what? The traditional values. You don't move to a man house except that man has paid your bride price. And how does that help us? That help us curb the rate of single parenting. Because you as a man who was asked to pay some amount of money and bring some amount of gifts just to get your wife, you know what it takes for you to get her, right? Yes. So the fact that it wasn't easy for you to get her, you won't want to maltreat her, you won't want to treat her in a way that she would go. The Bible say one proverb that ohun tí a ò jìyà fún kò kí ń pẹ́ lọ́wọ́ ẹni. It means in English, the scientific translation means what you don't suffer for before you get it, the things you get easily, does not last. What I mean is, what the Yoruba meant in this proverb is that those things you get without you paying enough price. Just imagine you got you were going on the street, then you saw money on the floor. You didn't work for it, you didn't do anything, you just saw the money. I'm sure most of us would have experienced that. So now you just saw the money on the floor, then you just pick it. the first thing you want to do is the fact that, let's take for instance you saw 50,000 naira on the floor, and if your salary is 50,000 naira, are you paying attention?
Yes.
How much did you ask for your salary? 50,000 naira. Now your salary is 50,000 naira. Please, I want to be more realistic here. Let me ask someone. Sorry, how much do you earn every month? Yes. Sorry, how much are you earning every month? How much are you earning every month? Okay. So now, someone said she earns 77,000 naira every month. So now, sorry, that's 77,000 naira you earn every month. I'm trying to do a real analysis. I'm trying to explain the Yoruba proverb that says, what you don't work for doesn't last. Traditional value, under traditional values. So now, madam, you earn 77,000 naira every month, isn't it? So now, how long does it take you to spend 77,000 naira? 1 month. Please speak.
How many?
How many days does it take you to spend this one?
I don't put calculation to it, but trust me, it doesn't last up
It-
to 3 weeks.
3 weeks, good. So now, is it the same way? Are you with me? Now, that money you earn every month, you said it takes you about 3 weeks to spend it. What if you are going on the road, then you find another 77,000 naira on the road? Will it, with that 77,000 naira you find on the road, will it take you longer time to spend, like your salary?
No,
So if you find out on the road, like how many days do you think it will take you to spend it?
trust me, you can even finish spending in that same day.
That same day. Thank you. That is the brain behind it. He said if she find 77,000 naira on the road, she might spend it on that same day. She might finish spending the whole 77,000 naira on that day she find it on the road. But her salary, which is the same 77,000 naira, she doesn't finish spending it until after 3 weeks to almost a month. That justifies the fact that the things you work for, the things you got through pains, you won't want to joke with them, because you know I work day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, like that till day 30. As if it's September, if it's November, you don't understand, or June. But if it's February, 28 days. If it's January, 31 days. And I know most of us would have experienced the January month, the way we used to IP that January are always known. So where am I coming from? I'm coming from where I said one of the traditional values in Nigeria then was what? Paying of bride price. You don't, as a woman, you don't pack your things to a man's house except the man had paid your bride price. That's one of the traditional values. And when I'm talking about traditional values, I have put a separation to it. I told you when I'm talking about traditional values, I'm telling you traditional is from where? From 1990 up. Modern value, I'm talking about from 1991 down to 2026. So you do a self-assessment to it. Since we start having people from 1991, what changed? Since the people from 1990 up, the traditional people, what did they do? One of the traditional values we have then was that as families we have to meet at some particular point, establishing connection within what? Each other. At that time, traditional time, the people at that time are big on connection. We in the modern days, we have connections but we are not connecting. But them at that time, they don't have connection, they don't have the internet. Not almost all, majority of them doesn't have the internet, but they are always finding a way to connect to each other. You would in those days, you don't need someone to tell you that this is your family member. I don't know if you get my point. But now I can tell you for a fact that in my family, in my own family for instance, I'm talking about my family from my grandma and everybody down to me, we are over 100 in my family. It's a fact. I'm not adding to the figure. I'm not talking about Babalusha family. We are over 100. But I can tell you for a fact that the people I know in my family are not up to 11. Modern day, modern values. We don't really value coming together. Let's gather. Let's do all of those things. I can tell you for a fact that because I belong to the modern time, I have not been to my hometown before. If I had come during those days, the traditional value days from 1990 up, I wouldn't be having disconnected to my families, because at that time they value connection, connecting, that relationship. They value it so much. And on the other hand, where I spoke about, you don't move in the traditional value, you don't move to a man house as a lady without the man paying your bride price. But look at in modern day today, it's very common now. I have neighbors who I do see women living in their house. They didn't. After this, my neighbors, we have been living together for over 2 years. If we have good relationship, I'm super sure that if they want to do wedding, they would give me a wedding invitation. But now, they came to our house as bachelors, like me, like myself. But today, I find out that they have ladies cooking for them in their house. Recently, on Easter Day, he called me, he said, my girl has prepared meal, care to come and eat. And I was like, your girl has prepared me. I don't understand. What do you mean by your girl? Are you saying your wife? So now, because in the modern days, they are so confused. You know this person, you are not legally married to this person. So this person is staying with you. So you don't even know what to call her. If you should call her your wife. Then you now start developing vocabularies like, she's my girl. She will also say, he's my man. You hear things like, she's my babe. You also say, he's my darling. My sweetheart. Do you understand? You start developing vocabularies to cover your irresponsibilities. Are we getting the difference between the traditional value here and the modern value? So if you choose, which one would you go for? She's my girl. If you go for she's my girl, then we would have many cases of single parenting. Let's go back now. Let's go back to the traditional days. From 1990 up, let's go back. How many times do we have single parents? In the traditional days, as far as Yoruba at that time, I'm sorry, the global viewers, I'm using Yoruba analysis because I like to analyze using something I've experienced. So, and this is an advantage for you, so you understand, at some point in time in Africa, at Yoruba land, this was how they do their things. Then Yoruba will sing one song. They will say, Iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀, iṣẹ́ ilẹ̀ wa, ẹni kò ṣiṣẹ́ á máa jalè. I won't finish it because I've gotten the point I needed. They will say in English, it means farming. It is the work of our own land. That means our work here is farming. Anyone who does not farm will do what? Will steal. So now, In the traditional value, your requirement then is that do you have a job? And the popular job then was farming. I remember that before petroleum was discovered at Oloibiri town in Nigeria, before that time, Nigeria has been surviving. Nigeria, 80% of Nigerian revenue was coming from agriculture. Before the discovery of petroleum in Nigeria, there have been peace more than after petroleum was discovered. Petroleum is one of those things that came with modern tradition, modern values. Since it came, we experienced school. But that's not where we are going to. At that time, your requirement as a man to get married is just be working. And the moment you realize that you are not married, you will even want to get married, because there's one thing that comes with puberty stage. That urge to want to have the opposite gender would always come. But when in the traditional time, it's very very rare now. It's hard for you to just go and pick a lady on the street and do anything. So you know how difficult it is. So now you as a man, you begin to think that if I don't want this urge to kill me, I'd better be serious with my life, work hard so I can get married. So now getting married at that time was not difficult. You know what I'm doing? I'm doing a comparative analysis. I'm comparing between the traditional values and the modern value. The modern values. In the traditional time, all you just need is, are you working? Yes, I'm working. Then you ask, what kind of job do you do? I'm a farmer. You're a farmer, that's good. Then you've satisfied the requirement of getting married. What was the requirement at that time? The first requirement is that you are mature. The second requirement is that you have the sexual capacity to marry. Yes, you won't just go and marry at that time without being able to satisfy your woman. Then you are trying to cause problem. The third requirement was that you have a job. You can see how easy the traditional value made. Of course, I will tell you, it's in the traditional value that we value humanity. Please mark that word. It is in the traditional value that we value humanity. Because in the modern value, the modern days, most of us crave, most of us hype. Of course, you have been working now. Now you are even doing 3 jobs. But yet, you can't even afford the woman of your dreams. So you have to now start settling for less. You start saying, you will see guys say, I love that girl on week, I love her, she's very very beautiful. But if I go and meet her now, she will bill me. But heartbreaker, I thought you do 3 jobs. So why are you telling me you can't afford that? You see, the modern day value, you are doing 3 jobs. When I mentioned in the traditional time, they do farming. Someone was giving some sign that farming, God forbid. But farmers live better life than you. They live a better life because they are at that time they have value for humanity. So all you know is they have brought TikTok for us. No problem. Keep dancing. Just the dance. So now, moving on. What decides what is right? Is it the society? Is it the culture? Or social media? That's a question to you. What decides what is right? Now we are talking about moral contradiction. So you may begin to ask yourself, who created morals? What decides morals? Is it the society? Is it the people? Is it social media? Because what is morals? At first, let's not lie. If they don't name good and bad, you won't know what is good and bad. Do you understand? But someone said if they don't name good and bad, you won't know what is good and bad. But I disagree with that person's opinion. You know, I disagree with his opinion. Of course, I know language is arbitrary. When I say language is arbitrary, I mean language is unjustified. When I say language is unjustified, I mean language made us call things the name they were called without explaining to us why they call it that name. Why are you telling me this is my head without telling me why it is my head? Why are you telling me this is my hand without telling me why it's my hand? Why are you telling me this is a boy and this is a girl? Why are you telling me I can't call her a boy and she can't call me a girl? You didn't explain all of these things to me. I only met my mom calling Heartbreaker a guy and calling Joy a girl. And now I've decided to name my son Joy, and I've decided to name my daughter Samson. But now my mom is mad at me. What's the origin? What decides moral? Is it the society? Is it social media? Is it our culture? When we talk about society, we're talking about the place we are occupying, where we find ourselves. Of course, I would say society decides morals. Our culture decides morals. But I disagree that social media decides morals. I would support the society, I would support the culture, but I disagree with social media. Because social media is one of the equipment of modern value. But since its invention, humanity has lost its value. Because it was when social media came, that was when we start facing series of challenges. I thought you said this would make life better. So why isn't it making life worse? So now, when we talk about culture, culture is the way of life that is passed from one generation to another generation. You know, I said I disagreed with that person that said moral, there is no good and bad. That is because they call it good and bad. But don't you know that when you hurt someone, why do you feel when you hurt people, they start to cry? They start to feel bad. Without even naming it at all. Now, I remembered in December. Do you know what happened in December? At somewhere in Lagos at Shomolu. So during December period, there's always what we call carnival. So carnival is like a get together party which each street hosts it. So now, you know, I'm trying to tell you that there's good and bad. Even if you don't name it, you would know. So this street at Shomolu was already preparing for their carnival, and their carnival was to hold on that day, January 5. So the people in charge of the carnival now said they didn't want to see any cars parked on the streets. They started moving the cars. Then there was this particular car that the owner was not around. Then they said they would call a towing vehicle to tow the car. Then this man came out. Then the man said, you can't tow a person's car when the person is not around. You know what the man did to him? The man said, are you telling me not to tow his car? Who are you to talk to me like that? Does the car belong to you? He said, I'm only telling you that it doesn't sit well that you want to tow a person's car without the person's consent. You know what the man did to the person? He slapped him. He said, how dare you talk to me like that? The guy wanted to raise his hand back, but before he raised his hand, the men with him had come for him, they beat him, they beat the hell out of him. After beating him, do you know what he did? He said he was going to go and call some persons who will fight on his behalf. Then when he went to report to those people, when they came, when they saw the man that beat him, they raised their two hands up and they said, this is our boss. And they said, all I can tell you is sorry. There are some persons that when they beat you, all you need to do is to what? To report to God, because no man will save you. Then you know what this young man did? He started crying. So now think about it. You don't need someone to name it for you before you know that this person was hurt. If you hurt someone, what do? Is it of morals? No. So that's my opinion of, even when they don't name it good or bad, when you do it, the moment it affects another person, then you begin to understand that no, this thing I'm doing is not okay. So now, explaining what decides value, right? I would be moving to social media at large. So now, when we talk about social media, I'm talking about the apps we use in passing information, in communicating. Apps like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter that is now called X, TikTok. What else? What are the apps you use? We have Snapchat, we have WhatsApp, I've mentioned that. We have Thread, we have Truth Social. Donald Trump is always more active on that. We have Getter, yes. This is for the United States people, most of them have it. We have Zoosk and many other. Even have dating sites, which are what referred to as social media apps. So now, I'll be doing social media and performative morality. What do I say? Social media and performative morality. When I talk about this, I'll be doing a comparative analysis of virtual signaling and real character. What do I say? I'll be doing comparative analysis of virtue signaling and real character. So now, everybody, what do you understand by virtue signaling? What do you see? Now, don't forget the topic. The topic is the moral contradictions in society today and what solutions. We have to identify a problem before we think of a solution. Standing in front of you as a doctor who diagnose contradictions, who diagnose immorality. Now, I've conducted a test for humanity, and I've seen where we had fallen short. We have fallen short. I've seen where our weaknesses are, and now I've come to you with an antidote, with a medicine to solve our problem. We must understand what our problem is. Don't forget, I said I'm going to talk about social media and performative morality. So under that, I'm doing a comparative analysis between virtue signing and real character. So now what do I mean by virtue signaling? Sorry, not virtue signing, virtue signaling.
Public expression of one's character.
Public expression of one's character, that's what she said. So an audience, at least she tried, she said it's a public expression of one's character, but that's not it. Virtue signaling, this is virtue signaling. Virtue signaling is when, behind social media, that's what we're talking about, is when someone come on social media to express that they are good, meanwhile they are not. You will see people on social media, they will come, probably your WhatsApp friend, the first thing they will post on in the morning is a link from a religion organization, you will see let's pray. And the moment they post it, the first thing that will come to your mind is, this man is godly, this man is good. You will see persons who would go and copy Abraham Lincoln's quotes. You will see people who would go and copy Martin Luther King Jr.'s quotes. You will see people who would go and copy quotes of General Akies, where he says, if you sit with failures, you would hear tales that make success sound impossible. You will see them they would go and copy scholarly works. They would go and copy all the good words from good people. Then they will post it on their social media handle. So when you read, you'll be moved. You feel like, oh, humanity matters. Oh, Heartbreaker posted that humanity matters. But why do we call him Heartbreaker? We call him Heartbreaker because he breaks people's hearts. We call him Heartbreaker because he's a bad person. So how come today is he posting about humanity? Do you get the point?
Yes, sir.
Do you get the point? So now, virtue signaling is expressing publicly moral so that you be seen as good person. That's the intention of virtue signaling. The intention is, I want to express this so that the world will see me as good person. I will just come up in the morning and start telling you the reason why you should keep Lagos clean. Tell you that don't throw dirt on the floor, don't do I won't lie to you. Since Babatunde actually shall become a governor of Lagos State till today, I have not for once throw a dirt on the floor. But I never posted it on social media. I have neighbors who would just laugh at me. The other day, one little girl, she's 18 years old. So I was coming. Then she looked at my bag. At the side, she saw biscuit nylon. She was like, Uncle Juma, when will you stop putting biscuit nylon in your bag? Then I told her, I said, if I don't find a waste bin, I would always keep them in my bag so I can dispose them properly when I get home. I said, imagine over 20 million persons in Lagos State throw dirt on the floor. What do you think will happen in Lagos? So, but I didn't post it on the internet. I never posted this on the internet. So, but you will see persons who litter Lagos environment, but they would go and post on their internet that always keep Lagos clean, be a good person, be of good conduct, be of good morals, don't misbehave. Do you understand? You will see persons who would come to School of Eloquence, who would participate in the 20 days of eloquence speech, who would come to the internet and post, make sure you are not less than 10 in the yard before you leave the yard. But when they are leaving the yard, they will not count. Someone will come and tell you that, you post on the internet that if you are less than 10 in the yard, please don't leave the yard. Then the next post of the person will be like, don't try to waste other people's efforts. But sorry, the fact that you left the yard, why you know they are less than that you know that you are the 10th person, it means you want to waste other people's efforts. One of the things we lack in this generation, one of the things we lack that the traditional values will teach you is that during the traditional time, when you are wrong, you would see people come for you. They will criticize you. They will tell you, how dare you stand up at that place when you know you are the 10th person. The community will come together to criticize you. The rule says if you are less than 10, there will be a problem. It's just an example. Then because you feel you are too excellent and too big that the law cannot cover you, then you know you are the 10th person, you just fly out farm. And I ask you, what do you want to go and do outside? I said you want to go and get water. Are you proud of yourself?
No, they are not proud.
So that is it. Virtue signaling. You are coming on the internet to express what you are not. You are telling us that you used to follow laws, you used to follow rules, but you are the first rule breaker. In short, if you would make social media post, you would snap pictures wearing decent dress, but it is indecent when you break law, then you dress decently. You understand? So talking about virtue signaling, then now it is a comparison between virtue signaling and what? Real character. Now I've explained virtue signaling, trying to express what you are not. You are trying to create a good picture of yourself on the internet, but practically you are not. That is what virtue signaling. Now on the other hand, what do we have? We have what? Real performance. Real performance. That's real life. There was one time P Square he posted something. He sang one song. He said Instagram is fake life, living cheap life with fake, living fake life with cheap data. Then Sheyi Vibes, one of the musicians in Nigeria, he said something when he sang 90s. He said, so that 5G fake life. He was telling his child, he said, be aware of IG, Instagram. It is full of fake life. What I'm trying to say here is I'm trying to explain real performance for you. That person has posted virtue signal here. He has already posted that he is law abiding. She has already posted that she does not litter Lagos environment. But now, real performance, you will see her while she's walking after she had gotten her super bike gala. She will look left and right. Oh, no one is looking at me. Then she will throw it on the floor. That is real performance. Real performance shows who you are truly. So now, the difference between virtue signaling and real character is that virtue signaling has to do with performance, real character has to do with practice. Performance in what sense? The difference between you are performing and you are practicing. So performance here is telling you that you are performing, you are trying to express that you are good. But real character is practicing. We have what we call performance art. Art is one of those, like you acting and all. We call it performance art. So performance art, acting is not real. Do you know? They are only trying to just perform. But the realness is what? Is in practicing. Realness is what? Realness is in what? Practicing. So now, that is to tell you that not all public statements is fake. Not all public statements is fake. But social media reward visibility, not sincerity. Under virtue signaling, that person will always come on social media to tell you that I'm a good person, every morning go and pray, this and that. Social media only reward visibility. Because if I see that lady post on social media when she was telling me that she's law abiding, I would like her post. I would even comment. I would be like, well done, you are doing very well, I'm proud of you. It's only rewarding, social media is rewarding what? Visibility. And not what? Not sincerity. It is visible, yes. She said she doesn't violate rules. She's not a rule breaker. But when it comes to the reality, where you need practice, sincerity, and you begin to see that she's nowhere. She's opposite of what she's preaching. Moving on. We started by talking about social media and performative morality. Guest, get it straight. The origin of this statement, after I had left explaining moral contradictions for you, the reason why we got to virtue signaling and real character is because we are talking about social media and performative morality. So when we are talking about performative, we are talking about social media. This is social media morality. This is how it is in social media. Performative morality is performance, real life performance, practice. Practicing, it is performative. That is real life. Social media. Now we are doing comparison between social media and real life. So under social media and real life, we have what we call virtual signaling and real character. So virtual signaling falls under where? Social media. Performative morality falls under what? Performance, real character. So we are doing comparative between performative morality and social media morality. Social media morality falls under virtue signaling. Virtue signaling is when you come on the internet to portray what you are not, to show us that you are a good person, to express that you do good things, but in real time you don't do. And on social media you be rewarded for your what? For your visibility and not for your sincerity. Performative morality, on the other hand, is where real character comes in. Where your real character, what you do. Okay, you used to say you don't litter the floor on the internet, but now in real life, do you litter the floor or not? You do. So you are doing against what you say you do. So that's what, you know, the origin. The origin is what? Social media morality and performative morality. Be on the same page as I am. So under it, that's where we have virtue signaling and real character. I've explained that. So now after that, we will be moving on to the cancel culture. Say after me, cancel culture. Cancel culture. Now, one of those things you would see, one of those characteristics about social media morality is the cancel culture. Because publicly, it has to do with publicly calling out and often ostracizing people for mistakes or harmful action. I will explain this better for you. I know Nigerians are aware of Burna Boy. Do you know who Burna Boy is? Good. So now, Burna Boy is a musician from Nigeria. He's a global musician. He's a Grammy Award winner. One of his very popular songs are Yeah, Last. We have I Told Them. We have City Boy and so on. For those who does not know him, so you can sum it up. So now, under social media morality and performative morality, there's what we call cancel culture. So now, what is the intention of cancel culture? The intention of cancel culture is to criticize people. This is very common on the internet. So if you remember, there was a time last year when Burna Boy was doing a particular concert at United States. Then it was said that there were part of his fans who were at that concert who weren't vibing to the song. Are you with me? So because they were not vibing to his song, he said he sent them out of the concert. Then after he sent them out of the concert, there were video evidences showing that Burna Boy sent his fans out of the concert. Then you know what happened? We start seeing people saying, we have cancelled you, we will stop listening to your music. That is where cancel culture is coming from. Now let me explain. So started seeing series of posts from different persons saying, we will cancel you, you will cancel you. Then someone stopped me, a friend. Then I went to Shomolu. Then even before that friend stopped me, I had people tagging me on X, Twitter, saying, do you see the guy I used to support? You see, he sent someone out of his concert, someone that paid for the concert. He said, you are supporting a very responsible person, and the person started attacking me. Then I met Chioma on the street. Chioma said, I used to like Burna Boy before, but I've stopped liking him. I've cancelled him. I really sent someone out of the concert. When he said that, I was like, I was not there. Of course, I saw videos, but I won't let my emotion make the best out of me. So I would critically analyze what happened at the event. Then she said, what is there to analyze? Someone sent someone out of the concert and you are telling me what to analyze. I said, do your lecturers in school not send you out of the classroom? He said, yes. He said, classroom is different, good, but don't you pay at the classroom? So now, your lecturers have emotions. If anyone should not even send you out of the classroom, it should be your lecturer, because you are in school to learn. So if he sends you out of that class at that time, what will you do? How will you be able to learn what he wanted to teach? That was what I told her. Then I went back and I sat, then I brought out my phone to check the video. And then I was like, what can be the reason why this person sent his fan away from the stadium? I'm not trying to justify him sending him out, but I'm trying to explain the cancel culture in social media. The cancel what? The cancel culture. So I calmly look at it, then I now said to myself that, you know, at times you may have persons who, okay, there was this time I was checking on the internet where someone brought out a video, and the person was trying to criticize someone else's concert. He said, look at this person's concert, oh. See, people are not even vibing to his song, just to criticize him. So this was intentional from them. They were intentionally not vibing to his song at that concert, so they can do what? They can go and make a social media post to criticize him by saying he is not good at performing. Do you get it? So of course, Burna Boy at that time, I begin to feel like Burna Boy at that time, maybe the way, because it was very evident that those persons he sent out, they were just seated, they weren't really vibing. Of course, they might be going through some things, I don't know. I'm not trying to justify him sending him out, but the cancel culture is what I'm trying to explain. So they might just feel like, this one that you people just sit down here. You know, it's just like a speaker when you are speaking. Then the people you are speaking to, they are not listening. The people you are speaking to are doing something else. Imagine speaking to someone, imagine lecturing someone on moral contradictions, and the person is wearing AirPod, watching movie. Is that not contradicting the person's life? You understand? Because you had come for a lecture, you go to the lecture hall where you are supposed to listen to the lecture, you are wearing AirPod. Now you are now very fortunate. You know, at times the society would help you to become worse at times, because when you don't think critically, the things that are supposed to make you will ruin you. You get? So now you have access to a Wi-Fi. Do you understand? The Wi-Fi there is for you to what? To learn, to make research about the topic the speaker is speaking about. So now you now pick that internet Wi-Fi, you decide to go and download one movie, one unrealistic movie where Superman is flying. Then you now wear AirPod, you are not listening to what the person is saying. You understand? So now if the speaker now decide to say, please get out of this place, then you go on the internet to say, the speaker sent me out of the hall. That might be what happened at Burna Boy's concert. I'm not justifying. We just have to understand human nature beyond just shouting, cancel him, cancel him, cancel him. Having said that, I explained to the person, then I calmly wait. You know what happened? After a few weeks, then an account came up. The account was carrying the picture of one woman. That was the woman he sent out of the concert. The account now posted that we came to that concert so we can heal ourselves. We just lost our child. We are very, very pained that the person we called the person we are fanning, the person we are supporting does not even care about our mental health. Then when that post came up, people started criticizing Burna Boy again, saying that so someone lost a child and she came to your concert so she can feel relief. So you even add more to her pain. When I saw that post from that page, despite the fact that I didn't criticize Burna Boy at that time, in my head I started criticizing him that, but why would you do that? But then an answer I spoke to myself, I said, he did that, fine. But you just have to understand that. Is he even aware that this person lost his child? But I don't want to be too quick to judge. So I sat down and I was thinking about it. Airport is at work, okay. And the next thing, after a few days, Very Dark Man, one of the activists and humanitarian in Nigeria, you know what Very Dark Man did? The Very Dark Man made a research about that social media account that made that post. Then you realize that that account has been created since 2018. So now the account was edited in 2026 just to make that post about Burna Boy. But before he find out, a lot of people had criticized Burna Boy already. They had said a lot of bullshit about him. We would cancel him. The cancel culture, which is evident in modern day. You don't have the cancel culture in traditional time. Traditional time, you won't see those crowds. They would call you to order. So what are we talking about? We're talking about social media morality and performative morality. They said they would cancel him. Why they say they will cancel him in his next concert? Some persons went to his concert early when they know that his fans are not start occupying the stadium. You know what they did? They went to take videos of the empty chairs at the concert. They now posted it. They said, you see, it's working. We said we'll cancel him. We are already cancelling him. He has started failing. But sorry, what do you want to even gain from the next person failing? If he fails, what will that do for you? Okay, if Burna Boy fails, you as human being that you are, what will that do for you? They went to capture the stadium. After capturing the stadium, so you see, it's failing. At some point when I saw the video, I was almost believing that people had started cancelling him. Then I have a friend who also said he was going to attend the concert at Texas. Then I messaged him. I said, Paul, what's up now? When are you going to Burna Boy's concert? I said, it's still early. The concert has not started now, but I will be at the concert. I will call you when I get there. Then when he goes to the concert, he called me on video call. Then when he swing the camera left, right, then I saw how filled the stadium was. I was like, hello. I thought you said you had cancelled this person. Agenda must agenda. You understand? They are pushing the agenda. So what? So it can be cancelled. Those are the things you would see social media do. Social media morality. Another example of social media morality I would give you is the story of someone I don't like to talk about, because his story is very, very complicated. But I'll just cite few things about his story. Every one of us here, do you know Mohbad? Do you know Mohbad? So now, Mohbad is a Nigerian musician under Malian record. The owner of Malian record is Naira Marley. Naira Marley is who? Abdulaziz Ababeji. So there was a time, the day when Mohbad died, I think Mohbad died around November or so, maybe October, November or so, September, October, November. I know he died in one of the embers. September, okay. So at the time Mohbad died, everybody in the internet just came up without, oh God, They just came up, and the next thing we saw on the internet was Naira killed the boy, Naira killed the boy, this and that. At that time, Naira was in Amsterdam, not in Nigeria. The boy that died was in Nigeria. Someone in the house said maybe he sent someone. But the point was not because he died or something. The point was someone died, and all you could do for the sake of humanity was to quickly put the death blame on someone else without doing a proper investigation at first. Who was he with? No. Who are the persons you see with him? No. So after he died, the next thing they did, in less than 24 hours, they went to bury this person. Social media morality, what they will do for you is to come and shout, rant on the internet. But when they mentioned Naira name, Naira made a post on that. He said, "I'm sorry, it's fine if you criticize me. I don't understand what's happening. But first, I would like to ask you a question. Where was he at the time he died? Who was he with? Why was he buried so quick? Why was there no autopsy?" He started asking questions that normal humans would have asked. Distinguished guest, one of the things I will pray for us today is that may we not be in a situation whereby only God knows that we are saying the truth. I don't know if you know, there are some situations whereby imagine, sorry with this analysis, imagine going to meet a soldier's wife at home, maybe an army general for instance. So the wife only called you that you should help her come and fix a bulb in their bedroom. So now, for someone like me, if I take 3 steps, I sweat easily. Now you now enter that bedroom after fixing the bulb, you now start sweating, like you are sweating so bad everywhere, your clothes are soaked. You understand? Probably because you have been sweating before you even got inside that place. Then after helping them fix the bulb, then the soldier wife now told you, "Thank you very much, sweetheart, I really appreciate you." Maybe that's the way she called people, sweetheart. Then while she was doing that, the general opened the door. They met you. First, you were sweating. Secondly, you were sitting on their matrimonial bed while she was calling you sweetheart. Do you understand? So now, in that situation, if he goes to the internet and say, "I caught him cheating, I caught my wife cheating," who will save you at that point? Only God knows that you are saying the truth. But God will not come from heaven and come and pick you from that place. The first thing is, if it's Nigeria, the soldiers that escorted in there would first match you. And you know soldiers' boots now, there's always metal under. Just one step on your left leg. I remember one guy at that time at Okuta Road. When they came, then they went to beat a soldier. And when the soldiers came, there was one innocent guy. He was working during that time, and he was not really dressing very well. So they thought he was one of them. The first step on him, it was on his left rib. The rib got broken immediately. I knew there was problem. I was watching from the office where I was. The door was closed. I was looking from that small side. That, hello, soldiers are around. You should know now, if you live in Nigeria community, if you if you price the soldier, you will pay. The whole community will pay. So that's not the problem. So I'm talking about the cancel culture in social media. The cancel culture. Public shaming spread fast. That's one of those things in the cancel culture. When it's time for them to shame people publicly, it's always fast. I don't know if you know a Nigerian musician called Ayastar. So there was a time that people on the internet wanted to push an agenda towards this lady, saying she has a body odor. Now people now start bringing out pictures of, maybe someone want to greet her, the person now did like this now. So maybe someone did like this where they were talking to her, then carry that part, post it and say, that lady has body odor. Imagine someone having 300 pictures, then inside out of the 300 pictures you saw just 2 pictures of people doing like this, or someone doing like this, then you now post that picture saying she has body odor. How it happened to Arasta now? You are saying, don't you use your internet? Do you understand? So these are things that are evident in social media morality. So now, the problem of cancel culture. What are the problems cancel culture cause? Cancel culture often leaves no room for growth. Imagine someone did something, you are not sure if it is wrong or right. Then you just keep shouting, we would cancel him, we have cancelled him, we have cancelled him, we have cancelled him. It's not, we can't listen to him again. It does not exist in our book again. If you do that to someone, will the person grow? No. You are not even encouraging the person. At that point, when they were saying those things about Burna Boy had to even pause for a few days. He even fell sick during that period now. Because after 3 days, I saw him post pictures of him receiving drip at the hospital. You know how mental it is, like people come on social media and start saying they should cancel you, do this, you do that. Do you understand? So I'm sure it was people like his friend Manny Cholo that would have motivated him that don't worry, don't give up now. They are just saying it because they need to go back. Many persons will come back. The cancel culture often leave no room for growth. It doesn't make people grow because you have pushed that narrative. Igbo girls are not good people. If you date an Igbo girl, she will cheat on you, she will not respect your mom, she will not lay down for your mom. Because the truth of the matter is, in the Igbo culture, it's kneeling down for people, part of their culture. No, it is in Yoruba culture. So I think at some point, for us to be moral, we have to respect other people's belief, culture, and perspective. Because the moment we don't respect them, then we are far from being humanitarians. One of the things about the cancel culture is people are reduced to their worst moment. Their worst moment in what sense? When they start pushing agenda to cancel you, that's the social media morality of today. It is those worst moments they will start picking out. The time when you and someone was fighting. Okay, something happened last week. No, it was this week, not last week. So there is a popular DJ. The DJ is Whiskey DJ. He's called DJ Tunes. So you know what? DJ Tunes was at a place in Lagos called Obi's House. Obi's House is more like a club. So now, Burna Boy was there alongside his crew. Of course, DJ Tunes and Burna Boy had issue. Many persons might have forgotten why they have issue. This is where the issue came from. There was a time last year where the son of the first woman to own a car in Nigeria, maybe that's too long. The first woman to own a car in Nigeria is Olufunmilayo Ransome Kuti. Now, her son, Fela Anikulapo Kuti, son Seun Kuti, had issued with Whiskey FC, not Whiskey this time around. So now, what happened in that time? Seun Kuti had observed that, in his opinion, has observed that Whiskey FC only come and talk down on people's efforts, like the council culture, like I explained. They practice more of council culture. Then he spoke about it. Then after speaking about it consistently, he said their legend, the GOAT, like their greatest of all time, the person they look up to, keep saying is like his father. But his father never laid that kind of legacy. That if you people want to keep practicing this council culture, don't affiliate yourself with my father. That was what he said. Then after few days, he had issue with the main boss of the Wizkid FC. That was Wizkid, Nigerian musician. Then they started drama from left to right. They started this disagreement between themselves. And after all the disagreements, what later happened, Wizkid was provoked and he posted that, okay, I'm greater than your father. Then Wizkid made a post saying something. He said, if it is because of the chain that you were given that you want to kill me, come and take chain. Then Shemun posted something that has to do with Didi. There's one person they called Didi that just to insult themselves anyway. Then the moment he posted that thing, he said the main Didi boyfriend in Nigeria, we know him. If it's the one that, if it's because of he gave you chain, that's why you are coming for me, then come and take your chain. So in that place, what's this explanation? Wizkid in that place was directly referring to Burna Boy. Burna was not in this conversation. It wasn't in the conversation. But because when you talk about someone, is it because of the chain you were given? Who gave Shemun chain? Everybody knew it was Burna Boy that gave Shemun chain. So you brought him to the conversation. He wasn't part of this conversation. So ever since then, they had that beef in their heart that, oh, so I wasn't even talking about you then, you do this. You know, you had this beef in the heart with someone. Then even DJ Tunes who was backing him up at that time, because after Wizkid made not up to 10 tweets, but Tunes consistently keep making tweets for like 3 days to support Wizkid's statement. Now, he knew you and this person had issues, and when you met the person at the club, you went to meet him, then it now results to a fight. You know what the people said next? They said, it was 10 men against one person. I had friends who came to my DM saying, you see your Burna Boy, the person you call Burna Boy that I used to support, him and 9 other persons had to beat a DJ. And I said, I'm not there. The person you said beat someone said, oh, it was the only one that beat the person. No, you are telling me that they are 10. You show me video evidence. The video evidence I saw, it wasn't of people attacking, it was people doing like this. So how are you translating your own video? You understand? So where am I coming from? I'm coming from the problem caused by the cancel culture. The cancel culture reduced people to their worst moments. What am I saying? If people want to push the cancel narrative, they would go and bring those weaknesses. They won't talk about the good side. They would go and bring up those weaknesses that, okay, that speaker, it was when he was criticizing him, oh, he likes to criticize people. That was where they would go and bring out. They would start bringing out, okay, at day 1, he criticized the president. At day 2, he criticized his class teacher. At day 3, he criticized. Do you understand? So they would bring evidence to suit that narrative, that agenda they want to push. It reduces people to their worst moment. Then another problem of the cancel culture is punishment can overweigh the actual offense. The punishment can overweigh the actual offense. We have many persons whose life has been ruined by things that you think, oh, they did these things, but what they even did does not even, like, the gravity of what they did does not warrant the kind of offense they suffer. I want to tell us my story about that. I will let us go and look for this musician that was once under 30 BG. His name is Lee Frosh. Look at how he was global before, what led to his downfall, how he fell. So what he was punished for, the reasons why, what he was cancelled for, at the long run, they found out that he didn't even do up to what people said he did. But the life that has been ruined has been ruined. It's easy to destroy things, but it's not easy to build.
Yes.
Another thing that about social media morality is seeking validation instead of truth. Seeking validation instead of what? Instead of truth. Social media platform are built on feedbacks like likes, share, comments, followers. What am I saying in essence? Seeking validation instead of truth. Nowadays, you would see many persons on social media who would pick up news that they know this news is not true, but because they want to get engagement, they want to get likes, they want to get shared, then they will start to push such news. So it is they seek validation instead of truth. The social media morality, they won't confirm first if this thing is real. As far as you had posted that, for instance, as far as you posted that, maybe, okay, I saw one news at that time after Nigeria had been disqualified from, was it disqualified? No, disqualified is not the right word for it. No. Nigeria played against Morocco, isn't it? Then they lost through penalty kickoff. So now there was this player in Nigeria that lost his penalty. His name is Chukwueze. So now, when I was watching that football match, I was watching with my mom, but I wasn't really paying attention because I was on my phone while I was watching the match. So at the time Chukwueze wanted to play the penalty, I just said, my mommy said something. She said, "Ele might lose penalty, pẹ̀lú bó ṣe ń ṣe yìí." Like it means she said this one will lose the penalty with the way he's doing. And I asked my mother, what is it? He said, "Don't you see that he's eating chewing gum? Look at the way he's walking." Then truly he played that penalty and he lost it. But because I wasn't paying attention, I wasn't really looking at what happened. But this guy lost the penalty, it's fine. Then I now went to WhatsApp and I saw my friend Bello Tafik posted. He said, "Imagine being subbed at dying minute to come and play penalty. On your way to play the penalty, you were zagging, you were chewing gum." So I saw everything my mommy was saying on the status. So I was like, oh, so this guy was doing it truly. Then when I woke up the next morning, you know what someone did? Someone posted something like saying Nigeria Super Eagles has officially disqualified Chukwueze, has officially suspended Chukwueze for playing for Nigeria. It's not true. But because they want to push agenda so that they will get likes, comments and share, then the person posted it. So I saw over 3,000 likes. Then I saw a lot of people retweeted and everything. I first asked someone, is it true? Then I went on the internet to surf it up if it was true or false. Then when I checked, there was no official statement saying Chukwueze has been suspended. Now I begin to think that there are some persons who has been employed directly by Super Eagles to send informations before the media. Do you understand? So people seek validation instead of the truth. They want to be valid. Validation to them means their relevance on the internet. Another one is the one that happened recently between Toyin Aimaku and Jennifer Funke Akindele. The moment people saw Toyin Aimaku went to Funke Akindele, say Auntie Funke, and Auntie Funke did not answer. We don't know. Of course, you must have done something to warrant. You understand? Look at this global stage we are today. If not because we had said we would make an attempt to speak for 20 days, we won't be standing here. We will probably be on our bed sleeping. So it is what we did. It is our action that triggered what we are facing at this moment. So Auntie Toyin must have done something before Auntie Funke would react to her like that. They know what some persons do. When they saw that news, they just picked it up. You see something like the very arrogant Auntie Funke disregarded, did not respond to Auntie Toyin greeting. Then news start flying. Different headline, different source. I saw bloggers who had not made posts in the past 7 days. They made posts on that day because they know, this is very valid, people would share. Then you see content creator come online, they now said, do you know what happened, this is the true story about what happened between Funke, and you are talking about truth. Do you know the definition of truth? You call that truth. You are saying, you are giving an analysis of something you are not aware of. You are not even there. You are doing an analysis with just one video. Do you know how many books scholars read before they come to you to prove a point? Then you go out there and just saw one short video, and you are coming to us to tell us that this is what is happening about this. Do you get what I'm saying? They seek validation instead of truth, because social media are built on feedback. Let's be sincere with ourselves. The root of everything matters. The root of building social media was to seek feedback. It was built on feedback. So, and that's why apps like X, Elon Musk will only pay you when you have enough engagement. Something is common that is happening lately. And what was it? People said the moment you have 5 million impressions in a month, you would be automatically given the blue tick. Aside from having 5 million impressions, you must have some amount of likes, followers, and retweets. Ever since the day Elon Musk had come with this suggestion, Twitter has not remained the same. You see persons who had not paid for verification before, now they are start paying. They want to have the 5 million impression. And for them to have the 5 million impression, they have to start posting things, whether they are relevant or irrelevant. Yeah. So I have people like Tumishe who has not been collecting money before on X, but now she's getting her pay. And now she posted yesterday, she collected about $85 for 1 month for posting on X. So now, what is the point? The point is, social media is built on feedback. So it doesn't care. It doesn't seek for validation. It doesn't seek for truth. It's just about validation. Hope you are active. So since the time Elon Musk had declared that I would pay you when you have 5 million impressions, everything changed on Twitter. You see Tumishe post, when Tumishe see Wizkid picture, you see him post that Wizkid is currently sick. For example, is currently sick at Apapa Hospital. Then you see the next thing she will post, said Odoguba, owned by Portable, has been sold to Okoya. What will Okoya do with Odoguba? You see things like Aliko Dangote just built a new refinery at Yaba, Lagos. Where in Yaba will the refinery stay? You will see things like the Federal Republic of Nigeria just bought. Yeah, I saw that one. This one I want to tell you now, I saw it. Someone posted something that okay. like 3 weeks ago. He said Nigerian federal government just bought 2 hypersonic jets, 2 supersonic jets, 2 subsonic jets. When I saw that news, when I saw that post on social media, it got plenty engagement too. And the bats were really hyping the post. When I saw it, I first asked myself that, is it the same hypersonic jet that I know? Then I now went back to this thing. I went to check about supersonic jets, just one. Then I realized that if a country in Africa has a supersonic jet, that country will rule all the countries in Africa. When I checked the cost of one supersonic jet, it was around I think 150 million euro. Just one. I think that was for the subsonic. That was the lowest. That was for the subsonic. The supersonic was around 1 billion dollars. Yeah. When I checked. I thought, like, is this what this person was saying Nigeria bought? Then I asked, then I checked the news. Did the federal government bought this supersonic jet you are talking about? We didn't buy you. But you got the engagement you want to get. So Moving on. This can shift people's priority from is this true to will it get approval. Social media morality. It has shifted people's priority from is this true to will it get approval. Of course, before you retweet, you should first ask yourself that this post I'm seeing, is it true? But because you know if you repost that news, you will get more engagement. You will repost it so that because of the engagement to will this post get approval? Will people really like and repost this thing? Let me post it. You understand? It's just like going to AI now. Then I did on AI that okay, Balox, there's one guy on Twitter called Balox. He used to do this thing. This guy I'm telling you about, I don't think he can afford a bicycle. But in every 2 months, he would go to a place where they sell car. I'm talking about expensive cars like Abuja Motors, Polanco. He would go there. I don't know if he has a relative there. So when he go there, he would go and look for one Lamborghini. He would put on nice dress, sit beside it, then snap. Then he will come and post it on it, and he will now write third key, thank you God for these blessings. Now, he's posting that because he know that the moment he posts that, people will do what? They will approve him. Likes, comments, views. He will get the impression he wants to get. The people will now stop asking themselves that, is it even true? Some of the culture we lack. Now we don't even ask people how do you even get your money? In the traditional morality, he won't try that. The Bible say, Omo Oshagbafo, Unkashowali, Beribolotiri. It means your child is not working, is not a dry cleaner. But anytime he goes out, when he's coming home, he's always coming home with different clothes. And you're not asking that child that, hello, heartbreaker, you're not a dry cleaner. You came home with 3 clothes yesterday. Today you came home with 4 clothes. Are you getting the point? So now, the consequence. People will say what is popular and not what is accurate. That is the consequence of seeking validation, which is what in today's social media routing. People they say what is popular and not the truth, what is accurate. Take for instance Nigerians. For example, these are people who criticize the government. These are people whose parents would go and pay that they pass exams. Yeah. But currently, the most accurate information in Nigeria currently is that the School of Eloquence is doing 20 days of speaking to the world. That is the most accurate information in Nigeria currently, as I speak. But now, if you go on the internet, they are not talking about the most accurate information. They are talking about what is popular. What is popular in Nigeria currently is what? Is the fight between Wizkid and Burna Boy. You left accuracy, you left life transformating information for an information that will diminish, that will reduce your scope of reasoning. That is the consequences. Then when we talk about seeking validation, we will talk about validation seeking behavior. One of validation seeking behavior is what? Posting for applause. Of course. But Burna Boy sings good music. Davido sings good music. Wizkid sings good music. Why do you arrive at comparing Tope Alabi with Wizkid? Do they do the same thing? You will see some persons on the internet now, you will see them, they will go and get a picture of a very beautiful lady. They are not the lady. The lady is not even aware that they pick now I'm explaining posting for applause. You will not put me or $100. In normal sense, will I pick you above $100? It's not, I can't do that. If I be picking you above $100, it must means you belong to school of eloquence. I know, okay, if I pick you, at least at the end of the day, you will link me up with someone who will give me $1 million. But if I realize that you are one of those people that will leave the hall without counting people, I will pick $100 before picking you, because I know if you are ready to waste people's efforts, if I pick you, you end up wasting my efforts. Do you understand? So posting that on the media is for applause. You know, people would pick $100, then you start the conversation. That is one of the characteristics of what? Validation seeking behavior. And that characteristic of validation seeking behavior is what? Changing opinion to fit trend. You are changing opinions to fit trend. Now, what do I mean by changing opinion to fit trend? The trend is that there is poverty, for example, in some places. So now, for you to now want to, because you want to fit the trend, of course there's poverty in some places, but because you want to fit in, you want to put your narrative to fit in the trend. Instead of you to talk about the poverty, then you now say the reason why there is poverty is because some particular region in Nigeria used to give birth to 10 children. Then you now name them. That it is, you now name them that poverty is proudly sponsored by this region that used to give birth to 5 children. You have shifted the opinion to fit the trend. We are talking about poverty. What has poverty got to do with someone has 10 children? We have people who have just one child and they can't even take care of that child. And we have people who have, there's someone, I have one man now, Abu Al-Farisi. The last time I went to his house, his children are about, I can't even start counting them yet, because it will take me another 15 minutes to start counting. But they are about like 17 or so. Yes. But what does it change? Please now, solve it up, check. The former president of Nigeria, President Muhammad Buhari, what was his position in his family? Buhari was about maybe he's between number 15 to 21. So trying to what? To change opinion to fit trend. We are talking about poverty, you are saying it is a particular region. Because you know, the moment you mention that region, you will see people from that region go against you. Do you understand? Just like, for example, you are telling me that the reason why there is poverty in Nigeria is because, it's just an example, I'm not saying there is poverty in Nigeria. The reason why there is poverty in Nigeria is because Yoruba people used to give birth to many children. The moment you now say that, what do you expect? You know that Yorubas will come for you. You are seeking for validation. Of course, I know that is what social media is built on. Feedback, likes, shares, comments, retweets. So because you want to get it, then you start pushing opinions to what? To fit trend. This is one of the characteristics of validation seeking behavior. Another characteristic of validation seeking opinion is avoiding popular truths. Popular truths will not give you likes. Imagine posting about posting a false information that one of our female influencer cheated on her boyfriend, and posting about Rufai Hosseini won an award. Which one do you think will trend most? It is the one that cheats, the influencer that cheat on her boyfriend. There's a point in time where I didn't even know that there are blogs like, what's the name of this blog? This something gossip. That one that was posting about this one got one blogger there that they used to call something gossip something. I didn't even know that blog exists until the day one of my classmates came to me and said, "Ah, don't you follow this blog?" I said, "Why would I follow this blog? This blog is always showing rubbish now." That blog only capitalize on people's mistake, and that is one of the things, one of the problems we face in an environment like this. We live in a time where values are loudly proclaimed, but qualities are abandoned. Do you understand? We live in a time where values are loudly proclaimed, but quietly abandoned. What do I mean by this? We live in a time where values are loudly proclaimed, but quietly abandoned. You will see people speak about values. You see someone will come and tell you and say, "Don't cheat, oh, cheating is a sin." But the same person that tell you not to cheat will cheat. You see someone who will tell you, "Don't throw dirt on the floor on the street of Lagos." But after telling you not to throw dirt, partial signaling, virtue signaling, trying to express that I'm good, but I'm not good. So now, after saying all of those things, you would have posted, "Keep Lagos clean, be a good citizen, vote during election, get a voter's card." But NIN you don't have. You get it? So now, truth seeking behavior. What are the requirements for truth seeking behavior? It requires willingness to be able to disagree with what is wrong. If you want to develop truth seeking behavior, you must first have a mind of your own. I know, of course, it is easy to stand in crowd, but it takes courage to stand alone. So now the crowd, what is the crowd doing? The crowd are busy what? Pushing false narrative, the moral contradiction in the society. So now, one of the solutions is seeking truth seeking behavior. For you to have that truth seeking behavior, you must be able to do what? To stand alone, because the majority are not going to seek the truth alongside you. So you'll be left alone to go and do the truth seeking because they need approval. But you need what? You need substance. They would get more engagement than you. But don't be carried away by the $82 Elon Musk will give you, and now start pushing posts that are not real. I think that's one of the reasons why my account was restricted, because when I was making posts back to back, probably I think you want to get impression. Of course, when I came here, in my first 4 days here, I had about 68,000 impressions. But yesterday I deducted, after restricting my account, they deducted 40,000 impressions because it is under restriction. You get what I'm saying? So another thing, another characteristic of truth-seeking behavior requires what? It requires critical thinking. You should understand that, of course, not everything on the internet is false. But when you get an information from the internet, think critically. How can someone come and tell you that Aliko Dangote is building refinery at Yaba? Of course, you have many occupants. We have many people living in Yaba. We have Tejo market there. How can someone tell you that Tinubu has moved the capital of Nigeria from Aso Rock to Enugu? Not even Lagos. The next thing you just do is just repost. Then if they now ask you that, why do you repost? Why did you verify the information? Say, someone that changed Nigeria national anthem, can't you change that, the capital of Nigeria from Abuja to Enugu? So to change national anthem and to change capital, you think it's the same thing? So so critical thinking, that's where you come from. Thirdly, for you to be different, truth seeking behaviour requires what? It requires independence from crowd approval. You should not need approval of crowd before you will be able to make your post, because for you to have truth seeking behaviour, you don't need crowd approval. So now, what is the origin? The origin is, we are speaking about the moral contradictions in the society today and the solution. Now, I think I need to take you back so you would understand where we are coming from, so you don't make it up. So speaking about the moral contradiction in the society today, I defined morality while I asked the audience when they said morality is the things that are good. Of course. Then I defined it by saying moralities or morals are those things that you are doing them, and when you are doing them, you want other people to see you doing them. Immoralities are what? Are things that you are doing them but you don't want to be caught doing them. Of course, if you are coming to School of Eloquence to speak, once it is few minutes for you to speak, you will text your friends, you will send them the achievements channel link that they should watch you live while you speak, isn't it? Yes. But when you are going to cheat after fellowship or after praying at mosque on Friday, you would what? You won't want to be caught doing that. It's immorality. Then I spoke about who decides what is right today. Is it the society? Is it our culture? Is it social media? And I said society and our culture, but I'm against the opinion that social media will decide what is right. Then I did a comparative analysis between the social media and performative morality, where I spoke about virtue signaling, where I said virtue signaling is when you try to express that you are good, posting, seeking validation, meanwhile you do opposite. Then I did virtue signaling versus real character. Real character is that thing you do. The practice is not what you preach, it's what you practice. That's real character. Then under social media and performative morality, after speaking about virtue signaling versus real character, I spoke about the council culture, where I give example saying most people, when they see weaknesses about you, the thing they do on social media is to push narrative so you are cancelled. And I told you the problems caused by cancel culture, where I said it often leave no room for growth, because when people push narrative that let's cancel him, job, we don't want him, it often leave no room for growth. And I said people are reduced to their worst moments. Yes, one of those things in the council cultures, one of the problems in the council culture is that what people talk about are those mistakes you made. They don't talk about the things you have done. Then I moved on by talking about this seeking validation instead of truth. Then I said the social media are built on performance. The social media platform are built on feedbacks like sharing and so on, and not truth. Then I talk about validation seeking behavior, where I said posting for applause, people post for applause, changing opinion to fit trend, avoiding unpopular truths. I spoke about that. Then now I'll be moving on to the second moral contradiction we have in our society today. What is the second? I've left social media now. I'm on power, wealth, and double standard. So now, what do you understand by power, wealth and double standard. One of the moral contradictions we experience here, for me to do a proper analysis, I'll be doing analysis of the rich versus poor. What do I say? The rich versus poor. We now live in an environment where if the rich and the poor commit the same crime, they would face different consequences. Is that not contradictory? If, for instance, a rich man is driving on Lagos Road, then he beats the traffic light. When the traffic light says red, then he just drive past, and he was stopped by probably Lagos State Traffic Management Authority, last man. The way they would address him, it's just an instance. So it's different from the way they would address the other man. So now let me give you an instance. When they stop him, like I'm stopping the man now. Hello sir, good afternoon. Please, you beat the traffic light. It is showing red, not green. Like, oh, I didn't know, I'm sorry. Sir, I can't just accept sorry. What you did is not right. He said, okay, you know what? Take this amount. Not much, take just use it to get something for yourself. So thank you very much, sir. But please, sir, make sure you don't do such again. Of course, the message is clear. The message was that the man should not do the same thing again. That is power and wealth. Yeah. So now, the poor on the other hand, if he beats the traffic lights, the way the last man would go and harass him would be like, hello, calm down. Are you okay? Don't you see? Next thing would be like, give me your car key. Collect the car key. Like, hey, my junior colleague, go and drive that car. Take it to the office. Like, please, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm not aware. You are not aware. This is the first time you are passing this place. If they won't take that car to the office, you would have to pay more. But if they take the car to the office, the vehicle to the office, there is high tendency that the vehicle will be impounded. You might not even have access to it forever. You see it? The same crime, but different punishment. It is very, very evident in today's society. We would see police who would tell criminals who are rich people that, sorry, we'll be inviting you to our place for little. They might not even call it investigation, they might call it conversation. For someone who is a suspect, of course, is a suspect. But the way you will treat a poor man who is a suspect is different from the way you treat a rich who is a suspect. At a point in time, you might not even be able to distinguish if the poor man is a suspect or is a criminal, because when they are coming to pick him in his house, they are coming to pick him with an handcuff. They call him a suspect, right? But the rich man on the other hand, if they are coming to him, he might not even have to pass. There was a time where there was one man like that. Police came to invite him. Then they told them that they should go, that they would drive, that he can't enter their van. Then he drove from the house, not even immediately. He had to even go and have his bath safe. Then after having his bath and all, then he drove to the police station for 1 or 2 interrogation. When he came, he didn't even call it interrogation. He said he had a meeting with the police. But when a poor man on the street did that same thing that I experienced, they came to pick this man at past 5 a.m. in the morning. Because I remember that time, because our room, the door is very close. Our room is very, very close to the gate where I stayed before. I just say, pam, pam, pam. Who is that? The person was like, sorry, I'm looking for one man. It was sounding like someone who wants to see someone. So this is my uncle who lives here. Then he mentioned the person's name. Then unfortunately for the man, it was the man who went to open the gate. Then the moment he opened the gate, then the police just held him. He was on his towel. He wasn't putting on clothes. Then the police said, you would go to the police station like this. We beg. The You know the thing? After begging, the police didn't listen to us. They took the man like that with towel from our house at Odusi to the police station at TMS. So I had to go and meet his wife. Is on that day his wife is not at home. I had to go to his room. I had to go and take clothes for him. I had to help him lock his room, then take his clothes to the police station. But the rich will not be treated this way. That is moral contradiction. Once you say you are fighting, you are not fighting it. You are even committing more harm. Now, another thing about power, wealth, the double standard, we'll be talking about corporate morality versus profit. You know, here I first talk about the rich versus poor. When they commit the same crime, but different judgment. So now I'm talking about the corporate morality versus profit. Distinguished guest, if you have a company in a country like Nigeria, before you can become a company, you must have satisfied all the requirements that a company must satisfy. One of the requirements is that you must pay your workers at least Nigerian minimum wage. How much is the minimum wage in Nigeria? 70,000 naira. So for you to become a company, for you to become a registered for you to become a corporate firm in Nigeria, you must satisfy the requirements that you would follow all the law, all the rules. And part of the rules is that your workers have access to medical care. At least, if not 100%, 50%. You must not pay them lesser than the minimum wage. And so on and so forth. So now, corporate versus profit. It's known to us that you as a corporate firm, you have to pay your workers at least minimum wage. But we have many corporate firms here who still pay their workers 50,000 naira, 40,000 naira. But you have agreed before you became registered, you had signed that you would follow all the rules as stated in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But now, you are paying your worker less than the minimum wage. Is that not moral contradiction? It is moral contradiction. It is the company contradicting its own morals. Now, profit on the other side. What does profit mean? The reason behind this company not paying our workers the minimum wage as required by Nigeria at least is because of profit. You see the HR stay somewhere and say, you know what, if you pay them 70,000 naira, it will be too much. So let's remove 20,000 naira from 10 staff's head. So when you remove, don't we have corporate firm that pays their staff less than 70,000? We have many of them now. So for them to be paying less than 70,000 naira, it means they have gone against the moral of their office. Because the moral says that before you can become a public firm in Nigeria, before you can become a corporate firm in Nigeria, you must follow all the rules. And one of the major rules is that the minimum wage of Nigeria is 70,000 naira, which means you must not pay less than 70,000. So paying less than 70,000 is moral contradiction. This is under where? This is under power, wealth, double standard. Double standard is you preach what you don't practice. Do you get the point? So now, profit versus the corporate morality versus profit morality. The intention was to make profit. Now, if we remove 20,000 from the head of all our staffs here, by the end of the year, when we sum it up, we'll be able to use this money to buy a generator for our company. I remember that I was working at one place. They told me my salary is 60,000. But when months end, do you know how much I receive? At the end of the month, I used to receive 57,000 naira. Then I asked them what's the remaining 3,000 naira for. They said it's for welfareism. So now we're talking about welfare, right? If you fall sick, it's not the company's business. Then I now start wondering, where is the welfare? This is moral contradiction. But this same company had signed to the Federal Republic of Nigeria that they would follow all the rules as stated. The rules guiding what? Corporate moralities. The other thing about corporate moralities versus profit is that I'm talking about is them not being transparent. Now take our banks for example, Nigerian banks. At times you would receive a debit alert that you won't even understand what the money is about. You will see things like stamp duty, ATM duty, bank duty, living duty, printing duty, fee. At times you just even get the debitor, you don't even understand how it happened. At first, how do we even arrive at it? When I was buying my data, they told me that this data is what is monthly plan. It is written there, monthly data plan. So how do I move from monthly data plan to 4 hours data plan? You buy a data that is supposed to last you for a month, and you exhaust the data in 2 hours. Moral contradiction. It is fine. Just tell us that you are selling this data to us per hour, not per day. By the time I bought one MiFi at that time, then they said there's an unlimited subscription for a month that came with it. Okay, because I was told that there is an unlimited subscription that came with it, I decided to assist my neighbors. So I told my neighbors that they should stop buying data, that I have an unlimited data for 1 month, that they should always connect. So I gave them the password. If anybody comes to greet me at home, I will give them the password to my MiFi and all. Then after 2 weeks, I realized that there was no data on the Wi-Fi again. And I asked myself, well, this thing is supposed to be for a month. How come did it get exhausted? That's what they are not transparent. Now, what is the reason behind this thing? Profit. That's why I said corporate morality versus profit morality. If you would make profit, you should be transparent, and that is why it's called business, because that's the with agreement between two persons. I've agreed that I'll be getting these goods for this amount. You have agreed that you are selling this goods for this amount. You are rendering this service for this amount. So if at the end of the day you had promised that you render a service for 2 days and you are rendering that service for 15 minutes, what do you expect? What do you expect? The other thing is being transparent with customers and not just removing their money without letting them know. Another thing is performative versus genuine corporate morality. Now, when I talk about performative morality and genuine corporate morality, so performative morality here is what we are experiencing nowadays. Now, what is performative morality here? It is you performing moral. You performing what? Moral. So performing moral is how? If you check on the internet, if you check on the social media, you would see, when you scroll, you will see different brands doing advertisement of get this offer, we will care for you. If you pay this social amount, you will have unlimited data. If you create a bank account with our bank, you will experience the best service. Do you understand? So you will see different adverts. performative, like they are performing, like they are acting movie. You will see them on the internet. They will tell you, if you sign up for our bank, you would get the best offer. If you do this, you would get the best. Do you understand? We care for you. You see hotel management, you see hotel company also do adverts. They will tell you, if you visit our hotel, we would provide you with the best service. You will do this, you will do that. But until you patronize them, the moment you patronize them, then you see that it's the other way around. The hotel that promise you that if you come and lodge at their hotel, they will give you the best services, they would care for you. Then when you get to the hotel, you realize that you want to have a bath in the midnight and water is not running. So how come do we move from you advertising that you care? You see them post on the internet. You see them say, we are the only 5-star hotel in Lagos State. We are the best bank in West Africa. And I think this thing is common. Almost all the banks in Nigeria get an award of being the best bank in Nigeria. So that is to say, everybody has partner with who is giving them the award. You don't understand? So now, I've come to realize that, last year, about 5 TV stations won the TV station of the year. Yes. Arise won, TVC won. I won't mention the rest. So now, how did 5 of you won the best TV? Now, who is the best TV station in Nigeria? Nigerian banks do the same thing. They will win the best bank. They would preach to you that if you open our bank, we won't remove your money anyhow. The bank that came to save Nigerians is OPay. Before OPay came, I won't mention my bank name, so it will not look like. So when I need a job from them, they won't deny me. So what happened in 2020 during COVID? I got a debit of 6,000 naira without doing anything. Then after 2 days, I got a debit of 1,800 naira stamp duty. So now, don't forget that during COVID, to have access to the bank is a very serious problem. So I left my house. I checked if the bank was open. The bank was not open. Then after a few weeks, when things was getting better, so the bank was open. But the law is that in the bank, you can't be more than 5. So you have to give yourself 2 meters distance. So outside, there's always a canopy. So in that canopy, the way the chairs are arranged, there is distance of like 2 meters. So once they start sharing number, once the number gets to number 15, once you get to number 15, go home. Yes, now go home, because before they will attend to you, it will take a very long time. So on that day when I got there, I was told that there's too many persons on ground, so I have to come back, because in each day they can't attend to more than 50 people. So the first day I came, I went back. I came back again. The day I was fortunate to enter, so I spoke to them about the transaction, and I was told that we would check it. So give us 3 working days. For a bank that told me that they would give me the best service. So I need to come back after 3 working days for me to see my money. And after 3 working days, I came back and I was told that they have not resolved it. I should come back for after 7 working days. Nigerians would have experienced this. After 7 working days, they extended it to 21 working days. And that was how my money went. I was unable to get the money back again. But when OPay came, OPay made us realize that when the bank is having issue, OPay will show on the portal that don't make transaction at this time. We are undergoing maintenance, so. Do you understand? Then you as a customer, you understand that there is something wrong with the app. So I would rather wait or use another bank. There were times where I would buy airtime. They will debit me. But the moment they realize that the mobile network I'm using, the moment they realize that there's a problem between them and the bank buying airtime, they'll do what? they would refund my money instantly without going to complain. The other day I did transfer from my bank to a POS that uses OPay. Then the POS said it did not receive the money. So he told me that I should go and complain to my bank. I told him, I said, see, I've been debited already. The bank has debited me. The money has gone to you. Check from your own end.